parallel to the plane horizon.
Okay. That's my P2.
Okay,
So you agree to that.
it's,
You agree to P2.
it's not what you said.
You agree to P2. Yeah, horror. Fine, and you define Earth
They might be
as
from the
simply
Bevtard crew.
a wheelbarrow. Yeah, he seems like a Bevtard kind of person.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like he doesn't.
But I love Bevtard. Bev is one of my greatest allies. He taught me a lot of what I know.
It sounds like he doesn't know when he's walking uphill. Sounds like he doesn't know when he's walking downhill. Therefore, he damn
Okay,
sure
when
doesn't.
you're on the water's moving all the time. So
Holy shit! Are
say
you
that's
old bones? Are you
horizontal.
the old bones guy, dude? T Dub, is this the old what is that? The guy that was in the Bevtard group, and he was like the
I thought
old
you were going to
boomer
say the
guy.
Eskimo movie with Steven Seagal, but okay.
Pretty much.
I don't know what you mean by that, but when you're on the water,
No,
that's not
is this guy
horizontal.
Old Bear? Is he Old Bear? He's sounding like Old Bear to me now.
Well, I think your syllogism is not working.
No, my syllogism works beautifully. You just failed on many
Okay.
different levels.
Okay, I'll remember. I'll write it down. I'll write it down. Sure to remember.
You should. It's actually in my profile, so you can just go copy it verbatim. I'll repeat it to you again now. Horizontal is flat. Horizontal is parallel to the horizon. The Earth is flat. And go talk to whoever you need to about it.
Okay.
And because you can walk on Earth and walk on water, they're both Earth. Remember that.
Oh, but a minute ago you were arguing with this guy, but that wasn't so.
But my
Playing a
chair is in
game.
there.
You were arguing with him that he couldn't walk on the water.
He's fine. We have arguments. You don't get to pick your
Yeah,
family.
not
You
Jesus.
convinced him? You convinced him of it? No. He's convinced you can walk on water.
And
That was quick.
you can swim in it
Some kind of magician.
and float a boat
Yeah,
in it.
I'm totally convinced. Yeah, totally. You got me there, bud.
Oh, that's
Hey, Oko, you're a freak weirdo. Is there any other globetards in chat that want to come up to me and you have something to say about my syllogism? No globetard freak weirdos? Got a problem with horizontal is flat? Not today, maybe tomorrow.
At this point, I'm not sure I know what a syllogism is. This is ridiculous.
Well, the syllogism, we got the P1, P2, and we have the conclusion. So that's why it's important. It's like I can't just let you detract. Oh yeah. Let him say that slope is flat. Like, no, I don't give a shit what the fuck your interpretation says. You have to concede. Even then you would concede to horizontal is flat. Even if you thought
Well, there's
for a
context. There is
minuscule
context.
context that you thought that a slope was flat, doesn't matter.
You could
We can when you agree with the P1, we can move to the P2.
Well, that's what the Bev crew do. People like the Bev crew. Like they make it. They're pedantic, all right? And
Yeah,
they just wanna hold you to
that's why I
that.
made the syllogism, dude, was to combat these pieces of garbage and
Yeah.
all pieces of garbage actually, you know? That's why I have the syllogism.
They want to take the meaning of flat from one single context and ignore every other description that flat can take on and can be used in different contexts. And you're obviously talking about in the context of horizontal and level. And for some reason, people like the Bev crew hate the word flat being associated with level. Like they hate it. They put their fingers in their ears and go.
Well, you could have got him on the vertical because the only way to get
Yeah, that's why I like to pick on the what is it, the Hollow Earth crew, and I give them the Bob and Alice from the Hollow Earth perspective. And it's like you're still left with the same globetard problem. Where's the curvature? Non-existent. Shut the fuck up.
Well, you could have got him on the vertical when he brought up vertical because the only way
No, I couldn't have got him on the vertical because he was in his interpretation. He's describing something flat too, and so it doesn't matter. That's why I said that doesn't matter.
Well, let me tell you
That
why.
doesn't matter. Then is he agreeing that it's a straight line?
Let me tell you why.
Is it a straight line? He thinks a sloping straight line is flat. I would say no, you're wrong because it's not even. It has parts higher than other parts. But just in the favor of you would still have to agree that the horizontal is flat. So that's why my syllogism doesn't give a shit how fucking retarded you are and how you don't understand terminology. The point is, you should understand terminology, and we have an established lexicon. And if you can't understand what I'm saying, then look up the definitions of the fucking words that I'm using.
Well, if you have a vertical, it's vertical from what? Like it's
No.
90 degrees from what? What is it 90 degrees from? To get vertical. What's
From
is that
flat.
90 degrees? Oh, okay. So you could have got him on the vertical, right?
I just explained to you, don't need to. Is he going to explain vertical as flat? I would disagree, but that disagreement does not matter. Ultimately,
Yes, it does.
horizontal is flat, right?
but you
Horizontal
can't
is
get a
flat.
vertical.
Whether he wants to say or like vertical is flat and horizontal is flat is besides the point. The point is horizontal is flat. I don't give a shit what the fuck if you think a fucking slope is flat. That's not the point of the syllogism.
I bet you if you
Yes,
surveyed 100 people in the street, right, and you asked them what orientation comes to mind when I say the word flat, 99% of them are going to say horizontal.
And the ones that say that say vertical, like that guy did, it wouldn't even matter to the thing. It would just be like, yes, okay, a vertical straight line. That's all we need. Because then we go to P2. And so
no,
then we'll flesh it out. Then we further flesh it out. So P1, you have a problem with lumps and a marked surface. So it's like, oh yeah, you could do a vertical as a marked surface, and
yeah,
there's
but
no marked lumps in
to
it,
the
right? And it's even. I would
yeah,
call it smooth. You would call it flat. Okay, and so that's okay. And so we are talking about the same thing, that there is no marked lumps or curvatures or bend into it, and then we go into P2. Now we're in P2.
yeah, but would
So
you
yes,
agree?
horizontal is flat. Also, slope could be flat. Also, vertical could be flat. Now we're going to
No,
P2, and
no, it
now we're
can't.
nailing down what the fuck I am talking about.
Vertical
Even
can't be
further
flat.
past, you already conceded that it was a flat, even surface.
No, vertical cannot be flat. It gets in the way of flat.
Well, I agree with you. I
It's
agree with you on
from
that. But this person was trying to argue that.
yeah,
So
it's from
now you're
yeah.
escaping away from it, because this is the most simple syllogism. I mean, this is empowering stuff.
No,
Like,
you
you don't
said
have to be a weak, feeble piece of garbage. Like Will Duffy's gonna come up and ask you where the North Pole is at. You just ask him, like, is horizontal vertical, and just don't go anywhere from there. Like, do you agree horizontal is vertical? If he doesn't want to agree to it, then you go an hour and a half in a debate, and nobody agrees to if horizontal is vertical, and that's on them.
no, you don't get
But you
vertical.
want to dog walk around these pieces of garbage that are feeding you nonsense. We're
I
not
do.
doing that. We aren't fucking doing that any fucking more. I had to come out and stand up because you pieces of flat earth garbage, you flat earther pieces of garbage suck. And you don't know what fucking suck means. Yeah. This is the
Okay,
fucking problem. This is why
okay,
Huey has to come out here. Spank your fucking bottom.
okay. So where's he at?
I'm right here, motherfucker. I have a syllogism. It is my about me.
All right. So how do you get vertical?
What do you think's gonna fucking happen?
What's required to get vertical?
What do you think's gonna fucking happen?
What is required to get vertical?
But you concede horizontal is flat.
It's kind of like gas pressure.
You
Those
concede
equations.
horizontal is flat. See, look, you're totally shilling, dude. You're
No, I'm
following
not.
this David Weiss, fucking
No, I'm not.
Mark Sargent, Eric Dubé sort of
No,
garbage that has
no, I'm
led
not.
us into the abyss. And we
What
don't need weak, feckless people like you anymore. No, like we are standing up. I don't need you.
what am
All
I
T
right,
Dub
all right.
standing
doesn't
up?
What's going
need
on here?
you.
What's this soapbox
I don't need
talking
T Dub. T
shit
doesn't
for?
need me. But we're family. It's okay. You don't get to pick your family.
Well, be more specific. Where am I going wrong on vertical? Go ahead.
And you don't need it right now.
Okay, tell me what I don't need and do need right now instead of answering the question. What is required to get vertical? What is it reference to? Like if
Well,
like if the line was at a 45-degree angle, how do you know it's at a 45-degree angle? What is it being referenced to?
while he's contemplating a potential non-answer into the break, I've never
Uh, he
would
thinks
have
I'm a
expected the
gangster.
deal.
He
Yeah,
thinks I'm a gangster.
I wouldn't have expected him to get. I wouldn't have expected him to get all hot under the collar for nothing, calling people names and shit. Dude, what's going on? What the fuck are you doing? Why are you yelling and screaming and shit? This is stupid. Your argument's fine. I don't think anybody's trying to put you down on that. But you're up all on defense, yet no one's attacking. The fuck's your problem? Like, bro.
Yeah, he's calling me a dumb flat
He's-
earther. I've
I
known
think he's
Q
chilling out. He's
more
probably gone have a smoke or
long before
something.
he did.
Oh yeah. Oh, you were talking to me. Oh damn.
Yeah, dude. Why are you all hot under the collar and shit? No one's attacking you, but you're on defense mode, full blown, fucking friendly fire and shit.
I mean, that may be the case. Friendly fire and shit, but
why?
I mean, it is a case. Horizontal was flat. I mean, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if you're a Bevtard. Like, how is this confusing? I mean, you like the syllogism, and I'm gonna
I
just.
think,
It's
think it's
okay. I'm
fine.
definitely not. You try to put me down right now, and it's okay. Like
didn't say
I think
that.
you're
Hang
one
on,
of my
hang on. Well,
allies. You're one of my friends.
I know, dude. First of all, I'm not trying to put you down. I'm asking you why you're all hot and bothered and shit. I've been listening for like the last 15, 20 minutes, and you're
Well,
just
I'm
going
not,
on.
but I am hot and bothered about this clown called Doofus that's going around and thinking he has some sort of argument. And it's like,
Who's
here,
Doofus?
it's just a logical syllogism, just null and voids all kinds of absurdities. It's so simple and easy.
But who's Doofus? Who's Doofus?
Will Doofus?
Oh, you're talking Will Duffy, you mean? I didn't see him.
Some people call him that.
I think he called himself that, right? I didn't see him in here, but
Ooh,
I had no
maybe he
idea
does call himself.
I had no idea that's who you were all pissed off about. I just see
No, I mean, you just asked me, and it's like I just want to be direct and forward with you. Like, yeah, I mean, this is
Let's go.
absurd. This whole thing has been absurd for a long time. It's
Fair. It's just because I'm just chiming in because I'm hearing the conversation with James Richard, and he's getting the flack.
well, I mean, it's a good healthy thing that's happening. It's fine, but I appreciate you calling it out, like pointing out that James Richard isn't the enemy. And it's good that you point out to James Richard that I'm not the enemy either. And so I do appreciate that.
I think you guys know that. I'm just listening. I was kind of anticipating. Maybe
No, I don't know. I'm like, James Richard was full on globetard to me. Like, and so it is a problem of me just not, knowing.
What did you?
And
did
so
you
you
say
just
to
point that out. That's always important. Like, hey, remember, guys, you're like same teams or whatever. So I
Yeah,
accept
but
that, and I apologize, James.
Well, it's because of what I said that he's saying that. You
what was the globe tardy?
you wasn't
thing?
listening to what I was saying.
Well, it's just the whole bet. He's seeming like a Bev guy, like, and he's wondering like, what is Earth? He's saying Earth is a bucket of dirt. All these things,
Yeah. Well, Earth in the grander context, or Earth as in I go outside and I'm standing on Earth because that's where my house is planted.
Yeah, obviously that context.
Well, that one, yeah. So I go outside, and that's it's the brown shit that the grass grows out of. Like, what are we, 5 years old? Like,
Yeah, that you can walk on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, James. I know you're my brother, but also this is important, and that's why I was just like coming at it in the purview of a combatant.
Well, you said I
Yeah.
was white knighting for him, but I was actually white knighting for you once he brought up vertical.
Yeah, you said that, and I just went on. I love that.
You didn't catch it.
No, I love it. I just keep going. It doesn't even matter to me what side of the fence you're on. The fence is on flat ground. So
Well, when I say white knighting for you, I don't want to sound like a cult member. What I was saying is you don't get a vertical without a horizontal. It's the only thing that determines a knight.
well, it's a reciprocal relationship geometrically. That's why I like to take gravity away from these globetards, because let's get more meta, because then they say the force down, that's gravity. The force up is gravity plus more gravity, right? So it's just nonsensically that's dismissed, and it's a referent to flat Earth geometry, exactly vertical. Like I hold these terms of foundational geometry endearing, right? So you reference vertical, you are referencing horizontal. And so your claim to gravity
No, you
pressing
can't.
down is a flat Earth referent.
No, there is no gravity. It's just the variable that you're measuring and the
Well, I mean,
medium.
precise. I mean, there's no such thing as that, but conceptually,
Yeah, there's no.
conceptually,
Oh,
conceptually,
no, there's
right?
still.
Conceptually, it's up and down. It's exactly vertical, a
Yeah,
flat Earth
from
referent.
yeah, from
You're not. Have you looked at my profile?
I haven't.
Well,
I
you look
think
at my profile. I am a real, true globe earther.
I think it's my first time.
Look at. Yeah, this is good. I'm a real, true globe earther. The globe is a flat Earth model based on elevation angles to celestials from horizontal. So
Yeah,
it's an azimuthal. It's a armillary sphere with the ground positions at the GP placed on the convex surfaces of a map, of a globe map,
yeah, but you're
with
utilizing
the
the
zenith
stars.
positions. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's the ground position placed in the place of the zenith position
Okay, how do you get a zenith?
with the 90,
Okay, so
with
what
a
does that
flat earth,
mean?
elevation. The globe is the flat earth model. And this is what blows people's minds, is that you're not supposed to reify it, make it into a golden calf, and then worship it. And this is what the secularists and the all these globetards are confused by. They think you're supposed to worship that shit.
So you think the Earth is a globe?
No, I know that the Earth is measured flat,
Right.
and when the globe is a flat Earth model based on elevation angles to celestials from horizontal, and the globe is an armillary sphere where the ground positions are placed the zenith positions corresponding with the celestials.
Yeah. So that guy said that a
Oh,
vertical.
hold on.
Hold on.
Corresponding with the domes.
So let me just try to go back on what was said. That guy tried to say that a vertical is the same thing as flat, and you didn't. The reason why I stepped in is because you didn't call him on that. That's all. That's the only.
No, no. Well, really? Because honestly, I give them that. I'm like, that's one of the things I would say. Flat is even. One of the contributing adjectives is evenness,
No, it's not.
and that's no having no part higher than another. And so I would
Yeah.
say vertical has exactly every part higher than its other part,
It's then its other
which
part.
is not flat and not even.
Well, anything from horizontal does, not just vertical.
But
Anything.
geometrically, I mean, orthogonal, I used to call like that was like a 45-degree angle or less or more. And it was pointed out to me, no, actually orthogonal can be used to represent 90. You could say orthogonal line meaning a 90-degree line, which I sort of still don't agree with it, but it's like I sort of conceded that point.
Are you familiar with the protractor? I'm sure you are. I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
sarcastic.
absolutely.
Okay, so you know how the bottom of the protractor is flat and the other part is arched like a half circle? That's how you get the
Yeah, well,
degree.
that's the fun part is the sky is measured
Well, they're
flat.
treating they're
The
treating
earth is measured flat because the
this is
sky is measured flat.
well, this is what they're doing. They're using the protractor, right? And that gives you the angles to the stars, right? Therefore, the ground
Well,
they're
that's
on.
a conceptual
Hold
arc.
on,
You're
hold on.
giving the sky a conceptual arc. It's not an
But
actual arc.
before you interrupt me, straw man me what I'm trying to say. What am I trying to say here with the protractor? Because this is what they're doing. They're
Yeah, you're
using
trying to say there's an angle. You look at the angle of elevation. You have a straw on one end, and you have a hanging plum at the
no
other end.
what
You
they're
take the
doing is
degree,
what they're
but I
doing
would
is
say that that degree. That's what I'm saying is that degree is just purely conceptual, and
no.
ultimately you're measuring a flat sky 100% of the time.
Yeah, I would agree, but here's even more so. What they're doing is they're taking the top part of the protractor and claiming that's the ground, not the bottom part of the protractor.
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's what they're doing.
That's yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's absurd because even the sky, conceptually, that curve is placed onto the ground. That's why I say it's an armillary sphere with the ground position placed at the zenith positions of the
Even,
map.
yeah, even though to get the angles to the stars, they're using the bottom part of the protractor. When it comes to explaining the Earth, they're using the top part.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, have you talked to Bacon? Bacon says you don't even need a circumference. It doesn't matter where you are on the top space because the prism is you look at the center of Earth and it goes out and it splays. And that's where the globe curve comes from. You don't know.
No, it only comes from the angles to the stars. They go in an arch. So as you look at the
Well,
map,
that's what really fucks them up is when
and what they're
I'm
doing,
looking at a mountain and I have a star directly behind it and I have the same angle to the star as I do the top of the mountain. And then the globetrotters just lose their minds.
yeah. Well, what they're doing is, like I said, with the protractor, they're watching the star, one specific star, come near them, go directly over them, and then go away from them.
So you're telling me my logical
And they,
syllogism is too simple. Is that what you're telling me?
you would have, first you'd have to tell me what I'm trying to tell
Well,
you.
my logical syllogism is horizontal is flat, horizontal is parallel to the horizon. Is that just too simple for even a globetard to comprehend? And how so?
Where's the syllogism?
Well, when I say Earth is flat, in conclusion, because you agreed to P1 and P2.
Yeah, but how is that a syllogism? Explain it
And what
to
do you
me.
mean? How is it? I mean,
Yeah,
do you
I'm
agree
not.
horizontal is flat?
No, I'm not the sharpest tool in the box.
Well,
So
the yeah, it's a very simple, it's a logical syllogism.
so syllogism is
So a
real.
lot of people that will be upset with such a simple syllogism, they will tell you the same thing you just said. They're not the sharpest tool in the, but they'll spend hours trying to argue against it, just like you have. And where somebody had to point out that we're actually friends, and that's why I premise this at the beginning is like I may hurt some flat earthers' feelings when I say the horizontal is flat.
You're
And
going in a
this is
different
to bring
direction,
the
dude.
wheat from the chaff because if you can't agree to the simple P2 and P2, then what are we doing here, my friend?
Yeah, you're just trying to define terms on there. That's where I was I don't know why you thought I was against you. He was just trying to define terms. What's flat? What's horizontal? Anyways, the point being is when he brought up vertical, you should have instantly said, how do you get that? How do you
No,
get
why would I want to let him dog walk me? No,
it's not dog
we're
walking you?
still trying to establish.
Why would you
Like,
think that?
I already told him. I'm like, sure, okay, it's flat.
Hold on, dude.
Like,
Why would
okay,
you think he would
I
be?
already conceded to him. Yeah, sure, vertical. You want to call it flat? You want to
Yeah,
call it
but
vertical flat?
you're
And
thinking
I
he's dog
let
walking
him.
you when you would have been
And
dog
I
walking.
let him because that's besides the point. He needs to agree to horizontal is flat. I don't need him dog walking me to another dog walk park place.
And did you?
I
Do
need
you
him
feel like
I need him to get to the facilitation of agreeing to the flat Earth.
so? Do you
I
feel
don't
like
need him picking up my poop with a pooper scooper.
Yeah.
so? So do you feel like he wasn't dog walking you?
You
He
know, he
wasn't
dog
trolling you.
walked you.
No, he did
He
that to
dog
you.
walked you, and then you tried to dog walk me, and it
I
didn't
don't need him
happen,
to
bro.
pat me on the
No,
head.
you got him to admit that he would not define flat or horizontal as level.
Yeah.
Not in those words, but like right.
Yeah, he didn't want to define it like
And yet
that. He
you
didn't want to
still
come
kept
to terms.
and yet you still kept entertaining him. To me, he's dog walking you, trolling
No, yeah,
you.
I kept making it very clear, like he is not wanting to establish
Well,
horizontal
he knew
as
what you were
flat.
saying. He knew what you were saying.
He wanted to talk about vertical being flat, but
He
he
knew you
didn't
was
want to talk
right.
about So I am dog walked because I stood firm to my justice.
Dude, if he wouldn't agree what flat and horizontal is, you should know that he's trolling you.
Well,
What?
obviously they are, dude. All globetards are trolling you. All
No,
retard globetards
no,
are
no,
trolling you.
no, not
When are you
all.
going to come to terms with that?
No,
Not
not
all.
all. Some are
No,
ignorant.
not all. Not all the real people that I
Most.
meet out in the world,
Most
and
are
they
just
happen
ignorant.
to believe that there may be a moon landing or not. Yeah, no shit, dude. But
I've
a
changed
real
many
freak
minds.
weirdo like that in
I've,
here is
dude,
not wanting to agree that horizontal is flat. Like, because anybody I come across to in real world, you know, they're all like, yeah, a horizontal is flat. They agree. First thing, they're like, shut the fuck up, horizontal is flat. But you're saying like, oh yeah, I need to let these fucking what is it called
well, how long do you think?
these rover people walk me like I need to be let out. No,
How
thank you.
how long do you think he was trying to get past P1?
Pete,
How
we
long?
were on that for an hour, a literal hour, and I'm on it with
I don't.
you right
I,
now.
I don't
We're
think it was an
still
hour.
on P1 right now.
No,
You're
we're
still
not.
trying to agree is horizontal flat, and you're still saying no.
No, I'm
You're a
not.
freak weirdo, dude.
When did I say that horizontal is not flat? I'm the
No,
one that
it's
said,
cool. You're a freak fucking weirdo that belongs in the Bevite society or whatever.
dude, you're just exposing yourself, not me right now. Just so you know.
Okay, Bev.
Just trying to help you out, bro.
Just so you know, Bev is one of my good friends. So like,
Okay.
Bev will just say like, "You're a freak weirdo. Why did you even fight him for so long?"
Well, I might be a weirdo,
Even
bro.
Bev would tell you like, "Dude, like, what the fuck is your problem, dude?"
I could be a weirdo, just not pertaining to the topic.
No, pertaining to this topic, you are a freak weirdo.
Okay, where am I a weirdo?
You don't agree horizontal is flat.
Where did I say that? I'm the one that said that.
Do you agree horizontal is flat?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree horizontal is parallel to the horizon?
Well, we get.
Oh shit! Now you don't agree with P2. You agree with
Okay.
P1 now. Now we got to talk about P2 because you don't agree with that.
So
That's weird,
I think
because,
the
dude.
word you're technically looking for is acknowledge, not agree.
dude, hold on. You interrupted me, and then you assumed my answer, right? That's what you did,
Yeah, that would
right?
be a better word, I think. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only way you can get a
Yeah, sure.
vertical is with the horizontal. So horizontal or flat means having no part higher or lower than the other. So even if you had a shelf on your wall that was crooked, you could say the surface is flat, but you couldn't. You couldn't even say that because there's parts that are higher or lower than the other. The only way you
You're
can
right.
have horizontal or flat is by having no parts higher or lower than the other.
So true.
Yeah. So this whole time you think I'm a glober or something, and you still do.
No. It's just like,
And,
will the real globetard please stand up? Because, bro, like, we're not even fighting each other. We're just like
can you do me a favor?
agreeing. We're just agreeing really hard.
Can you do me a favor? Like you was that dude that you was talking to, you was trying to get him to understand what flat is, right? Do me a favor. Will you acknowledge that you can't get vertical without a horizontal? Would you acknowledge that or not?
What?
Can you get
Two
vertical
reciprocal
without a horizontal?
relationships in geometry? Oh my gosh.
Well, vertical requires a relationship.
Oh my
To what?
gosh.
To what?
Yeah, sure.
What is it? What's the reference? How do you get vertical?
Earth. That's
From
why
a
it's important we define Earth.
No, you only get vertical from a horizontal.
How would you define Earth?
Dude, listen to what I'm saying. You only get vertical from a horizontal.
Okay, and that references Earth. And how would you define Earth?
Did you
You want
acknowledge,
me you want me to be really painful right now?
did you
Because I
acknowledge
will.
what did you
Oh,
acknowledge what I
I'm gonna
said?
be real painful. Define Earth.
I quit. Go ahead.
No, define Earth and sky right now.
Two different things, two different mediums.
Okay, well then define them.
Sky is air made up by gas. Earth is dense made up by matter. Material.
Okay, so I'm sitting on a balloon, and so I'm sitting on the sky right now. Can the balloon be part of the Earth in your definition of Earth?
Well, the balloon would definitely be material or matter.
Okay, we need to stop because this is just get. Will the real globetards please stand up?
Nothing I said was false.
No, I
I'll,
know you're my
I'll
homie,
stand
dude.
up.
We're cool,
I'll stand
bro.
up. Your P2 is not accurate into the break.
We're cool, but the aura isn't being
Oh, there you
taught by
go.
the globetards.
There you go into the break. You've got a contender.
Oh, is that what that was? Damn. Oh. Hey,
Yeah.
Fry, step right up.
He doesn't
Fry,
like your P2.
Your P2 is inaccurate.
Fry, your P2 is low on the totem poles. Let's just say that.
Whoa.
I don't even know what that means.
If you know what I mean.
I actually don't.
You just stated that.
I know you don't, but everybody else does. How do you feel?
Feel fine.
Okay, well that's a good thing, I guess, for you.
There you go. You failed to cause him a complex.
We all know Fry is definitely in a deep complex. Somewhere.
Dude, if they think the Earth is a sphere, there's complexity already.
I'm deep into NASA, man. I'm deep into the NASA conspiracy.
Fry, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Dude, I love your profile picture, by the way. I just want to say it's so good.
Bro, do you love my profile? Look at my profile. My number one, my about me, and my like look at my where you some people would put their they thems at. Look at what my they thems are.
Amazing, dude. With the Jaren profile photo, it's
Yeah, they get really mad when I go into geos and when I go into these globetard forums. They get so mad because I'm like, I know I am the real true globe earther because the globe earth is a
Wait,
flat
Geo's
earth
a
model.
Glober? I did not even know that.
Yeah, look at my profile. That's what I'm telling you. Like these people, that's why
It's true
they
Glober.
get so mad because they can't call me a flat earther because I'm a real true globe earther because the globe earth is a flat earth model. based on
Oh
flat
my
Earth
god, dude.
elevation angles.
You just blew my
You're
mind.
celestials. You pieces of garbage. Oh my gosh. You make me laugh so much. You bring so much you globetards bring so much delight to my life. I must tell you. You are the funny ones. And
Well, the
you're the
feelings
ones that
mutual
decide what's
for what
funny.
it's worth.
Can you show
Hey,
me the
Fry.
flat
Last time
Earth
I talked to you, you were kind of on the edge of coming over to our side. But what happened there?
What? I was? No, dude.
Yeah, we were having a conversation, and you were like kind of agreeing with it a little bit.
No,
I don't
bro.
even.
There's people
I
that
don't,
are wondering about is horizontal flat. Like he's not coming over this side. If fucking these
I've
people
never
can't
talked
even
to you before.
comprehend some simple foundational geometry, and who's to blame them?
Yeah, I don't remember the
Stay where you
conversation,
are,
but
Fry.
he was kind of leading because he was like agreeing with some of the things we were talking about. But it was like a couple weeks ago though, so I don't know.
Oh, I don't remember honestly, but
No,
I would
Fry is
never
a
agree
troll.
to.
Fry is definitely not a globetard. He's not a full globetard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the feeling I
He's
got.
like
Yeah,
he's a flat
Oh
Earth
no, no,
adjacent.
I
He's like, oh, I
definitely.
you sometimes you flat earthers have some interesting ideas, and
yeah,
then
he
he's
That is
kind of
like,
true. That is true. But I am a full blown globetrotter dude, like
yeah,
a
but he is full.
full blown.
He really is full retard.
he
Yes.
calls himself that. Okay, right.
He's my bitch.
Oh my god.
It's good. It's good to see you again, Fry. I'm just going to say that that's person to person though. So
I wish I remembered you, man. Were you like with the same username?
I changed it, but the Wowie part's still the same though. Yep,
Oh, okay.
it was like
That's
2 weeks ago. Though, so.
That's so sad, Fry, that these retards can't even figure out that love is the main ingredient in
Whoa.
Einstein's
Whoa,
whole
dude.
paper. And his whole unwritten paper, the paper that he didn't write that was unified field theory, love
Huh.
was the main ingredient.
Yeah,
And
I never read that. I'll have to look that one up.
we saw that in Interstellar, the movie.
Dude, that movie was so cringe.
That movie is so good. Probably one of the 99 percentile of best movies.
movie was
Oh
fucking
man.
stupid, in my opinion.
I
God.
genuinely
Oh, you
cannot
didn't
watch
get it.
it.
That
It's
was
so
just
bad.
an easy way of you saying you didn't get it. Yeah. It's not meant for everybody, you know. Just because you didn't like Interstellar doesn't mean that you're supposed to get all movies
Okay,
that
wait,
come
wait, wait.
after it.
Did you watch Tenet? Did you watch Tenet?
Oh my gosh, yeah, it was horrible.
Rewatch it.
It's one of
Honestly,
the
it's
worst
better.
movies. It's one of
I
the
hated
Tenet
it.
is
I
one of the
hated it.
worst movies ever made.
Dude, honestly, I hated it the first time I watched it. I rewatched it like
No,
after
bro,
2 years.
I've
So
watched
good.
it like 5 or 6 times. I'll watch it
Oh,
tonight, right now,
oh,
because I sort of like those type of movies, and it's just not good. It's not good.
Dude, any movie that pertains space is worse than a cartoon, in my opinion.
Yeah, but this one is based on like basically you write the cartoon after the fact. Like the cartoon was already written, but then you're there trying to write the cartoon. And it's
Hey,
interesting because
why do
it's
you
like,
get muted
hey,
here, man? I've seen you get muted here a bunch of times.
Do you realize what you just said
you
about
talking to
the
me?
cartoon?
Why don't you
Yeah.
calm down, dude? Fry, I get muted because sometimes it's too much energy for a lot of people. But it's okay for you, dude. So you're fine. You don't need to be advocating for me to get like shut down, dude. Why are you being a Karen right now?
Yeah,
Fry, like
don't be a
literally,
Care Bear,
why are you being a Karen?
Fry. Yeah, don't be a Care Bear.
Just don't take it personal if you do get muted. I've probably been muted more than both of you combined.
No, that's a cap. I definitely get muted more than you.
That was funny as shit, though, into the break, tell him not to be a Karen. I'd say a male would be a Care Bear, though. I'd tell him don't be a fucking Care Bear.
Don't be Care Baron.
Yeah, they. Yeah.
And you know, ultimately, that's the humorous part is because people can't help but care.
Dude, honestly, I thought you're a Glover, man, for the longest time. You have such like a troll way of talking.
Dude, look at about my profile. I am a
He,
real true globe earther. What the
he
fuck is
is
wrong
he
with
is
you,
a glow.
dude?
He
You're
is a glover.
freaking out right now, dude. You're freaking out.
He is a
Fuck,
glover.
man. I lost the plot. I
Just
know what's
stop.
You
happening.
did lose the plot completely. Just like Will Duffy when he asked, "Where's the plum? Where's the plum?" Well, you lost the plot, buddy. You got to use a magnetic declination profile map for that.
When you claimed I was white knighting for a glover, that let me know that you are a glover.
Holy shit, bro. James, bro, come on now.
No, we'll see.
All right,
Only
all right.
time,
I see how it is. Okay, James, I see how it is.
only time will tell, right?
Yeah, what is it going to be? Another 10 years, and then we'll get the whole like flat Earth truth.
My dumbass fell for Jaren.
Oh yeah,
For,
look at this guy. He was paid, and this guy was paid, and this guy. Will that change the fact that horizontal is flat, dude? Are you gonna? Is Jaren giving mentorships gonna change the fact that
you're
horizontal
the
is flat
you're the one that
sometime in some place?
you're the one that didn't call off the vertical, and then
No,
you
I did.
claimed I was
I
a
called it
glover,
all out. I called it all out every step of the way.
and then you claimed I was a glover for doing it.
Well, we went through a thing called 2020, so I do have to be very cautious and careful.
Yeah,
And
me
so
too.
we agree we're friends now, so you don't have to keep fucking egging me on, dude.
I don't
You
know
you
if you
want
know
to
what.
fight me, bro? You're
Well,
trying
it
to fight
sounds.
me, dude.
Well, I'll be honest.
Why are you
It,
trying
it,
to fight me, bro?
it
Well,
does
don't we
sound like
agree? We agree. Horizontal flat. Let's end it.
continuous interrupting. Yeah,
Or
sounds
do
like
you
it.
still want to fight me? Are you still standing up for David Weiss and Mark Sargent
And more
or
projection.
whoever?
Whoa,
Are
whoa!
you
What
still
did
doing that?
David Weiss and Mark Sudden
More
do to you,
Yeah, he's
man?
trying to fight me, bro.
more projection. Sounds like a glover.
Yeah, it sounds like you want to fight me, dude. Because I reject David Weiss, Mark Sargent, and Eric Dubé, other than his good rap musics that he made in 2017. So
Yeah,
yeah,
these are OG
You
people on
got.
YouTube, dude.
I can't. You got me right, dude. I
you
want to
seem
throw.
like a bad person, dude, because you
No,
won't just concede that horizontal is flat.
you got
Like
me
you
right,
still
dude.
think there's a whole thing. Horizontal is
Hold on.
flat. Like let's just let bygones be bygones and agree to disagree. Horizontal is flat. Are you okay with that?
No, I agree. You got me right. I want to
You
fight you
agree.
because
You
I
agree.
feel like I can throw fists through a microphone. So you got me right.
I mean, why would you throw but you agree horizontal is flat.
Yeah.
All right.
Didn't
Well, there we
have
go.
we not
Let's throw
have we,
fists through microphones then.
have we not went over this? Like you don't. And have you
Let's
heard
throw fists through
anything that I've
microphones.
said?
Fry, are you down, bro?
Well, you heard that.
Shit. Do I have to?
Yeah.
He hasn't heard anything I've said. Specifically, when it comes to vertical, he still fucking doesn't get it. Just trying to help him
Yeah.
out.
So, but
Dude, what are
horizontal
you
is flat
guys
though,
fighting
right?
about? Like, it sounds like
He's mad at
nonsense.
me. He called me a glober or a white knighter for
No,
a
I called
glober
you a bevtard.
because I said he should
I
have called him
called you
out.
a bevtard. Horizontal is flat though, right?
Oh my goodness, here we go again.
Aren't you both flat earthers?
Fry is a globetard. You're a bevtard.
Damn, man. Come
Who's
on, guys.
Bev?
What is Bebtard? I'm kind of new to that one. So,
And for tonight's show,
It's where when you say that flat isn't flat, like those are bevtards.
but yeah, what's the whole Bev thing though? Like, what's that related to?
It's a whole thing. It's a guy named Bevel, and bevels are different than like flat. You know, there's like the running board of like your home that you would put around. So he puts a bevel on it, and but ultimately horizontal is flat, right? You agree?
Yeah, makes sense for sure.
Well, there we go.
What is the specifics of on it? He puts a bevel on it.
See, he see why he has such a problem. He's a bevtard because he's
No,
such a problem with saying yes, horizontal is flat.
no,
Oh,
it'll
it's
He's
help
just
the
like,
audience.
I think it's like a identity issue. Doesn't want to identify as a flat earther, maybe.
it
No,
is an identity issue. It very much is. A good point, Fry.
no, it would help the audience to know that concrete is poured for water runoff, so it's not perfectly flat. There's a bevel for
Okay.
water runoff.
What is that? What is that called? It's called
But
leveling, right?
he didn't
It's called
specify
leveling.
the
No,
foundation.
help me. I'm trying to come up. I'm trying to conceive of the term. It's called equidistant leveling. What is it
The
called?
fuck?
No, it's called leveling. Just leveling.
And is that vertical?
Well, I poured concrete, man. I was a muckraker
And
and I
so is that
poured
vertical or horizontal?
and I laid it. It's very precise work. Very precise.
Yeah, I know it is. And that's the funny thing about bevtards is like you know how precise the measurement of flat is, but then you have a problem with defining horizontal as having an aspect of flat.
Well, because globetards will go to like a fucking road or something and be like, hey, look
No,
at this
I'm
flat.
talking about where you're going to, dude. We're not talking about globetards or
Oh,
anything.
okay.
This is where
I'm a
you are
glober.
going.
Okay. My bad. Go ahead.
This is where you're going, dude.
Ask the question again. My bad.
Horizontal is flat.
Yes. Having no parts lower or higher than the other. How many
Okay.
times I got to say that?
No, I agree. It seems like that sort of communication breaks down at some point.
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing is you don't have to agree. That's the definition. Like, you
That
don't have
is
to
it.
agree.
I agree, dude. That's why
Yeah. Yeah.
you and me are good friends.
Yeah. Okay. So what was your question now that you got that one answered? You asked
Well,
that
that's
question
it. No,
for
that's
another
it.
one. What,
No, that's it.
you keep asking me that, and I keep answering it to you, and then you ask it to me again like I never answered it to you. Do you want to ask it again?
Well, stop
Real
trying to
quick to get
disagree
it out
with
of the way?
horizontal being flat. Like, if you stop
Well,
disagreeing with horizontal being flat, I won't have to ask you any more questions.
when did I disagree with it? Go ahead.
Well, you didn't.
No,
Yeah,
like
we're
what was
fine.
the?
We're okay now. We're fine. We're fine now.
Well, now we are okay. Okay,
Yeah, we're totally cool, bro.
dude, I have nothing against you, man. I'm only using your
Okay.
words.
Well, no one's. I didn't. Now that you said that, I think you may have
You get
had something against me.
you get super defensive when I
Oh
call out. When I call out, I'm just trying to help you. Maybe you think that I think I'm smarter
well,
than
no,
you
you were trying to
by
help me by
saying
telling me that maybe vertical was
yeah.
flat
No,
because
no,
that's what
no.
the other guy was trying to say.
What did I tell you?
And so we're still stuck on that, and I'm saying no. This
Dude, oh
guy
my
didn't have
goodness, bro.
anything to show me when
You're
he
hurting
was
yourself right now,
referencing
dude.
vertical.
You're hurting yourself right now, dude, because everybody's heard me
Okay, well, so be it.
multiple times say this.
So be
Multiple
it.
times.
I'm here for retribution.
Oh my
There's a
goodness.
lot of things taken from me in my life,
I don't know
and
what's
I
worse,
want retribution.
a Globey or you
And
right now.
I am the one that decides what is the payback.
Yeah, you're the decision maker. You're the God Almighty, right?
Yeah, I'll decide if it's equal to
You're the
what was
man of
taken.
judgment. The man of judgment.
Yeah, if something was taken from me, I want to know. I want to be the one to equate this value when I reciprocate.
Well, you would know its value once you known it was taken
Well,
from you.
that's called justice.
You don't really know it until
That's
it's taken
called
from you.
flat.
That's when you know the value.
That's called truth. That's called justice. And America for all.
Okay, you're still not listening.
Maybe not the last part. The last part was just a thrown in little bit I don't even believe in. It seems like we agree pretty much, so
You've asked me the
it's
same
still
question
cool.
multiple times, so that lets me know you're not listening to me. You might hear me, but you're not listening.
Heard that.
Right.
I mean, is there any globetards that want to stand up for their bullshit retard belief system? Like,
Yeah.
there's nobody in the room right now wants
If
to do
there
that.
is,
Fry is definitely not going to do that. You're definitely not going to do that.
if you are a globetard, just bring up vertical. This guy won't call you out on it.
No, do not bring a vertical to a globetard. That is some very bad advice. You'll just be
Talk-
dog walk for hours and hours.
If they're talking
You
to
do
you,
that.
if they're talking to you, they can bring it up and
No, if they talking to me, I'll
never
shut them
call it
down
out.
real quick.
No,
I have
that's
a logical syllogism.
that's
What do you
all
got?
I've been trying to tell you.
What do you got? I got a lot of logical syllogism.
So
You've got
guys
pretending
like
that vertical is flat sometimes. Like, what do you got, dude?
How do you get a vertical?
I got a logical syllogism. What do you got?
How do you get a vertical?
You got a vertical. That's what you got.
How do you get?
I'm really trying to like you, dude, but what the fuck is wrong with you? Seriously.
How does a person
Seriously, there's something fucking mentally fucking wrong with you, dude.
with me right now, dude?
Yeah, just go to fucking Geo's, bro.
I just cracked my 4th beer. You're saying there's something wrong with me?
Yeah, and that definitely isn't it, dude. I'm on mushrooms, bro. I'm on psychedelic mushrooms. I don't give a shit what kind of
Wait, right
substances
now?
you use to augment your own fucking sort of like self wealth. Like, I don't give a shit.
You're on shrooms right now?
Dude, Fry, dude. I'm literally on shrooms every moment of every moment.
No fucking way, dude.
Did I
What
hear the
fuck?
real question? How do you know vertical?
He's
The
a
question?
liar, dude.
How do you know vertical?
Was that the real question?
Who's asking the question? Who step forward? What's your name? You're asking how is
I
vertical
thought I
vertical?
heard someone say, "How do you establish vertical?"
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah. How do you
So,
get?
what's your name? What's your name?
No, don't even worry about it. How do you get vertical?
No, I want to know. I want to know the name of who I'm speaking to.
Yeah, you get vertical from a horizontal. So how else do you get it? Like if you're out floating around in the Narnia of space and you just draw a straight line, how do you know it's vertical 45? How do you know it's flat? Like if there's nothing to reference it.
Hold on. Don't give Rolling My Boulder any opportunity to delve into ET. Don't do that. No. See, when you jumped, when you were trying to phone home, Rolling My Boulder, when you were trying to phone home, you had to jump the cliff. And you floated
So, James,
over because
I would say
ET
that,
held his thumb up. ET
I would
held his
say that
thumb
if
up.
I drop something, if I hold it in my hand and I drop it, it falls in the direction parallel to vertical.
I bet you would say that.
That's a very base,
Am I? Do you think I'm okay with
if
that?
I drop it, it falls in a direction parallel.
Do you think I'm okay with that?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to James. James asked.
No,
how
you're
do I
not. You're
define-
talking to me and
James
James.
asked, how
James
do I
is
define
okay. Do you think I'm okay with that? James is okay with that.
Yes, I think you are.
You
I think you
I'm
are.
okay?
If I drop
Okay.
it,
So you think I'm okay with that?
I think if you or me drop it,
so it's fine. It's okay.
It falls in a direction parallel to vertical. I don't think
It's
either
okay.
you or me
Like,
would really
if you were endangered, we'll seek you to medical attention. And
Do
like,
you dispute that?
If you're jumping your bike and you crashed out, you could go to the hospital and you could be fixed up, and then you'll be jumping out and crashing out in the next month from now.
If we drop it,
okay.
Does it fall in a direction parallel to vertical? Yes or no?
Yes.
That's my point also.
That's my point exactly.
James, you have a glober and a flat earther both agreeing if you drop it, it falls in a direction parallel to
Oh,
vertical.
well, he's not a glober. He agreed to locally flat, so he's ultimately a
Well,
flat
whatever.
earther.
He wanted to know what
No,
vertical was.
you're ultimately a flat earther. You agreed to my P1 of horizontal being flat.
Regardless of anything,
You agreed to
you
my
and me,
P1 and my P2, so you're
James,
ultimately
are
a
you
flat
sated?
earther. So everything else now is just what is it?
Why
Flat
are you
earther
letting
ethics?
James off the hook?
It's flat earther ethics or something now.
It's James sated.
I just read all the guys.
James, are you sated? You got a definition for vertical. If you drop it, it falls parallel to vertical.
James, your only way out is to concede horizontal is flat. What say you?
He ran. He got scared because I think another glober or something. I scared him off. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I love. You're so hilarious, dude. Rolling my boulder. You're the fucking real one, dude.
I should have not. I should have listened. I didn't mean to scare him off. That was not my intention.
No, I scared him off.
Oh, you scared him off. Okay.
He thought you were like QE, like coming in here or some shit. Like he's scattered.
I am the flat Earth of QE.
Yeah, he was just very confused. He was like, "Yeah, you're the globe tard QE. If QE wasn't QE, that makes sense."
Exactly.
You're not talking about.
QE.
Totally
If
makes
QE
sense.
was a glober. If QE was a glober, he'd be me.
You're not talking about me being.
Well, if QE was a glober and full retard, then he would be you adjacent. Because I don't want to put that on you because you're my friend.
It's, thank you for that.
I hope because my
Right.
batteries died on my headset, you're not talking about me being scared off. Well,
James
I
is
hope
back.
that's not-
Oh shit! He was talking
So,
about you,
James,
dude.
You was talking
James.
about me being scared off because my batteries died.
James. Here we go.
He totally was, dude.
Well, let me hear
James,
it. Let me
you
hear
asked
why
for
I was scared
vertical.
off.
James.
Go ahead. Go
Be
ahead.
quiet.
Go
You
ahead.
asked for vertical.
Go ahead.
I said, it drops something and it falls. Vertical is parallel to the direction it falls, and even into the break. Agreed.
That just depends. That just depends on how far you drop it from, right?
Well, okay, fine. Drop a normal
What
thing.
the fuck, dude,
Drop a
James?
cup of coffee.
That's how
No,
it
hold on,
depends how far you drop it, dude. The fuck
No,
is wrong? Oh my god,
He
Roland, you found yourself a live one, Roland.
Well, let me
I
explain
did.
myself. If you
I
would.
did. Let's drop.
Hold on.
Let's drop a
Hold on.
pencil
Hold on.
eraser or a cup
Let
of
me
coffee.
explain. Let me explain.
I don't
real
want
quick.
to
You let Roland ask the question, and then you answer his question. That's how this works.
Let's drop.
Yeah, but
let's
then you
drop
laughed
a
at my
pencil
answer,
eraser
so
or
let
a
me
cup of
further explain
coffee or a gorilla.
Okay,
all
go
of
ahead.
the things, the cup of coffee, the pencil eraser, the gorilla,
what
they
medium?
all fall parallel to vertical.
What medium are you? What medium are you dropping them in?
Dude, that's
One
crazy.
that you and me are in. The one that you
okay.
and me are in. The normal.
So in the medium of air.
The one that we're in.
Okay. So when
you literally you pick up a cup of coffee, hold it out over there, and drop it, and it will fall.
Dude, that's crazy. Dude, you're being crazy right now, bro. You're presupposing a whole lot of population.
Well, hold on. Let's get to them real quick. So you're saying that when you drop something in the medium of air, the thing that you drop will fall straight down?
I said parallel to vertical.
Okay, so you're
and
saying
I am taking.
I would agree. I would agree. Hold on. I would agree
said a
that
cup of coffee.
Let's say, hold on. Let's say I would agree. Let's say at chest height, you drop not just the coffee, but the coffee cup. right? At
And the
chest
whole
height.
thing, the
At-
coffee
at-
cup, the coffee.
The coffee cup. No,
Yeah,
the coffee cup.
The coffee
Is
cup.
Just trying
important.
to make sure he doesn't
hold on.
weasel in
Well,
like a
because the
piece
coffee
of
cup
paper
is.
or something.
If you shut up for a
The
second.
cup is a piece of paper, dude. What are you talking about?
No. I'm trying to make sure he
weaseled
doesn't
it
weasel
in.
in.
You weaseled it in yourself, dude.
Hold on. If
He
you
did.
drop it at chest height, the coffee cup will drop pretty much vertically and very, very quickly, right? Like
That was
whatever.
the whole point.
But
That you
hold on.
said.
Shut up.
Yeah, we have
for a
an empty
second.
cup and we have a full cup.
Hey, let me get to my point, and then interrupt me. Okay, so now that was chest
Speed up a
height,
bit.
right? That was chest height. Now drop a coffee cup at 35,000 feet in the air.
No.
Hold on.
You're
Will it
done,
drop?
dude.
Will it drop directly below you, or will it land like, let's say, 300 feet,
No.
1,000 feet away, maybe even half a mile away? Would it do that?
I cannot overstate how much.
Well,
I
a
dislike
basketball
you now.
will. Basketball will. If you drop a basketball.
Asked.
Hold on. If you drop a
No, I
basketball.
don't. You know what? I don't want to.
Hey,
you asked a question. You asked a question, and then
these are
I answered it,
demonstrated.
and then you tried to twist it into
My
some
answers
answer
are-
to some
Bro,
other
you asked a
question.
question and then
I
you
do
got
not
answers
want
you didn't
to-
like.
No, he tried to twist it into some other
Tradable.
question I didn't answer.
These are
He said,
No, you asked
What is
questions and you got answers you didn't like because he brought up basketball and all of a sudden you're freaking out.
I'm not
Yeah, hold-
freaking out.
Well, hold on a second. If you drop a basketball chest height, it's going to
Listen
drop
to this
vertically.
guy.
It's going to drop vertically. But if you drop one at 35,000 feet, it's going to get spin. And it's going to land probably a mile, 2, sometimes 5 miles away from directly below it. Right?
You got to do.
Are you okay with that? I'm
Now,
okay with
hold on
that.
into the break.
So when
There's
you
a lot of
say,
different spin.
so
Hold
when
on
you say,
into the break.
hold on.
James,
Hold
is
on, I'm
being
getting to a point.
brutally.
I'm getting to a point because the basketball is a spherical shape, so that's a certain identity of the variable being manipulated in this experiment, right? So and now if you
It's not an experiment.
if you have an anvil that won't fucking start spinning and create what they call drift. If you have an anvil, it'll still land not directly underneath the target at 35,000 feet. Did you know that? Even an anvil that weighs 500 pounds metal, it still won't fall at 35,000 feet straight down. It'll still drift no matter, and it could land from time to time, very few than not, straight down because it drifted.
Dude, what are you trying to do? Horizontal is flat. That's all you have to do right now.
No,
And like,
no,
look at what you're doing.
No,
This is what you're doing right now. You
No,
said
what
that
you're
there
doing-
is something
what you're
to be
doing by dropping
established.
something.
You were
Hold on,
saying
hold on.
a
Hold on.
horizontal is flat is too primitive, so you needed to bring up this garbage. And look what
No,
you've
no.
done. Look what
You're
you've
saying-
done.
No,
You've
you're saying-
totally ruined the day.
Just let me finish. You're saying that
hated
dropping
Glober,
something.
Can I ask
You're saying
this
that
guy?
dropping something at chest height.
Wait, do you have proof of what you just said, dude? By
Dude,
the
the
way,
Globetard just totally annihilated you. Just sit
No, he
down,
didn't.
James. Like
No, he
rolling my bowler just annihilated you. Sit down.
What did I say?
Ooh.
What did I
Yeah, he agreed that there's a referent.
Ooh.
I would love
did I
to
say?
ask James.
Still man me. What did I say?
Steelman you?
Yeah.
Given enough time, there's enough sight to see.
No,
That's
James.
the steel man
You
dude.
you asked
You don't
me.
even know my argument, and you're trying to say
James.
I got ruined
James.
without even.
You
knowing my
asked me to define vertical.
Yeah,
and I
vertical.
defined it for you.
From a
You
horizontal.
ignored me and the definition and jumped on to other things. That made me
No.
very angry.
Oh, okay. I heard somebody talking about fucking dropping something. My bad.
Yep.
So
You asked me to define vertical, and I said vertical is parallel to the direction a thing falls. You
No, it's what?
lost your
Vertical is
shit.
parallel. Okay. Vertical is parallel to the direction a thing falls.
Are you okay with that?
You asked me to define it.
Have you ever
That
seen
was
a
the
piece of
definition
paper,
I
Paul?
offered.
Have
Since
you ever
then,
seen it?
you've lost your shit.
Have you ever seen a piece of paper, Paul?
I
Yeah.
said that too. Guys, did you hear me say
What's the
Yes,
including
dude.
pieces of
And
paper?
rolling my boulder is dog walking you, bro.
I said that. I said
Rolling
excluding
my boulder
pieces
is
of paper
dog
and floating
walking you,
things.
dude. You
No,
need to
he's
pay
not, dude.
attention to what he's saying.
No, he's not.
Argue his arguments. Argue against his arguments.
No, he's saying that there's a vertical without a horizontal, right?
His arguments are my arguments. Wink, wink. So this should be easy for you. This should be an easy refutation. You're
The only way
getting
you can-
dog walked right now.
No, I'm not. The only way you can drop something vertically is if you have a
Hey,
horizontal
keep walking. Keep walking them.
to make sure it's vertical.
He says in the same breath, the only way you can have a vertical is drop something and blah blah blah. And what about pieces of paper that float down? This guy.
No, bullshit, dude. A vertical
Bullshit.
is
This
You just said,
guy.
what about a piece of paper?
You're getting
Yeah, see,
dog walked.
You're still not hearing me, dude. A vertical is based on horizontal. How do you know it's not 45 degrees? How do you know it's 90? How do you know it's 90 degrees and not 45?
I don't base my
What are you
verticals
talking
on
about, bro?
horizontal.
The straight
Dog
line,
walk.
the vertical, the straight line, the vertical, the straight line, the vertical. How do you know it's
Yeah, you
90?
Oh,
and not
that. Okay.
45?
You
Hang
mean the
on.
horizontal, the flat line, that thing?
Yeah,
My
yeah.
flat Earth
What's it
brethren,
reference
this
to?
guy is.
What is it reference
no
to?
good.
Hang on.
You
Hang on.
guys got
Roland,
this.
just keep
Hang on.
going. Keep going, bro.
No.
Keep
You
going,
don't
bro.
need me.
calling-
You don't need
You're
me.
calling me an idiot?
No, gentlemen, come on. What is this pedantry? What the fuck is going on here?
You don't need me. You
Other
got this.
than a piece of paper? The fuck's a piece of paper got to do with it? Everyone knows there's air resistance. Okay, you're formally acknowledging your understanding of air resistance to try and throw a fucking wrench in the fucking wheel here. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Dude, he's
are you guys all
Bevite.
fucking,
He's a Bevite, bro.
Are you guys all high? What
He's
the
a
fuck
Bevite,
is
bro.
going on up?
They're drunk.
Direction of falling.
And this guy's on shrooms. That guy's drunk.
Okay,
you
Yeah,
know.
I'm on shrooms, and that guy's a Bevite.
No, it was
Dude, you're
direction of falling vertically, not just direction of falling. It was direction of falling vertically. That's why I brought it up. The only way you can get vertical is with horizontal plane of reference.
God, dude.
No, mind you, no, dude, James, I'm acknowledging what you're saying. Vertical is the direction of parallel with things falling. That's fine. But what is this about all pieces of paper? Dude, if there's air resistance and it's floating in any which way direction, like I said before, you're formally acknowledging that there's an external phenomena that's going to cause it to drift outside of what it would, away from what it would otherwise do.
Yeah, but they couldn't pick that up. They couldn't pick up the barrier.
Because they're pedantic. Because they're all pedantic pieces of shit right now.
Yeah,
guys, what the fuck? You're just arguing to argue.
That's why I didn't acknowledge.
Why?
I was just trying to get to vertical. They couldn't pick up.
That's fine.
But you concede horizontal is flat, right?
No, they don't. They couldn't pick up the fact that things fall different in different mediums based on the symmetrics of the variable being measured in the medium.
No, me and Roland, my boulder, we agree that horizontal is flat.
And
we
the
agree
medium
that horizontal is flat. Are you okay, dude?
Wait, guys. James, first of all, that's not even as much as that is true. That's not even relevant because what that does is because the medium dependency has more of an effect on the speed at which something falls, or whether it does or not, depending on its density. Right? Something in water versus in air versus in bucket liquid mercury. That's a literal up or down, polar shift. Okay, that's not even, you don't even need to muddy the waters even worse with that. Okay? Your point was valid.
Yeah.
What
That's
these guys are doing, yeah. No, I'm stepping in here because everyone's yelling. Everyone's getting all hissy fitting and fucking shitting their pants over the stupidest stuff. Why are you guys even arguing? I don't even know. I jumped in last time because I was like, oh, something's going on here, and you guys are still at it. Are you guys missing medication or something?
Yeah, horizontal is flat.
Yeah, and you said that about 10 times, dude, and I agreed with you every time. And so did James.
yeah, and from a horizontal is the only way you're going to get vertical. Or 45, or 35, or 22, 37. Yeah, you're going to need a horizontal plane of reference.
Well, that's some math. Maybe can you define Earth define Earth? What do you mean by Earth?
You are you alive in the world today?
That's where the contention is. That's where the contention is. I say my chair is part of this Earth when we talk about it in that context. You say no.
Well, let me ask. Okay, let's dig into that. Earth as in the realm, or Earth as in shit that plants need, otherwise they fucking die.
Or like the chair. See, the chair was made by things that are on Earth by man. So the chair is man-made by things that are on the Earth. So
Right.
the question you're asking is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. To be honest, into the break, you're fucking high, dude. Go enjoy your trip.
Dude, don't just go and that's not an argument. You're fucking high, dude, is not an argument. That's a diss.
I'm not okay.
That's dissing me, dude. That's dissing me. That's not cool.
I am
Okay?
gonna diss.
Not a valid
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry for. Hang on. I'm sorry for gonna take this as an insult, dude. But you are high, and you sound very high. It's not going to get you very far in this argument if you're high all the time.
Well, actually, being very high would get me very far if you're flying.
You realize that
I'm glad you think so, dude. I'm really glad you think so. But you know what, in my experience,
Why are you freaking out on me? You don't need to freak out on me, dude. You don't need to freak out on me. It's okay.
I'm freaking out.
It's okay. Everything's okay. Calm down.
I'm not freaking out.
I'm freaking out.
I'm just saying it can be. Listen. I agree with you. It can be very interesting. My experience, go write shit down and come back sober, and simmer on it and shit like that. It's another story. But I'm telling you, it's
no. I mean that's different. Yeah, you just disgraced me and you just called me names. But yeah, I should go sit down and simmer on it. Yeah, I guess. No, you did. You put into question my intelligence, and it's okay.
It's
okay. That's not the topic of discussion, dude.
Stop it.
The topic of discussion is horizontal is flat. Everybody seems to be very upset. Horizontal is flat, just like the sky.
Hang on. You're attributing malice where no malice is, dude. I'm just acknowledging you're high. And it's evident.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. You can stop with disowning me. You can stop with degenerate sort of remarks about me.
I'm not.
It's okay. I don't take it personal. It's very fine.
Stop it. For a second you did. It doesn't matter. Stop. My point, I'm only jumping in because this whole argument went off the rails like 20 minutes ago. And I don't understand why.
It was longer than that, bro.
Right. Actually, you're right. Pardon me.
No, they thought it went off the rails.
Horizontal is flat. Nobody should start losing their mind.
No,
I'm losing my mind.
They laughed at me when it was still on topic of vertical, but they laughed at me when I brought up the piece of paper because they knew that a flat piece of paper isn't going to drop vertically. It's going to go.
No, but was that? I thought it was into the. I thought it was somebody else who mentioned.
Well, that's why they laughed, because they wasn't realizing what I was trying to say. They didn't realize.
But I thought you brought up the vertical argument, dropping stuff, and somebody
It's
else
all
threw
vertical.
that as a wrench into your wheel.
For the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes, it's been all based on vertical from my argumentative standpoint.
Yeah, but the piece of paper bit, was that not somebody else trying to jigger up your gear?
No. They didn't let me finish. So if you drop a flat piece of paper from chest height, it's not going to go vertically down. It's going to go from side to side. And depending on the day, it'll vary. No day will be the same. But aside from that, if you crumble up that same piece of paper that didn't drop vertically, well, now all of a sudden it will, because you changed the independent variable, the shape thereof, within a medium that you're measuring it in, that will change the effect, the cause and effect relationship. So until you crumble that piece of paper up, it just does the same thing, maybe always a little different, never, but always kind of the same. You see what I'm trying to say? It's all about the independent variable that you're measuring and the medium you're measuring it in. The combination of both these things will affect the outcome of any of the results you're doing. Once you either change the variable, the shape thereof, well, then that causes a different effect. Once you leave the variable the same and change the medium, well, that causes a different effect. A piece of paper will not, it'll float on water until it's saturated in water. Well, now you got water and the piece of paper, so now it'll fall through the water because it's the piece of paper along with the water. So all these, you see what I'm trying to say? It's like and if you crumble the piece of paper up, even in water, it falls different than if it stays flat. All these things matter. These are all different. All these things matter. Things go up in the medium of air. Things go down in the medium of air. Things go up in the medium of water, down in the medium of water, up in the medium of mercury, down in the medium of mercury, or some of them float.
Well, I gave you that. Up and down is a flat Earth geometric reference.
Yeah,
exactly vertical. Like vertical, I wouldn't say that's flat, but it would be perpendicular to horizontal, and that is a flat Earth geometric reference.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's
getting
wonderful stuff. It's wonderful stuff.
That's why I was trying to tell them that things will fall vertically at chest height, but they won't do it at 35,000
I've
feet.
dropped a balloon. Did that fall
won't
at
do the
chest
same.
height?
You'll get a
I
different
dropped the
result
balloon. I
as you
dropped the
go up.
balloon.
When you
Are
change
you
one
hearing me?
variable,
Are you hearing what I said? I dropped the balloon. Did it fall at the same speed, 9.8 meters per second squared, the average? Did it
No.
do that? No, it didn't do that. So you're not talking about that. So you're just a liar.
No, I'm not.
I would give it. I would give into malice. I would say it was just ignorance.
Into the break.
Not malice.
Into the break. Into the break. Into the break. If I may, hold on. If I may,
man, me still can't steal man.
No, into the break. Hang on a second, James. If you want to avoid little pedantic sort of little nitpicks like that, right? We all know things of higher density tend to go down in mediums with lower density than the item. So it's almost as if you have to be hyper specific and say, I'm going to take this thing that is X grams or X pounds per square inch and let it go.
What thing?
Well, let
me point exactly to what thing you're talking about.
Hold on, he's right.
Okay, I'll give you some examples, right? I'll give you some examples. I'll give you some examples, right? I don't know, a tomato, a brick, a fucking pencil. Who gives a fuck? I'm gonna take this pencil.
The apple grows from the tree and then it falls on Newton's head. Is that what you're appealing to?
Now you're trying to put. First of all, I said tomato. Number two, shut the fuck up and stop words in my mouth.
Wow. Well, so what if it was a helium balloon plant tree, and so it was helium balloons? So I'm dropping helium balloons.
No. Okay, into the break. Now you're being obnoxious. Quit fucking.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not at all.
Yeah,
I didn't do that at all.
You are right now. I'm trying to help
You're the one trying to
Richard
take
out here.
ownership over this globetard argument. And so
I'm not trying to take
if you're
ownership.
so desperate for
Dude,
it, why don't you represent it? Why don't you stand up?
I'm not.
Why
I
don't
don't
you
represent.
take ownership for the argument?
Dude, I don't. I'm not. First of all, I'm not a globetard. Okay, I'm not
Well, obviously
representing
I know that.
Yeah, Richard. I don't think he's a globetard either. I've heard him in here speak flat Earth stuff
Well,
before.
the question is, I think he's a
right?
bevtard. He doesn't understand what flat
No,
means.
I think
That's why
no, I
he's
think
very
that-
upset about horizontal being flat.
But he's not. Are you? I thought
Yes,
he
he
heard
is.
you say it was
This,
Richard.
you seem to be too now. You seem to be upset
No.
about that as well now.
No, I'm not. I already told you I agreed.
All right, I like that. That's cool.
He's on
I
mushrooms.
told you 4 times now.
You're
forgetting
treating
shit.
this guy like he's sober, dude. He's on mushrooms.
No, it's horizontal is flat though, right? I'm on mushrooms. Horizontal is flat. Can you confirm that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and yes, dude. Relax.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
cool.
Now,
having no
what
problem.
all I was trying to do now, before I lose my train of thought, okay, Richard, James, you caught my drift, right? This, being hyper specific and in general, right? In the general context of things.
I see what you did there, Mike.
Let me be
Hang on. Hang on. I just want to make. I didn't even get to finish my goddamn point, man. Right? In general, when you're dealing with people who like to nitpick, especially globies, right? Being hyper specific and pointing out that you're letting something go within a medium, that thing that is of higher density, right? Mass or mass over square volume into that medium, it tends to go down. And the opposite case, when you have something of less density than the medium, it tends to go up. Right? Using the term drop.
But am I nitpicking when I say that horizontal is flat? Is that nitpicking?
No, dude. I agreed with you on that. Stop.
No, I just want to confirm. No, I just want to confirm. I'm not nitpicking by saying horizontal is flat.
Okay, so let me confirm your confirmation. Right? For the 10th time now? In the last about 5 minutes? Yeah.
He just keeps asking.
So why I stepped in because you jumped in when he said something. I'm going to drop this thing, and he said, "Oh, what happens when I drop helium, or I drop a helium balloon?"
No,
like that even makes sense.
It's still pertaining to vertical. It doesn't have to do with gravity.
Exactly, but it's just going the opposite direction.
It's just vertical.
God damn! Why was that so hard?
No, this is good stuff. No, so horizontal is flat. We have a geometric reference. We have some things going up and we have some things going down. And we understand what that terminology means because we already, in P1, we already understand that horizontal is flat.
Well,
this is good stuff. This is great stuff.
Well, why do some things go up and why do some things go down?
Well, he just explained it to you, the densities.
Well, see, yeah. Well, see, you know what, James?
I know.
James, you know what?
I know the answer.
It doesn't have anything to do with that. That's why I don't want people to be dog walked when the premise of the shape is there, and we can just discuss that. We don't have to talk about what you think gravity is.
Yeah.
We don't have to go and do that.
Exactly.
P1 you agree with, P2 you agree with, Earth is flat you agree with by consequence. And so now you just don't understand shit.
Into the break. Sometimes I think you got a fucking split personality, man.
Well, that may be the case, but
I think
it's not a problem here in this argument.
Sometimes
it's not a problem here in this argument, though.
Don't fucking talk over the top of me. Sometimes you're really normal, and then other times you're a belligerent asshole.
You think I'm being mean right now by enforcing horizontal is flat?
I think you're being a fucking retard. That's what I think.
I'm not a nice guy because horizontal is flat.
I couldn't give a fuck if you're nice or not. Mick jumped in to explain.
Well, it seems like that's what your most important care is about.
And you started calling him a glober. Are you a fucking retard? Do you have any idea? Do you ever pay attention to the people who were talking
That
on the
didn't even
panel.
happen. Were you paying attention to this last like 2
I've been
hours?
listening. I've been listening for 2 hours, and I had to jump on because you're a fucking idiot.
Okay, so you came on to tell me that
Entirely.
horizontal
Yeah,
is or isn't flat. Is horizontal flat still?
I came
I'm
on.
an idiot, but horizontal is flat, right?
I came on to tell you that you're a fucking idiot.
I'm
That's
an
what I came on
idiot,
to
but
tell you.
horizontal is flat, correct?
Yeah, hey, retard, you're a fucking
I'm a
idiot.
full-on retard. Horizontal is
Yeah.
still flat, though, right?
Yeah,
We
retard.
agree.
You're a retarded idiot.
I agree. I agree on premise 1 and premise 2.
How many times?
Premise 1 and premise 2. There we go.
Premise 1, you're a retard. Premise 2, you're a fucking idiot.
Repetitive.
Now, see you later. Go and have a break. Into the breaks, having another break because he's too fucking drunk to talk.
No, Timbo, he's not drunk, dude. He's high on mushrooms.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
he's
Nah,
fucked,
bro.
man.
This is not mushrooms, bro. That's cap, bro.
I
No
don't
pun
hear
intended.
What are you saying?
I don't hear him slurring.
That's like fake shrooms or some shit. I don't know what that
I
is.
think he's definitely fucked up, but I don't hear him slurring.
If you take his word for it, he's on shrooms. Now, I wouldn't doubt it. Okay, I've experienced shrooms. I've heard people say some stupid shit. Right? He's not saying stupid shit. He's going at it. He's going at things in a very
No,
stupid, obnoxious way.
he's saying
He's
stupid
having,
shit, dude.
yeah, he's saying
Don't-
stupid shit, and he's having a
Don't tell him he's
conversation with
not
him,
saying stupid shit when he
Yeah.
is.
and he's having a conversation with himself. Like he doesn't, like he's arguing with Globers that aren't even there.
That's even more important.
Wait, was he? Fuck, I should have paid more attention. I feel like I missed out on some
No,
content.
that's even more important. Well said,
It was
man.
like every person he spoke to was a Glober, no matter what. It was fucked.
Yeah, and we answered the same questions like 10 times in the affirmative.
Horizontal is flat, right? Horizontal is flat, right? Hey, is horizontal flat? Hey, could you tell me if horizontal is flat? I want to know if horizontal is flat.
Oh man.
I mean, look, the
But
guy
I
certainly
like,
didn't.
like, I like him. You know what I mean? Like when he's normal, I like the guy.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean? But then he comes
Yeah,
on
yeah.
sometimes, and you just
Well,
go, "Who the fuck's this person?" He just
Well,
fucking
it's good-
switched.
It's good to know
I-
that he's not normal right now. So at least there's
Hey,
some
look.
people here that can vouch for him and say, "Hey, he's out of pocket."
It's okay.
You know?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you know, Into the Break kind of reminds me a little bit of percentage sometimes in terms of like the argument is kind of tends to almost sound like they're battling from one side or the other. Into the Break less so, but I have heard things from time to time like, wait, what? Is that
The
a
difference
globe
is
argument?
that Into the Break is always a flat earther, and percentage just kind of picks whatever day he wants, whether he's going to be a glober or a flat earther.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the difference.
But yeah, I jumped in earlier. Because I was
Fascinating, man. I'm glad you
Well,
did.
when I started
I was watching the
talking
car and I
about
thought, like, what's
when I
going on?
started
What
talking
else going
when I
on?
started talking about dropping something at chest height and 35,000 feet, it's almost like they thought I was talking about gravity all of a sudden when I wasn't. I was still talking vertical because at chest height it'll drop vertical, but at 35,000 feet it will not. They don't understand that there's so many variables. They're just using one variable and saying, "Hey, this will drop vertical." It'll drop straight. Vertical from what? Horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like
But,
no matter-
in saying that, like he wasn't wrong in what he said. You know, like yeah, dropping what? You know, like
well, in a sense,
he-
I
yeah.
can see that, but when it comes to, you know, like I was saying, where dude caught me and he understood what I was saying. You drop a basketball at chest height that drops straight down. Drop it at
Yeah.
35,000 feet. Nah, it'll never drop straight down. Never.
No way.
Never.
No.
It'll start getting dragged. The ball will start spinning, and it'll start creating what they call lift, and it'll go way off course. But at chest height, yeah. But that's the argument they use, the chest height one. They don't realize that once you go in elevation, which is the cause of the effect, once you go higher in elevation, you get a different effect. That was my point of vertical. And what is the vertical? If the basketball lands over here, what angle did it drop? What's that vertical reference from? A horizontal plane of reference. That like they just assumed I went off topic. They couldn't understand I was staying on topic.
Yeah. Sorry for my little outburst, but I was getting sick of it for 2 hours. I was listening on YouTube, and I was like, fuck, this is crazy.
I don't know, man. I don't know if there's anything to be sorry about. I think having a mod step in and say something was all that this room needed. I'm not a mod, so I can do shit. But my God, in circumstances like
Maybe
this,
he needs new powers, Mick.
I was just going to say, man, in circumstances like this, by God, do I wish I had them.
Yeah. It's like
I don't know what qualifies to get him there.
Yeah.
But
makes a big difference to be able to kind of control the room, and take it back to the topic,
What is your guys' thoughts on what I said though? Like, do you guys think I went off topic? What's
No.
your thoughts on what I said?
Not at all, man.
You think I was staying on point, or?
Yeah, I just think the conversation wasn't going anywhere because Into the Break was doing circles. Yeah. But
Yeah, because he just kept asking the same question: is horizontal flat?
yeah, he just asked me in the chat. Into the Break. If I unmute you, can you stay on topic and not think that everyone else is a glober? Can you do that? I know you can. All right. Gotcha, man. There you go.
Sorry, just to preface this, I'm not spoiling the well. I just want to say, I love you all, and you don't get to pick family, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, we love you too, man. Sometimes you get a little bit out of control. And I didn't mean what I said.
And that's okay. We all agree horizontal is flat.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think you're a fucking
How much
idiot.
shrooms have you taken?
Dude, I fucking love that so much. We all agree. Yeah. Even Fry, he's like, how much shroom? How many eighths of shrooms does it take for me to agree that horizontal is flat? It's like shroom.
Yeah.
Do
Shrooms
you
are
agree,
flat.
Fry? Hey, Fry, do you agree that horizontal flat?
Come on.
Sorry,
guys.
Timbo. I'm
Come
going to
on.
get in my 10 cents worth. The next one that
All
brings up drugs or drug paraphernalia gets an insta ban. So, we're not here to talk about drugs and shit. This is a flat earth server. What you do in your own time is your own problem. I don't want it in this room. We all understand it? Excellent. You want to test me out?
Sir.
See how you go.
Beautiful.
I understand, sir.
You there, Fry?
What's that?
Do you agree with Into the Break that horizontal is flat?
Yeah, man. Of course.
Oh, you do? Ah,
Of course he does.
awesome. So the plane that you live on is a flat plane of existence?
Ooh.
Oh, now he has
Okay,
to
is
define
that...
terms.
all right, so we live on a plane with a horizontal reference plane. We live on a horizontal reference plane. There's mountains, hills, valleys, all that shit. But the horizontal is the reference plane. Would you agree with that?
Wait,
Wait.
what's
What?
the longitude latitude?
Longitude and latitude comes from the sky.
It's funny you ask. That's how we measure the Earth flat overall.
Wait, what's happening?
So you did you know what
above
the, yeah?
Go ahead.
Did you know that longitude? Did you know that like those coordinate systems are from the sky and taken from a ground level
Understood.
horizontal ground? Yeah, like a lot of people don't know that that's where they come from. They say, "Oh, it's a position on a ball." You know, like you have to think about how they got that position. They got that position from elevation angles to the stars. So they
Well, you
say,
got-
okay, Polaris is 45 degrees away from me, or 45 degrees elevation
Wait,
angle
full
in the
solar
sky.
disease? What?
Oh my god, another one. Have you had a few drinks?
Yes.
So above sea level,
Give up.
that's
What is she
that's
doing out of the kitchen?
you got above sea level and below sea level, right? Sea level's the horizontal plane of reference. So there's things that are above it and there's things that are below it. But the zero, the horizontal, is sea level. Do you get it now? That's the zero, the horizontal.
I think she's 2 sheets to the wind.
Yeah, that's how we get elevation from sea
Do you
level.
want to talk about it?
Yeah. Can you hold a conversation?
No, I can't.
Or would you prefer to make me a bacon and egg sandwich?
Yeah, I'll take a turkey and cheese.
Better
You
off-
make
Turkey and
daddy a
cheddar.
sandwich.
You're
Turkey and
better off in
cheddar.
the kitchen.
Daddy wants a
Turkey and
sandwich.
cheese.
Now
What would
you
you like,
make
Mayo?
daddy a sandwich.
Daddy, would you,
You know
like
the
some
good.
sausage?
You know the
Daddy,
good
would you
thing
like some
about this woman.
sausage?
You know the good thing about this woman talking to us in the debate is she's not making a sandwich for her significant other.
True.
Oh, was that what a bad sad thing? Oh, whoops! I'm confused about the humor.
Huh? You can make.
Well,
You're allowed to make jokes.
First,
I
you're
mean, he
assuming
can
there's
chime
a
in if he wants
significant
to.
other.
I know the joke's already over.
All right. So do you
It
believe you
already
live on
happened.
a? Do you believe you live on a
Yo,
flying space
we're talking
ball?
about conclave. Let's go.
Conclave.
She lit, bro.
Conclave Earther? Holy shit! I've always wanted to meet one of those.
I mean, we're gonna get back on topic, right?
She's definitely LGBT.
I guess.
What have you been drinking tonight?
You've been hanging out with Into the Break.
Weller, fucking
Yeah.
Weller
This is my
bourbon.
hoe.
Yo, ain't that cheap ass hoe? Let's go.
What? Did you just turn into a black person?
I mean, pimping.
Wait, what'd you say? One more time.
Did you just change accents?
She
You
did,
had a
didn't
weird
she?
voice, and now you sound like Jenny from the block.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
And if I fucking am, you wanna deal with it? I bet you won't.
No, we don't want to deal with it,
Oh,
honestly.
What are you gonna do though? Like I'm just saying, like 1 minute you were Screechy McScreech, and now you're Jenny from the block.
Yeah,
Like, what's
they
the
beat
game?
her.
From the block. Timbo, you're
Hey, try
hilarious.
get some
Dude.
food, you know? Shit. They eat that fucking shit off.
Yeah,
but,
go back to the kitchen, feed yourself, get us the sandwiches, and if you can sober up, maybe we'll talk to you.
Do you
This
make
is
the
just
sandwiches
painful.
horizontally?
Dude,
Do you agree that
full
horizontal
on mute
flat?
and then mute and then full.
Hey, sandwich maker, do you agree that horizontal is flat?
Well, it's two different people. Now I get it.
Now, if you need help, just call up Platzi. Don't be shy.
Jenny from the block is more high profile. She's more like Strawberry.
Yeah, Flatsy makes soup sandwiches of cream out of cream. So no, this ain't the same equivalent.
Who unmuted into the break?
Maybe you should be muted.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep, but I think we should get some control of the panel here before
Okay,
I head
well, when you maybe get control of yourself, go to sleep. Shut the fuck up,
into the break, dude. Chill, bro.
bro. You are literally me. So it's cool.
What the fuck?
It's
Nah,
cool.
bro.
Don't advocate for your doppelganger to have silence and
You're giving us a
immutability.
bad look, then, dude. If that's the case,
Really, dude?
Come
Yeah.
on, hey guys, there was 2 new people in the room. Can we talk to them instead of you two? I don't know, get in a room or something.
don't come at me, Timbo.
No, I'm not. Man.
Come on, we're cool. We're cool, bro. We're cool.
I've been
Horizontal's
listening
flat.
too,
Hey, we're
Timbo.
all
I've been
cool.
listening too
Horizontal's
for the last
flat.
couple hours.
Everything's
Let's just get some
okay.
control. How about this? Since I'm a fucking mod, let's just get some control here.
Yeah, horizontal.
Yeah, I think after tonight, I don't think I'll ever confuse you two again.
Yeah, don't ever compare me.
You confused CB and Into the Break. Did ya?
Holy.
Yeah, some people. I'm not the only one, man. Their voices at times, during the day, kind
Oh,
of.
when CB's on that shit mic. You know that shit mic
Yo.
he's got? Like he's at different times.
You know what? I'm
Sounds
about to
like
catch a flight down to Oz. I'm about to catch a flight down under.
Sounds like he's walking through a tunnel, and then he's got this
He's coming in
good
clear
mic.
here.
Yeah. No, the one he's on now is great.
Yeah.
The one you were on earlier when QE was in the room, that was crap.
Oh, god damn it.
He's
Yeah,
gonna
whatever
catch a
it
flight
is.
to Oz.
I'm quite
He's never
jealous
gonna
of
find
you.
us.
Whatever
There's just
mic
trees and shit.
Yeah, whatever
You know
mic
what?
you're on now, whatever mic you're on now, CV, it's got some balls finally dropped to it.
Yo, man, I'm getting cooked right now. Holy.
Yeah, it's like, hey man, it's CB.
Yeah,
You're on
quite
Flat
jealous.
Earth Radio.
I'm quite jealous of his mic, man. It's nice.
Don't
Right?
tell AI. It's just an iPhone, bro. It's a new iPhone. That's all. All right, let's get back to
I don't think
He's coming in like Harry Mack.
I don't think AI can talk about microphones.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, man. That's so true. All right, who's the new guy? TN Outlaw? Tennessee Outlaw? You guys don't want to talk to that. Oh, she left anyway. Listening to them sober is one thing, but drunk ass bitches, hell no.
Can't stand their voices.
Fucks, bro. Sandwich makers, it's pretty funny though. I'm not gonna lie, I'm stealing that.
Help me out. Help me out here, because I'll admit I like to drink beer. To me, somebody that's drunk is slurring. Am I wrong?
No, that's
She admitted she was drinking, dude.
Yeah, but that don't mean she's drunk.
She was annoying. Just period.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Well, a lot of times these accusations get thrown around, and I don't necessarily agree with them, even when they're not on me. So don't take it that way.
Well, look, some people
I
can
don't know,
handle
man.
themselves and some people can't. So it's not the actual substance that's the issue. It's just the person.
And some people are it's quite evident that they're somehow under the influence. They're not answering properly, even though they're not slurring. They're not following the conversation. They'll forget something. They'll repeat themselves. Right.
Go off on a tangent. That's where they thought I went, man. It made me so mad. It's like, no, I'm still talking vertical. You're just mad at what the outcome is.
No, I think you were fine, man. But it is for reasons like that why I don't drink.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, when they find out some things don't drop vertically, they're like, "What? No, no."
You guys want to talk to Tennessee Outlaw? Seems like that's the.
Tennessee, it is.
Guys, get your pitchforks out. Light
Yeah,
those
let's do
torches.
it. I'll keep my pitchfork in the ground until I hear him. Depending on
Tennessee
what
Outlaw, you're up. Tennessee Outlaw, you are up.
Tennessee Outlaw, half Cherokee, and Cha Cha.
Oh, it's actually the Midnight Rider 2004. Ford Nissan.
It's one of those people that always change their names. You know those guys? They're just constantly changing their names.
You know, that's bad marketing, dude. It's terrible marketing.
Yeah, I know. You can't build a brand. Maybe they fuck up their brand.
And that's so funny.
they need to relaunch, you know.
Ford and Nissan is trash. By the way, maybe that'll get them to come off mute.
Hey, I've got a Nissan.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
We got two Nissans.
I have a Nissan also, by the way.
Yeah, so we got some brokies in the panel, guys. No, I'm just
Hey,
kidding.
come
I'm
on,
kidding.
man.
I'm kidding.
No,
I'm kidding.
really, it's actually been, knock on wood, it's been the most reliable card I've had for a long, long time.
You
So.
know, there's a stereotype that
Well, it's a truck, but
there's a stereotype about Nissans. Yes.
Is there? We got the brand new X-Trail Hybrid, which is awesome. And I've got the Navara, which is, what do you guys call it? Frontier or something like that?
Oh, nice, bro.
He's having a dig about Nissan drivers being brokies. What if you just happen to be driving a fucking GTR or some shit like that?
Yeah.
Godzilla. Yeah, so what do you drive?
Man, what is this 2007 Matrix, dude?
What do you mean 2007?
Did we just like flashback to 2007, dude? GTR, the fuck?
Don't they make new ones though?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
They all are.
They're,
It's worth about 150
I
grand.
don't care what you're driving. Just make sure you're driving.
No, the stereotype about Nissan is like that's the watermelon warrior
What does that
freaking
mean?
wagon. Watermelon
It's a
warrior
watermelon
wagon.
warrior. Oh.
Think about it.
Is that a black joke?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard something about watermelon and fried chicken about it being racist or something. I was trying to work out why.
That's fucking funny.
I mean, everyone likes watermelon and everyone likes fried chicken.
I don't even. Yeah, I just think it's hilarious. But yeah, there's like it's like the symbol here. You see Nissan, you're like, oh. You look in the window on the highway, like, oh, classic. Every time.
But you're
No,
thinking of like a Nissan, like Altima or something like that.
Altima,
right?
yeah, it's the Altima freaking.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I
some
know
like
what you
Asian bimbo or something driving it.
Every time, man. Beat the watermelon warriors, bro.
What's that car that people dubbed the tampon on wheels? Was it a Nissan?
The Prius? I don't know.
Prius. There we go.
Tampon on wheels. That's
Tampon.
funny.
It can't be a Prius. That must be a male.
Nah, I think it was. It was in a movie. I think it was Step Brothers
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
called a male.
There you go. He drives in on the Prius. He's like, oh, the tampon on wheels or something. Yeah.
Who just got banned? Wait, who just got banned?
Dude, look at the crash.
Mike and the boys.
Into the brick.
Look, if you watch the crash test on a Prius, you'll never fucking buy one.
Shit.
Yeah. Into the break got banned.
You will
Damn.
never buy one if you watch that video.
Matrix. Is that Matrix?
Matrix, what do you do? Dude? What talk shit in chat?
Look at the chat.
The mods can have a look in mod chat if they want to know.
Oh, Fry said don't use the F slur. Got it.
Well, there
Oh, the one that ends in the one that sounds like maggot.
Oh Lord.
That one.
Mhm. He needed a holiday anyways. 2 days won't hurt him.
And sometimes he does.
That, by the way, guys, that's not shroom, bro. That's just disrespecting plants out here. We're not gonna just sit here and let that happen. I don't know what that is. That's some other shit.
Yeah, they're supposed to make you a fungi.
Yeah, they make you. I see what you did there.
It's a dad joke. Dad joke.
Yeah, they don't do that. Whatever that is, I don't know what that is, bro. But that's some other shit, dude.
I got a dad joke.
If I
And,
did what
I got
he was
I got
apparently doing, I'd be sitting on the couch by myself, not talking.
I got a dad joke in the form of a poem. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Here's to the ladies in high heel shoes. Smoke all your cigarettes, drink all your booze. The only creature this side of hell that can get to a nut without cracking a shell.
Oh, wow.
Is that a misogyny joke? I love it. Nice.
You don't like it? You don't like? No, it's a Cheers joke that my grandfather taught us.
It's giving
You know?
misogyny. I like it.
Yeah.
It's like the perfect date where you get the home run too.
It's beautiful, ain't it?
Home
Except,
run.
except you still end up, um, monetary loss, but
You know what's crazy about it is
You got to pay to play, bro.
it's also somewhat true. That's what's crazy. Somewhat true.
All right, let's get back on track, guys. Let's try to get back on track, and then I'm out of here.
Yeah, I got a boot. I'll be
You mean
back.
on those parallel tracks? Is that what you mean?
Now that Into the Break's gone, I can go and relax and go back on YouTube. I don't get tempted to yell at them.
Hey, before
Sometimes I
you
like
go,
listening on YouTube because I can't jump in just willy nilly. And it's good because everyone, like, you get to hear everyone else kind of talk and stuff like that, and you don't really have any input. And sometimes it's good. Sometimes I like it.
So tell me something.
Timbo.
You're sitting there watching YouTube. You're having a great old time. Do you ever just yell at the screen and just go, "That's bullshit"?
Yeah, I do. When I'm in the car, I go, "What do you mean gas pressure? What is it? What do you mean a fucking gradient? What do you need in the first place, idiot?"
Timbo, you said you got split personalities. One's a fucking retard, the other's an idiot. That was so funny.
who's got that
that was
fucking mic?
mean, man. But
Who's the one with that crisp mic, dude? Say something.
that's
Who got the brand new mic?
Brand new.
Oh, there we go. Hold on. I still didn't catch your name though.
Bro, just get you an iPhone. It's CB, bro.
Some bitch.
I'm on the top slot. I'm underneath the YouTube.
Oh, there you
Pause.
are. I see you. Creation Bear.
Yes, sir.
Damn, man. It
Sound good?
wasn't cheap. Wasn't
It's an
expensive.
iPhone. It's just an iPhone, dude. It's not.
Really? Are
It's
you
nothing.
serious right now?
Yeah,
Man, that's crisp as hell.
you already know.
That's not an iPhone.
It's an
Like
iPhone, dude.
like the newest one you could get.
Yeah. iPhone Pro, nigga. It's nothing fancy. Actually, it is kind of fancy. I'm not
It
gonna lie.
is fancy. Everything, video, audio. It keeps getting better and better every time.
That's right, James Richard.
Of course,
It's
I'm
a
always right.
phone.
I'm always right. I'm never wrong. I always tell the truth, even when I lie.
I always tell the truth even when I lie. Nice.
Oh, that took you a while, didn't it?
How old are you,
Yeah,
James? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm too old to admit it.
That's hilarious.
You know what I'm saying? Let's say, I'll tell you this. I'm 46 years old, but really, I'm 18.
Yeah.
You see my dilemma? You see my problem?
Yep.
So what you're saying is you're 18 with 28 years of experience.
God damn it, Matrix! I'm just about to say
But
that.
what I'm saying is, I'll always be a kid at heart, even at 80 years old.
80. Goddamn.
Yeah, my dad at 80 is gonna say something like, "I'm 18 with 62 years experience or something."
That's awesome.
Good old dad joke.
Bro, I'm about to tick over one more year, and people think I'm like super young. I ask girls, the girls will be like, "How old are you?" I'm like, "Guess." Like 20 something, like 24. I'm like, nice try, bitch.
You're hitting 30, aren't you? You're hitting 30, aren't you?
Huh?
You're hitting 30, aren't you?
I'm about to turn 31, bro, in like 2 weeks.
Oh shit! Oh, you're only a couple months younger than me, man. Damn,
Yeah.
I forgot. I hit 31 back in December.
Happy birthday, bro. W, man. Wait, so 93? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
That's good stuff right there, man. Those 90s babies. We up.
We next in line.
We next. Exactly. Oh, man, that's good stuff.
Happy birthday to you ahead of time.
Thanks, dog. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
That's what's scary, man. You guys are up next. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wish you were next, James.
It's done. It's over with. All
It's
I can
cooked.
do
I mean,
is
You're
all I
cooked.
can do. All I can do is sit here and look at, like you said, what's next. Oh man, this is
well,
gonna get
to
bad.
be honest, James. To be honest, James, be thankful you don't have to go through what we're going through. This
Ooh,
generation.
facts, bro.
You know what I'm talking about. CD.
I do.
I would agree from a biblical standpoint what you're saying, because this generation, they don't know that much, so God's not going to judge them accordingly to people that do know and aren't saying
Well,
nothing.
there's that. But
You got to
there's
blow the horn. If you're not blowing the horn, then the blood is also on your hands. So you got to blow the horn. The problem with the new generation is God's not going to judge them like everybody else. They're so far gone.
They're cooked.
So far gone that he can't judge them like everybody else.
yeah, but it's we're trying to find that special someone who happens to not be one of those people you might judge as harshly.
Dude, they're
That's
telling
and
they're
that's
telling
too
you that a
easy to
man can
find.
be a
Let's say.
woman, dude.
Hey,
I mean, it's so far gone, dude. It's so
They're
far
cooked.
from grace.
They're
that's
cooked.
what I'm talking about.
So far from grace. It's
Yep.
ridiculous.
That's what I was talking about.
Information, so it's so they, so that can't be an excuse. You know what I mean?
James, you said like 18 with 62 years of experience is basically that's a pretty much summarizes the situation. It's unfortunate. They're 18 with a 62 body count. It's like, hell no. I'm supposed to, that's my special someone? Yeah, fuck no. It's crazy, James. Don't envy us, bro. It's cooked out here.
62 body.
If they tell
It's
you
probably
that,
worse than that, actually.
I
62
was
is, that's
gonna,
a low, that's a low
I
end.
I was gonna say, if they tell you it's 62 body count,
They're not telling me that.
at 100.
At 100,
No,
it's crazy.
Dude, this myth. Hold on. This myth about men being more sexual than women is so far.
It's cap.
Of course.
It don't
It's
even
opposite.
align with historical evidence. Don't even align.
Like, what
with
are we in the 80s?
historical
Of course not.
evidence. Like,
Just
women
tack on a
are-
zero.
Yeah, women
Tack on
are
a zero.
far more hornier than men.
Well, they just have the access. It's like horny or not, they have access. You
They're
know.
the ones thinking about sex all the time.
There's
Why do
also
you
biology too. They can get off multiple times.
why do you think they doll
True.
themselves up? Why do you think they doll themselves up? Because they're the
Yeah.
ones thinking of sex.
James, you know what? You're sharper than I thought. You know, that's true. Because like they'll be like, "Oh, well, I do it for me." No, you don't. You're because it's I'm out here in layers, and you're in a fucking skirt with nothing on. You're doing that for you. That's fucking cat, bro.
Yeah, yeah, you know what's up. You know what I'm saying.
Hey, how's this, CB? You'll probably like this. Years ago, the joke was, why do women wear makeup and perfume? It's because they're ugly and they stink.
That's
Oh, that's great. I should have seen it coming and I didn't. That's a good one. How did I not hear that one before? Hold on. Say that again. Say it again. One more time. One more time.
Why do women wear makeup, perfume?
Because they're ugly and they stink. That's great. That's great. That's great. That should have been. Oh man, that's great. Simple and easy.
Man, I just felt
That's
T
simple
Dub
and
and
easy.
Timbo's missus both shake their head at the same time.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, right? That's great. That's great.
You mean Tebow and Tim Dub? Don't get me confused.
Them too.
Right.
Them
Well,
too.
historically, you wouldn't know it in today's society, but historically, supposedly, I'm not saying it's true, but supposedly, you could smell women when they're on their, you know, period.
That's nasty.
Before we had like deodorant and stuff like that, allegedly, you could tell, men could tell, like they wouldn't have to ask, they could tell by the scent, allegedly. Not saying that's true.
But isn't that not necessarily about their quote unquote smell, but by their
It's a
hormonal profile?
natural pheromones, allegedly.
Pheromones. There you go. That was.
Yeah, natural
So
pheromones.
it's more of like an intuitive sense that just so happens to go by the olfactory gland, but you don't
It happens to
consciously say, "Oh, I smell rotten." You know.
when you get to a certain age, it happens to have a particular scent. Most adult males know when it's going on.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, now with all the chemistry sets handed out to young girls, they get so used to putting that on, no one really notices it.
True. You know what? Speaking of, I mean, that's kind of nasty as vulgar. I don't even know why we're talking about this, but have you ever walked into like a unisex bathroom after a chick walks out? It's like, what the fuck is that? Why is this? What is that smell? This is fucking weird. It's like a bomb went off or something. It's shit's I don't even know what that is.
Or just walk by a ladies' washroom when because in some public places they just keep the doors open.
I saw it. I saw
What I mean?
freaking.
The big like when they're larger washrooms with like more cubicles inside. That like there's no one door. It's just like an opening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, dude. I hate to like bring it up because I don't even know why we're talking about this, but I saw a freaking like a YouTube TikTok or whatever where they were talking about this and they, Call of Duty when you throw a flashbang and like like that's how it feels, dude. It's like what the fuck, dude? What is that? You said chemistry set? Yeah, pretty much. It's like, exactly. It's like what the that shit.
Well, they also try to hide it, right? Like that's their worry. They don't want to fart in front of you. They don't want any bodily like these are the things they try to hide with modern technology.
Well, that's what women are into. That's their market. They're selling purity.
But
So
think before the technology, like when all you could do is go off scent, smell. Makes sense to me. I don't know if it's true, like I said, but definitely makes sense.
But at least back then they had actually
Well,
most of them had something.
they couldn't put something up there to soak it up. They couldn't.
Ew. Okay. All right. You know what?
There's a lot of modern things that get rid of that scent where you can't tell.
You know, scent or not, man. At least nowadays, back then, at least back then they had some. Most of them had something to show for it. Now they've all given it up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they stank or nothing. Don't please girls don't put those words. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that natural attraction used to be by natural pheromones long before deodorant or
Yeah, that shit's out the
cologne.
window.
That shit wasn't even around then. So think of that.
We're cooked. And you know what's funny? I don't even think there's that many young people in this community. I'm not even. I mean, people look at me as young, but 30s. We don't have like a super young. Most of us are older. It seems like Indio, Sunny, QE, James Richard. Like you would think that flat earthers are a bunch of like young idiots, and it's actually they're like seasoned vets. You know,
Eric
interesting.
DeBay actually had and I'm sure he's not the only one. He's just the only one that comes to mind on the fact that flat Earth has never died down, or it's never died out. It only died down. So from day
No.
one of the known existence of man, there's always been people that believe the Earth to be flat. There's never been a case where everybody on the Earth thought it was a sphere. That's never been ever happened. Most people don't know that flat Earth has been around since 1920 in New York City, Manhattan. It was taught in schools.
Since 1920, there's
19 yeah.
documentation that goes back to the 1700s, mate.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, but it goes even further back than the 1700s. I'm
And
saying
that's what we can confirm.
Yeah, but I'm saying the recent one is more important because flat Earth goes back to the beginning, the very beginning. So what's more important is how long does it go to? In my opinion, anyway. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, true.
All right, guys, I want to roll out of here. I'm gonna get some sleep. We gotta have an early day tomorrow. W panel. Shout out to Timbo for popping on. Shout out to my boy Matrix, Wooly. Shout out to Mike. Bro, Mike, dude, you had me rolling earlier. I'm a big fan of your work. And so,
Shit. Oh, thank you, man.
yes,
Have a
sir.
good night, man.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
We'll do this again tomorrow. Keep cooking, guys. Keep the chat rolling.
Catch you, CB.
All right, boys. Peace out.
Well, someone's got to say it. All right, lads, chuck them W's up for CB in the text chat. See if he gets one.
Is the horizontal flat?
We talked about that for almost 3 hours. So
Yeah, I was being sarcastic.
yeah.
So
mean, it is related to the topic, but it was a little bit, a little bit overboard on just that one particular topic, at least,
Well, if you went to answer it, he would just ask it again, as if you never answered it.
Yeah, he was definitely high on something for sure.
Yeah, he admitted mushrooms.
Yeah, guys, no, don't care. Not talking about that shit. Anyways, Digital Dream, welcome, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Welcome, Digital Dream.
Yes, you can talk. Yes, you can ask questions. No, we don't bite. Hard.
And if you're talking now, you might be on mute. Check your mute.
Or you can just run away. Oh, as you were.
It's a good effort.
Did you guys hear about the Andrew Tate stuff, the brothers and all that, and the news cycle and all that?
All
No,
that
what have they done
gossip.
now?
More gossip.
I guess they're in Florida now, and I guess like the Florida DAs is trying to charge them on all that stuff that happened overseas from Bulgaria or whatever.
Oh, in Florida, Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, because they, I guess they let them travel because because they're U.S. citizens too,
But Florida's charging.
Yeah, so like apparently they're trying to bring charges here in the U.S. now based off the charges from 3 years ago over in Bulgaria or something. I don't know, but
Against Andrew Tate, where he was let free. That's a double jeopardy. They can't do that. I guess they can because it's U.S. law and a foreign law, and it's not a double jeopardy. But
I was kind of curious. I don't really know all the details of it, but you think they're just trying to get him because he's like really big in the flat Earth? You think that's part of it, or?
well, I just think it's a whole propaganda show. It's all theater, and once you get involved in the theater, they got you where they want you.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know about
That's just
a lot of that. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
Yeah, even America, Democrats and Republicans, it's all a theater to divide and conquer. I mean, if the Earth is flat, then it's all theater. All of it.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah.
All of it.
I mean, if
all of it is theater.
I'm pretty convinced that it is flat though, so it's just me though.
Well, it's measured that way, and that's hard to overcome. It's just hard to overcome when you measure something to be flat. That's hard to overcome. Like, how do you?
Yeah, plus the whole natural law of gas pressure.
We measure it flat, we measure it flat, but it's actually spherical. Well, then why would you measure it flat? How would that work? And how could flat and spherical work out the same?
Yeah, and the whole gas pressure thing too. That's like a natural law. So
yeah, there's so many.
There's a unnatural that's not a law that everybody claims is a. They claim it as a law, but it's not really a law that they say is goes against the actual law. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they think it's an actual law, but it's not because we don't know what it is on the other side. That goes and actually contains the actual natural law.
Yeah, there's so many things that defy natural law and science, and people are like, but it's scientists saying it. Are they? Well, I don't care to find out. They're labeled scientists, therefore they are one. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson's a scientist? Come on, dude. Bill Nye, the science lie? Come on. These guys are so far from it.
Bill denies science guy. He was an electrical
Science
engineer.
lie. Yeah. Bill
Nice.
Nye, the
Never heard that
science
first.
lie.
Yeah.
Well, the reason that we see boats disappear over the horizon is because the Earth is curved. See, look at my experiment that I set up with the curved Earth. Yeah, they're all clowns, dude. Clowns. Fucking theater. People clapping their hand when they finish the movie. Oh, that's a great movie. I have no problem with that, but as long as you understand it's not real.
Hey, check it out. Big Sky. How's it going, man? Big Sky slaps. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. What's your take on the whole subject? Are you a roundy or a flatty? Or you're a runawayer? Ah, cowards. How's your work, guys?
Technically, he can't even use the word roundy. Sure, everybody's seen a dinner table that's round.
Ah, so that's all part of the setup there, James. So what happens is a would-be
Right.
volunteer jumps in and you ask them, do you believe it's round or flat? And then they'll normally go, it's round. Well, and then normally you've got someone like QE or Alpha or Jedi or someone hiding in the background and they'll go, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
And I just set them up to get their heads taken off.
Not only that, but it's not even a setup. All you're doing is setting up the truth. It is absolutely true.
No, I'm
It's not a
setting them
lot.
up to fail.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's somewhat
yeah.
entertaining.
Yeah, because of truth. True. Yeah, true. It's absolutely true that round and flat are not mutually exclusive. Damn. Matter of fact, the pizza is fucking round and flat.
Yep.
That's right.
You know, the sausages could be the mountains. You know, there you go. Look at that. Look at that. Based on elevation angles from the horizontal surface of the pizza.
Yep.
Here we got Daz was. Daz was what? What was Daz? Another one? Doesn't want to talk. Or is it a Dazwa? Anyways, welcome to 24/7 Daz. What brings you here, mate?
We've already got a Daz. Sorry. Position's taken.
Another one doesn't want to
If you
talk.
can do a James Rain impression better than Daz, we'll replace you.
Oh shit. Game on.
Well, we'll replace him with you.
If I see someone coming in with my name, I'm gonna flip. Here in a few weeks or whatever. Like to change the name and all that, you know.
No, he didn't take the challenge.
Has anybody come in with with your Matrix name or close to it, Matrix?
No. But if
Oh,
they do, I change my name to the other one and then I go to town.
Yeah.
So yeah, then it goes from Matrix to Banhammer, and yeah, that's not good.
Yep.
DJ had a fucking fan there one for a while, like with the same profile, same name, trying posing as him, going into servers and typing shit, and oh man, that was bad.
Wasn't that Starlife that was doing that for a while?
Was it?
Yeah, I thought it was.
I
Might
don't
have been
know.
another one, but yeah.
Yeah, it probably was him. I don't know. Yeah, or misinformation maybe. I don't know.
There is one out of context question I would like to ask Globies. Are they for a one world government? Being how they're Globies? Just out of curiosity.
I would hope no, just because the whole suppression of freedom and all that would be a big deal. You would assume, but
What do you mean? You're not united we stand, divided we fall.
They're getting all their information from globalists. So that's why I'd be curious.
Don't you want everybody to live in peace and harmony?
I don't care if it's peace, harmony, or war. I just want people to fucking stand for what they believe and not fucking trade. That's all.
No, I'm sorry, guys. Look, I know you've got your measurements and all that. And it's irrefutable. But the sun, man, the sun in Antarctica. I'm sorry, I've got to go back to the globe.
What did it do? Did it shine too bright?
It went wibbly wobbly around above the horizon in the sun, like around 360 degrees.
They filmed it too. It turned into an egg.
Yeah, that's more proof.
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously there for 24 hours, so obviously it's a globe.
Look, we predicted it. You know, we said if globe, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's game over, man. Affirming the consequent fallacy proved it.
It's weird how, even though a globe is symmetrical in all directions, it's weird how you only get one thing in a certain area, even though it's symmetrical. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe I'm entertaining their idea too much.
wait. So what are you referring to though?
The 24-hour sun, like
Oh, right.
Their idea is 24-hour sun. Therefore, the ground I walk on is a sphere. Like, I'm trying to entertain it. Like, how is that rational? 24 hours sun in Antarctica. So there's a specific place on Earth you can observe a 24-hour sun, and that means it's spherical. How could that would defy spherical? It would defy it. Couldn't be. You couldn't have that on a sphere. 24 hours in one spot, even at the poles. Couldn't be. How is it the sun's antipodal to it on the other side?
That's slightly pointing towards it.
Yeah, both sides would have to be without the sun, if one is.
No, you got your axis, man.
No, it's a sphere, right?
Yeah,
Picture-
tilted and rotating on a
Okay.
23.4 degree axis.
Okay, 23.4 degree axis. The bowling ball is spinning, rotating. And there's a light source trying to duplicate the sun on this bowling ball, right? So if there was a 24-hour sun or darkness, you couldn't have one with the other. It would only always be one, like a wheel, where you shine a light on it, and the rest of the part is in darkness.
Actually, that does kind of make sense a little bit. Yeah. I'm trying to picture it though, but
Your axis doesn't change.
What are you talking about? Axe, dude, you're talking about something spinning in a specific direction all the time, never changing.
No, the sun's not spinning, bro. It's in the middle and sitting there still.
No.
Well, orbiting a little tiny bit.
Globers are saying the Earth is spinning, the sun is not moving. The Earth is spinning.
Yeah.
So if the Earth is spinning in a specific axis, and one part of the axis it's nighttime for 24 hours, it should always be nighttime there.
No, the axis doesn't change. It's always facing the same direction.
Think of a wheel
as it goes around.
Think of a wheel spinning, and on the wheel you got hold on. Let's say the wheel is 100 miles. 100 miles.
It's not always tilted towards the sun.
You have light. The other section of the wheel is complete darkness. Do you think the light would ever go to the darkness?
Wait, what?
Never changing. Just constantly doing the same spin, right? Like a wheel. The wheel is 100 miles long. You got a flashlight on one part of it, right? The other part of the wheel is always in darkness because you're never moving the light source, right?
But we're talking about a sphere.
Yeah. I'm getting to that. That's my point. So the wheel, like an unbalanced wheel, you know how they say we'll never feel it because it's perfectly balanced. But they say there's a wobble. So it's not a balanced wheel. From that, I'll digress. But
that's tiny wobble. It takes too long to notice.
If you have a light source shining on a bowling ball that's spinning consistently in one direction, never changing, light and darkness would never change from that ball. I mean, it would as it rotates from dark to light, but all the parts that are always in darkness would never change. They would always be in darkness. They wouldn't go from one to the other if it's
because of the axis tilt. It would.
Well, that would be a wobble, and a wobble we could feel, right?
No. The wobble is too small. You won't ever experience that in your lifetime.
It's like we don't know the rotation either, so right?
The whole thing that I'm bringing up is why they declared there is a wobble, right?
Yeah, but that occurs over thousands of years. It's not like in a year or a day or anything.
The whole model used to not. I can't even say model because it's not a model, but the whole ideology was it's never changing. It's always the same. Every star, always the same. Every month, every day, every year, every night, right? Like never change. How could you have it change in one area, sunlight, from 24-hour sun to 24-hour darkness without affecting the other? How is that possible?
Because of the tilt.
No. Even with the tilt, because the tilt is always spinning on that tilt. That tilt is never changed.
It's a fixed axis, so it doesn't.
Yeah. So if it's not wobbling, it's perfectly balanced. But if it's wobbling, it's not perfectly balanced. right?
Over thousands of years.
Well, the only way you could get 24-hour daytime or nighttime in Antarctica, right, is if it was wobbling. Other than that, it would be the same day and night all the time. Never change.
No, because the axis isn't 90 degrees, or it's not equal to the equatorial plane.
Oh, hold on.
To the elliptic plane. I mean.
Okay, spin a fucking bowling ball in one direction, never changing. The bowling ball is never changing. In a darkness of a room, and then you bring a fucking flashlight and you shine it on one spot of the bowling ball, just on one spot, specifically so there's
Yeah,
darkness.
but it's also orbiting. It's also orbiting
No.
around that light source.
That could only happen if it was consistent all the time, never changing. That would be the result.
No, the orbit causes the seasons, right, and the effects of a 24-hour sun in one part of the year on the northern part of the axis, right, and then another part, and then 6 months, later, it's like on the other side. It's on the other end because then your southern axis point is pointing towards the sun. And then 6 months later, the northern point is pointing towards the sun, and the south part's pointing away, and isn't receiving the light.
Those are all cardinal directions based off a horizontal reference plane. When you say east, west, north, and south, so you can't utilize that. My point is, and you're not. Can you strawman my argument? Make sure you understand what I'm trying to say. And if you don't, just admit it. I'll try to do it again.
Still, man.
Yeah, because it sounds like what you're saying is that the axis of rotation is constantly facing in one direction towards the sun, and where it's a fixed rotation and it changes throughout the year as the Earth orbits around the sun, right?
No. As the Earth orbits around the sun. That's your claim? So that's what makes the change in the degrees?
Yeah, because you can't just take into account the rotation. You got to include your orbit around the light source as well.
Okay. I can understand that, but in this argument, you're at least acknowledging that this solar system that's working is flat, right?
Yeah, the solar system is somewhat flat. I mean, like, not every planet is following that elliptic plane.
Yeah, it would have to be flat for that to occur. To have a light that's never moving shining on a ball that is moving.
Yeah, some of the planets are slightly off.
Have you ever
kilter? Like they're not perfectly in the plane. The sun's equatorial plane.
Are you familiar with a timing belt on a combustion engine?
Yeah, what?
You're familiar with the timing belt?
A little bit. I'm not very mechanically minded.
You know how the light you shine on it pulses to catch that line every revolution?
Right. Yeah. I've seen people trying to calibrate it. Yeah.
So in that scenario, with the bottom of the timing belt where you're shining the light on the top of it down into the motor carriage, would the bottom of that timing belt receive different light, or would that light be consistent all the time? The part of the timing belt that's in darkness. Would it be consistent all the time, or would it ever receive light?
Where's your light source in relationship to the?
It's never moving, never changing.
But where is it positioned?
It's shining down on the top of the engine, but it can't hit the bottom of the engine where it's in the cast, so the rocks and shit don't hit it. There's that little plate that protects it. So it's down there in darkness all the time, never changing. When does it ever receive light?
Right, but if your whole timing belt was in a going in a revolution around the light source, right? So different parts of the belt would receive light at different times.
But they would always receive it at the same time, right? Never changing. It would never change. It would never go from 24 hours of light to 24 hours to darkness. That would never happen, right? That would never
In a situation where the Earth is just in a fixed position and not in an orbit, and the light was just coming from one direction continuously.
Yeah, the light's in a fixed position on the timing belt, and the timing belt never changes. It just keeps going around, never changes, right? So how could you have different lights?
Yeah, okay. So it can't. But if the whole timing belt was also in another motion, going around the light source,
The light source is never.
Yeah.
Oh, so if the timing belt, even then, it would still time out, right? No matter what, all the time, it would still time out in darkness. It's casted in the shadow. It's got a protective plate.
I don't know.
Okay, your timing belt analogy is not doing it for some of us.
Hold on. No matter how many times you spin the vehicle around in an orbit, the light shining down on the engine will never change as it goes around it. And even if you changed it to where it was going around the light bulb centrally, you see what I'm trying to picture in a warehouse, it would never change. It would always do the same thing. Never, always.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I could actually.
Darkness
Your
would
timing belt
always
analogy
point-
is not doing it for us, James. Okay,
Yes, it would,
check it out.
because
12
the
past
darkness
the hour.
part of it, the
Yeah,
darkness
it's
part
not
of the
working
timing
because
belt-
half of guys don't even know what a timing belt is.
Well,
Have a
all I'm
look at
trying
12
to say
past
is
the hour. You got a light
the
source in the
circuit.
middle, boltards going around the outside of it. So we're going to use that because you might be able to work off of that.
whatever's in darkness would always be in darkness. That's my point.
But it's rotating. So one side is going to be lit up. So this is based on the Helio Stupid model. One side is lit up, the other side is not. Because of the rotation, it moves into light, and the light side moves into darkness.
Absolutely. But the part that's 24 hours darkness would never change. It couldn't change without the other ones changing. It would always be in darkness.
What? Maybe it's a lack of comprehension of the quote unquote model that they present, right?
Okay, Richard, James, what I want you to
Oh,
do,
hold on.
see the image that's at, when the stupid time ago, 12 past with the 4
Do
balls.
the 23.4 or whatever degrees. So it's rotating at a so-called tilt.
Okay.
Even though it's a sphere.
That
It can't
tilt,
go-
see the picture that's at 12 past the hour, yes or no? Do you see the image that's at 12 past the hour? James? I'm trying to help you here, mate. Hello? James Richard.
Is it the one with the? Hold on, dude. Keep forgetting I got pushed off. Hold on.
No, that's all right. I was just worried I lost you there. I was going to say, oh shit, what's happened?
Says night and day should flip every 6 months. Yeah. I'm not saying there isn't inconsistencies in what they're trying to say is reality, but from the basic concept of it is that axis of rotation, right? It remains fixed in its orbit around the sun, so that it changes the angle of the light on the surface, right? So like as it goes around, so that different parts of the Earth get more and less sunlight throughout the orbit because of that fixed axis of rotation. That it never changes, but that as a result changes the way the light is, the surface receives the light from the central light source. That's their explanation for what you're talking about.
Is it the image that says night and day should blip every 6 months
Yep,
if you
that's
were
the
orbiting
one.
around the sun?
Yep, that's the one, mate. What I want you to do, on the right-hand
yeah.
ball,
This
if
actually,
you click
okay,
on
go
it
ahead, go ahead.
and have a look, you see how there's a red line. The Earth's axis isn't the vertical one, it's the red tilted one, which is the
I
23
see,
point whatever degrees.
yeah.
Now,
But they're not
on that
showing
red,
that as a
on that
shadow.
right-hand ball, have a
They're
look
not
down the
showing.
bottom. See how the red line is out in the sunlight the whole time? And on the far left-hand ball, the red line is out in the sunlight all the time. That is their claimed action from the North Pole and the South Pole. Arctic versus Antarctic, 24-hour sun. That's how they claim it happens.
And then 6 months later, it switches.
Even that don't agree with it though. If you think about it, look at this and think about that. Look at
Yeah,
so the
but it's
red line,
rotating
hold on.
around the red line, not
Okay,
around the
so-
vertical white one.
Right.
So if it's rotating around the red one, that means that
Horizontally.
whole area down the bottom is lit up. Either side, you can see the light band, either side of the red line.
Right,
so on the
but then-
left-hand side, you can see where the actual sunlight is, because if it's a true ball tard and the sun is allegedly bigger than it, it would light up at least 50% of it.
Okay,
Maybe
okay,
50
I
point
see
something
it. I see it
percent.
now.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I don't have the words to articulate it properly, but like that's basically what I was trying to describe.
You articulated it very well. Very well done. I absolutely see what you're saying now. Because what I'm picturing is the red line should be the shadow, but it's actually spinning
On the red line, yes.
on the red line, but
Correct.
the shadow
Yeah.
is vertically.
Now that does apparently, right? Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Sorry, Tito, go.
Now that does apparently wobble, but over the course of what is it? How many thousands of years is it? I can't remember now.
Quarter million.
Yeah.
50,000.
I just gotta
Wow.
say, a flat earthers described that to me better than any glober has ever done. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But even then, it would still be consistent, ever changing, right? So how could you have 24 hours even with that light? Like you're saying, think of this, think of what I'm saying. Think of what I'm saying. How could there be 24-hour sunlight for so many months? Months.
Because it takes months for the sun to get from one side to the other. So for about 2.5 to 3 months, you'll still observe a 24-hour sun in the north, and then 6 months later, it slowly transitions, and then you see the 6 months sun after.
That's their explanation for why we have longer days, shorter days, right? Longer nights, shorter nights,
I
etc.
can kind of see it, but it still doesn't. Maybe I'm being biased. You're doing a very, very good job of describing it. That's for sure.
The longer days, shorter days thing, I think's
But it
bullshit
would-
myself.
but it
because
would
if it was a
never- it
ball
would-
rotating at a constant speed and light covers 50% of it, you're either in daylight or not.
Yes, that's my point. Like, I can see what you're saying there, but at the same time, it's like if you look at in that where it's traveling around the sun and that's what's causing it, that wouldn't be because it's always vertical or horizontally. Like you see how the yellow straight line goes from the Earth on the left to the Earth on the right, and it's perfectly positioned in between them, in the middle of them.
Mm-hmm.
You see,
Yeah,
what
there's shitloads of things like you can ask questions about, like, okay, so is the equator where, perpendicular to the axis of rotation? Because if that's the case, then why? Because that's supposed to be pointed like always at the sun, isn't it? Like,
yeah, like it wouldn't. I could see how what the gentleman's trying to help me out on it would take place, but in this very image, it couldn't.
because the equator is supposed to be that perpendicular to geographical North Pole, which would be that indicative of that red line, right? Or am I wrong, or what? I don't know. Is it it's like a band that moves partially in and partially out of a band, isn't it? Like I don't know if that's how they explain it or not, but
Look at the image as the Earth rotates around the sun while it's spinning on that red axis. It just keeps doing that. It would never change from it. It would always, no matter. This image does not help the argument, although I finally understand the argument clearer than I ever did. I will admit that. It's never going to change it's going to be like a fucking wheel on your damn car. Look at it. So on at the rim, you got a ball that's turning around. Even then, it would never change wherever the light source is. Every day and night would be the same.
But it's like a wheel.
Day and night would always be the same.
No, but it's like a wheel. Like, okay, so if you want to use a wheel, so it's like if a wheel was tilted at 23.5 degrees, let's say, right, or let's say even 25 degrees. So it's tilted at 25 degrees, right, and you put it on one side of your light source, right. The tilt is the top of the wheel, right, is tilted away from the light source, right. Then you move it over to 45 degrees and 45 degrees of a circle, right, on the other side, onto another side of the light source. Now let's say that that it's still facing the same direction it was tilted before, but now the side of the tire or the wheel is like pointing at the sun or the light source. Right, now move it another 45 degrees, right? Now the tilt is facing towards the light source. Now move it and keep going around in that circle. Now the left side of the right. But the tilt is always facing the same direction.
Yeah, but day and night would never change because look at where the light's coming from in this image. Day and night would always stay the same. Look at the shadow on the earth. So you're spinning in this direction, but the shadow never changes. Just because the earth spins in a tilted direction doesn't mean that it's not a vertical fucking shadow from the light source. It's always the same. Always.
Sorry, I meant to say 90 degrees, not 45. I'm all over the place with my fucking math. Sorry, man.
Yeah, but we don't experience a 24-hour day anywhere. And if you did, it would never change. According to this image, it would always stay that. Every day and night would be the same. It couldn't be the same in the center of it and not the fucking poles, allegedly. Poles. The light source, so the Earth's rotating where the red line is in that tilted degree, right? But the light is a vertical line on it, and it'll never change. Never, no matter which way you turn it. That light source is going to cast a shadow vertical that would be never changing as a even if it rotated around it. It's that light source is going to be spherical always, day and night, would never change. And the only way day and night does change is because we invented the clock. So you get daylight savings. But without that, it would just be the same all the time, never changing. Everything that's in a circuit will never change. You couldn't have it's in a circuit. Am I wrong? Am I still off base? Because I feel like I am the more I look at this image. No matter what way you tilt the spin, the light source is at the center. And it's consistently, as it's moving around the sun, never changing. That angle, axis, whatever. It's never changing. 24 hours, same axis. You couldn't have two different time changes. It would always be the same. It's in a circuit, never changing. That's what a circuit is, never changing.
This one does, though, every 6 months or over a year. It rotates around an axis 23.4 degrees, so it's not completely stable. That's what everyone's trying to point out to you.
Room for error, not stable. I'm really, the more I look at this image, I'm convinced that it does make sense. But I couldn't see even look at all four of the north, south, east, west spheres here, right? No matter what, they're always tilted the same, spinning the same as they go around it, never changing tilt, centered on the light source. How could you have? I don't know. I'm still because even as it's going around it, you still have day and night, 24 hours, day and night. If your day and night changed as it went around it, the tilt would have to change. The tilt stayed the same. The shadow would always be the same, never changing.
The tilt always stays the same, but the relation of the tilt to the object causing light that the sun changes over 6 months. Let's say in 6 months, the north tilt is towards the sun. 6 months later, the southern tilt is towards the sun, where the north is away. So it changes over 6 months, doesn't it?
No, not in this image, it don't. In this image, the north is the north all the time.
Okay. It's to do with the relationship of the light source and the angle of the red line. So see the white vertical dotted lines on the left and right hand images? And how they're different to the red one that's at 23 point something degrees? That's what causes it. Even though the red line tilts slightly to the right on both images, have a look at the difference of the light on both images. See how it's different? That's what you're looking at. That's what happens.
I can see it way better than I ever did before, but let's say you tilted these Earths in this image where they was perfectly horizontal with the sun, and one on the bottom, the Earth on the bottom, was in the way of the sun, and you couldn't see the one behind the Earth behind it because it's perfectly across from it. Now, when you start rotating them, the light source would never change, ever. But if you do it in this image, it would. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you lost me. So what you're doing is getting rid of the red line so it spins on a vertical axis.
Well, it's not even
Okay,
that it's
see the white dotted line that's on the
yeah,
right-hand image, the vertical line.
yeah.
If that was its
That's shadow
rotational
line.
axis and it
Yeah,
moved
that's-
around that, there would never be any change. Is that what you're trying to get to? You're trying to put up a
No.
scenario where there's no change. That is the only way it can be done. Number one, the orbit that it follows would have to be a perfect circle. And number two, the rotation of the individual Baltard would have to have a perpendicular to its orbital path rotation.
No, what I'm saying is, with this
I'm
angular
out.
view, what I'm saying is, it would appear that way. But if you tilted it to where it was perfectly straight, in other words, the Earth on the bottom covered up the sun, the Earth at the top, the north of the image, was covered up by the one that covered up the sun.
Okay, just
And
stop for a
then you
second.
start-
Forget
and
the
hold
bottom
on,
one, forget the
hold
top
on,
one.
hold on.
No,
Hold
there's
on.
no holding on here. Forget the bottom one, forget the top one. They are there to represent the orbit, as in traveling around the sun. Concentrate on the left and right hand so you can understand the tilt factor of it. That's what you're trying to talk about.
No.
Yes. You're only going to confuse yourself if you talk about the bottom one and the top one in regards to tilt. You are going to confuse the shit out of yourself.
Yes, you're getting me right. You are getting me right. You don't understand how that would change significantly the angle of this image. You don't know how that would change significantly on how, even when the Earth's rotating on that red line axis as it goes around the sun, but you can't see it because these Earths are in the way.
What, so you now are magically in space looking back at Earth, making some kind of eclipse, and you're hiding in the shadow? Because that's what you've just described to me. You're now back this side of the ball. The bottom ball's been moved up in front of the sun, and I'm Thanos. I can snap my fingers and make this shit happen. The bottom ball's now in front of the sun. You're sitting away from the ball, and you're now hiding in an eclipse. Is that what you're trying to get to?
I reckon you're struggling to figure out what he's saying.
Correct.
Just see how the axis of rotation is always pointed towards the right in that image, right? Always pointed towards the right.
He's right on what I'm trying to say, but I don't, on a little bit, but not fully. I don't think he realizes how much this angle in this image changes light trajectory. If he was to, like he even said, the one on the bottom covers up the sun, the one on the top goes where you can't see it because of the one that's covering up the sun. When you start spinning it like that now show the same image, the same light source shit when that's taking place. You can't do it. This whole image is designed to get you to think that. But if you tilted it where the far earth on the image, the back one that's on top, was down, the one that's down is up, where it covers up the one that's in the center, you're gonna have some problems. This image is designed to get you to think what you're saying. What I'm trying to get you to do is think of what I'm saying on how this would. Then you would realize that any part in shadow would never change, even as it goes around in its circuit. A circuit means it's never changing. It's not.
Yeah, but the axis of rotation is changing relative to the position, right? To its
Even a
position
circuit.
in orbit around the sun.
No. Never changing means you can have 24 hours here, not 20. It's that wouldn't happen. Now you have inconsistencies, especially with the image.
Meanwhile, none of this is happening in real life anyway.
I know, man. I know.
Yeah, I'm entertaining the idea. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, you're right. We don't see this shit in real life. This is nothing. It's not even real life.
Well, they got this idea from observing the movements of celestial bodies, right? Like the sun, for example. So, and as one deck would love to point out, that using angle measurements. Right? So they contrived this from observing the motion of the luminaries on a plane, right? On the plane that we live on. But they've interpreted that motion, right, as that image, like basically that's a rudimentary sort of idea of what they're talking about. But
they interpreted that motion as balance, and that's why we can't feel it, because it's so perfectly balanced.
Well, that's an ideal, that one. That's like more of a Copernicus sort of thing. But like, yeah, the orbit they claim is more elliptic, so it's like an oval rather than a perfect circle.
In other words, not balanced. That's the thing. Once they admit that it's in a oblique orbit, now they got a problem, because now you got changes of acceleration, and that's something you should feel. Like a spinning wheel. If it's unbalanced, it's going to wobble. Well, they're claiming it wobbles, but you can't feel it. It's ridiculous. If the damn thing is wobbling, you would feel it as it rotates around the sun. You would gain in acceleration, decrease in acceleration over and over again. You'd feel it all the time.
You're going to need an R value for all that, mate.
The only way things can be balanced is if they're balanced. Well, there's a slight wobble. Oh, so acceleration and deceleration? That's the wobble? Like a wheel? Wobble. Oh. Gotta go get some weights put on my wheel, so I'm balanced. Yeah, this image is claiming a balanced proposition, but it needs to be unbalanced. So this is incorrect. Should be, where's the wobble? The red line? That's the wobble. It's not a wobble on shadow, it's a wobble on Earth. Or it's a wobble on shadow and not on Earth. What the fuck? Where are we going here?
Weebles wobble, but we don't fall down.
Well, if you take a bicycle wheel and you make it oblate, it's not going to be very balanced, is it? What do you mean trying to make the rims perfectly circle? We're going to put this one oblate pedal, motherfucker, pedal. So the proposition of the 24-hour sunlight is unbalanced, but you not feeling the earth move is balanced. Remember, these images are showing a sphere. None of these images are oblate. Those are perfect spheres. Yeah, they're not pear shaped. You know what I'm saying?
So tell us, James, what was it that got you into the whole flat Earth thing? You just woke up one Sunday morning and went, "That's it. It's flat. I'm done. Can't handle it anymore." Or is this something that's slowly ground at you for multiple years in a row?
Sorry, I had to use the restroom. I heard you
That's
ask
all
me
right.
a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering what got you into the whole flat Earth thing. Was it just you woke up one Sunday morning and it hit you like a freight train, or is this something that's been slowly chipping away at you over a few years?
It's kind of a tough one to answer because technically it did hit me like a freight train, and I dropped to my knees and started praying. So maybe I should just leave it at that.
Nah, fair enough, mate.
Yeah, it hit me like a freight train. And I was like, I'm guilty of it, God. I'm part of it. Leading I'm leading your children astray. That's what I'm doing. Because I was a globe freak, you know. Yeah.
The water's level. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say globe
okay,
freak, as
okay.
in you've got merchandise from Kennedy Space Center. Oh
If I
man.
was to be completely
Nautical.
honest and answer your question honestly, what made me a flat earther? The fear of God made me a flat earther. Probably don't make sense to you, but yeah, that's what happened.
Oh, I wouldn't assume too much there, young fella.
Right. Well, you better be working on 50 if you're calling me young. or older, and then I say you are my superior at that point.
I'm only 46. Don't
Ah,
stress.
we're the same age, 1979.
78 for me.
Ah, so I'm just barely. Wait, what month?
August.
Ah, so you're about to be 47. Well, this year, anyways.
That's correct.
Yeah, so you're a year. Yeah, I'm 79. Yeah, September. So a
Oh,
full
yeah.
year you got. Yeah, full year and a month. Last day of September.
Yeah, I find it interesting listening to how everyone come about. Some people it just hit them like a truck. Other people, it's sort of like, yeah, years of being tormented by small things that don't line up, and all of a sudden they take a step back and go, hang on a minute, there can't be that many inconsistencies. Fuck it, somebody's got to be wrong. And then you start looking into it, or someone will say, you know, it's flat. And the first thing you say is, you're broken in the head. I'm going to check it out for myself. And then you don't talk to him for a while. I like those stories, they're funny. That guy doesn't talk to his mate for a while because he doesn't want to go back and say, you know what, I've checked it out and you were right.
Yeah. Well, the image you gave me definitely made more sense. And this is going to sound crazy and you probably won't believe me, but it made more sense than I've ever heard this whole entire time from the ball side on how that
Yeah,
shit
because
would
that's
work.
the alleged thing. The only problem
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
got with
yeah.
it is the whole time thing. They claim that it's 24 hours to do a cycle. Okay, that's
Yeah,
cool. So 24 hours is one spin. But yet, if that's true, then every 6 months, daytime and nighttime would do an absolute flip because of the
yeah,
clock being.
yeah, absolutely. Every time. That's what I'm saying. So I didn't even want to go there in this image, right? I just wanted to keep articulating. I don't want to go back to it yet. Because you'll be surprised on how things that don't make sense, an image can make it make sense, even though in reality there's no sense about it. You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, and images are very crucial. So when you're utilizing images for uh I don't want to say hypothesis, but ideology, uh you gotta critique the image before you can utilize it. Make sure you know everything about that image before you utilize it. And I'm not saying that on a specific one. I'm saying that in general. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Images can make fucking fiction seem real. You know, the truth is stranger than fiction, but images can make fiction seem real.
Well, I like throwing the images up because sometimes you just don't have the words for some things. So it's easier just to go, check this picture out. Hopefully that explains.
I think it's warned, given to us as graven images, just like people don't realize what a graven image is. I'd be glad to enlighten if you want me to, but I won't do it. Even the image of Jesus Christ or the cross is a graven image. If you're bowing below a cross to pray, you might as well be bowing to the golden calf to pray.
Yeah, he says, "Depart from me, I do not know you." To all the Catholics, pretty sure.
Well, you know how they call us flat earthers? Stereotype fallacy. The Bible warns of this.
Where?
It says, woe unto those who call themselves Jews and are not, rather they are the synagogue of Satan. So in other words,
What's that got to do with flat Earth?
he's saying, I'm getting there. He's saying there's going to be a group of people that call themselves Jews, but they're not.
Yeah, it's Israel.
Right. They're actually not. They just call themselves that.
Yeah, that's like Rockefellers and the bankers and Israel and all that.
Yeah, and the one that calls themselves Jews, they are the academics. The ones that call themselves Jews and are not are in charge of academics. The Bible
Yeah,
even warns
Rockefellers.
against that. The Bible even warns against that. Yeah, what we're seeing is not a flat earth revolution. It's a truth revolution. It's the Spirit of God being poured out on the people. And it's only going to
That's what I think
It's only going to be
flat Earth is related to. That verse, when he pours his Spirit out. In the latter days, he pours his Spirit out. And when flat Earth hit, there was a year later, I was reading about how all this. I witnessed that all the atheists disappear off YouTube and become flat earthers Christians.
Yeah.
And pastors called it the flood.
Yeah, I believe the movie came out way before then, but I kind of watched it for the first time as I started watching Flat Earth, and that's called, or listening to Flat Earth, and that's what the movie's called Truman by Jim Carrey.
The Truman Show.
Yeah. Where it depicted the neighborhood in on this lie where Jim Carrey's being recorded for a show on television. All the neighbors are in on it. Everybody in the movie's in on it. Everybody in the neighborhood's in on it, right? How scary would it be if everybody in the world is Truman?
Yeah, that's basically true. I guess to a degree. We're all Trumans.
Not the neighborhood knowing the truth and they're in on it, but the neighborhood is also Truman. Think of that.
Yeah.
You know, there's some interesting tidbits in the featurette special effects making of the movie. Now, at one point, they said that they had to curve the horizon a little bit because to give it the impression that it's in under a dome, right? That it's inside an enclosed area, because they said because typically the horizon's flat. That was kind of a problem for us. We had to bend it, right? And then at another point they said we're looking out the ocean, and he's like, yeah, your horizon's 5-10 miles away or whatever. We had to arbitrarily cut it off, to make it look closer. For our shots because it looked too far, right? I'm serious, man. I've made some memes about it, but it's on my other device. I probably could go find where I've posted them in 24/7. I'll see if I can find them.
Based off his discernment and his discernment only, he started thinking things were a foul. And he started thinking outside the box, right? And that's what led him to the edge. Yeah, I definitely don't talk for, I only talk for myself, not all flat earthers. That's ridiculous. If I say something and you blame it on other flat earthers, that's your problem, not mine. I speak for myself and nobody else. And I ain't meaning that on you. I'm talking to people listening in general. That definitely wasn't towards you. It's ridiculous after COVID. Well, how could the government keep such a secret? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Do I have to go over these things? People are crazy.
People's like scientific illiteracy, that's not really keeping a secret. You know what I mean? They always get to say, well, it's your fault for not understanding.
Yeah, it's not even, you're right. It's not keeping a secret. It's delivering your agenda in a way that'll manifest to them agreeing.
It's like Needful Things, the Stephen King book, Like you go to this shop and you buy this stuff that does whatever you want, but each one of them comes with this little Faustian bargain, like, have an incredibly easy life, but now you don't even know how to think about critical reality.
Yeah, I mean, we get to a point, and I'm sorry to say this, hopefully you guys don't get too mad. When we get to a point where we can no longer decipher man from woman, we're in some serious trouble. And I don't think true science caused it. I think pseudoscience caused it. Appeal to authority. Like it's a whole psychological experiment that they're doing on people right now. And they're finding out that there's things they can absolutely get away with.
Well, I feel like I've either been lied to or I don't understand something about pendulums because I thought they were supposed to lose energy.
Yeah, if a pendulum swings for 24 hours, you can know that it's not natural. Or, I mean, it's definitely man-made. There's a power mechanism behind it because a pendulum will eventually run out of.
Well, I'm just using I'm using two different shaped rare earth neodymium batteries, and it's just provided an impetus to not ever lose energy. It seems like it's been running for about 8 hours at this point. And it hasn't deviated its rate once.
Yeah, it's definitely powered. Some manipulation going on. Nobody can create a pendulum that'll swing for 24 hours. It starts to lose its speed. Even if let's say I granted Glober's gravity. If there's such thing as gravity, well, then you cannot have a pendulum that swings for 24 hours. Gravity would say, no more swinging. You're done.
Well, this has gone for a third of 24 hours already, and it hasn't lost any energy. But yeah, it's magnet assisted. I don't know if you'd say that's
It's powered. Yeah.
mechanistically impure. Yeah.
If
I'm
it's
willing
not
to bet.
powered, every single oscillation, it will lose a percentage of energy.
Yeah, so I was just really surprised because it's not like I even had to screw around. Like, I just went with my intuition, dropped it one time, and now it's not ever going to stop. Like, I feel like it had outlived the human race. It's crazy to watch, like it's hypnotic.
No, there's a dude that proves this. I think it's like a 25-pound ball, iron ball, steel ball, whatever. And he drops it, he holds it up to his face, and he drops it. And it swings over, and then it swings back to his face. But he knew that as long as when he dropped it, it wasn't touching his face, it couldn't hit him on its way back because it would lose momentum.
Oh, that's the Neil deGrasse Tyson GIF. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah.
You can find it in the GIF search actually, but yeah, that was just a native swing, like native loss of energy. But this thing's gotten around the native loss by. It's like a grandfather clock works because it's got a spring, right? So it gains a little bit of energy at the bottom point of each pendulum, but it uses a spring to wind to provide that consistent energy. So a magnet gets around that problem completely, gives you an infinite pendulum. Pretty cool.
No, it doesn't. You still can't get one. Not on the.
So this will stop. Like my pendulum will eventually stop, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, not
because I don't know. I don't know at all.
Yeah. Yeah, if you go to like Foucault's pendulum, at that scale, every swing is going to lose momentum unless it's powered. Powered could be electricity, powered could be magnetic, any sort of force would be powered. But yeah, but you can't have a pendulum swing 24 hours. Sorry. Unless it's powered. I don't care what kind of ball bearings, grease. I don't give a shit what you got. You ain't gonna have a pendulum swing 24 hours consistently with no deviation. It's ridiculous. It's absurd to even use it.
I want to get like a time lapse camera and just set it up behind this thing. And I don't know, like I don't know if I've discovered something or not here. I don't know if this is just an easy thing that anybody can do. But I went to the trouble of sealing it just to force isolate it and say, how long will it go?
Yeah, there you go. I posted those memes I made from, and I posted the featurette film for YouTube. But yeah, it's just interesting that the nature of the plane of the Earth that we live on was a problem for them. It's incredible. Because like basically black swans, right? The horizon being too far away was a fucking problem. They needed it to look closer.
Yeah, it's like George Lucas, like, so I had this great idea for lightsabers, but then I realized I couldn't actually find any lightsabers, so I had to go and make some effects that look like lightsabers. But the movie works.
Right.
I don't think they realized that the ideas that sold them the money would be the very ideas that destroyed the money. I don't think they realized that.
Well, it's just ironic too, the whole thing about the Truman Show movie. I mean, like how it's kind of a reflection of, like, of an idea of an enclosed Earth, like an enclosed reality, and being constricted and limited in your ability to explore your world, and like being told this is all there is and all this stuff, like and then for the actual Earth to be a problem in the making of the film. Like, it's just, it's too flat looking, we got to make it look curved, and oh shit, the horizon's too far away, we got to cut it off. Like, I mean, it's just ironic. It's weird.
There was like a 9-month, year, maybe year and a half period where I would come into shows and people would be like, James, how many people are Truman? And they would only ask it because they knew I would say everybody is Truman. So that,
See, there's a saying, right, in show business: never work with children, dogs, or reality.
yeah, because those are the ones that'll burn you. That's absolutely right. Everybody's Truman, man. They believe they're in a world that they're not in. That was my trademark. That'll always be my trademark. Everybody's Truman. Even flat earthers, myself included. We've been so far brainwashed from reality that we have become Truman.
Yeah, illusions and delusions that blind us from the blatantly obvious, right?
Even the good side has been blinded.
Like the mental construct, of the globe Earth had literally blinded me to what was staring me in the face. I couldn't see the forest for the trees, so to speak.
Yeah, if a person can convince you that you're in a world you're not in, at that very moment you are in his world or hers. Whoever convinced you that, at that point you're in their world. Good luck with that.
Right, and there's been a lot of this, like, flat earthers in a cult and all that, and I know the globe Earth isn't a cult, and it's a justified belief system. Like, no, literally, even if it was a globe and you blindly accept it, just because some guy in a white coat or whatever, or with some sort of, alleged authority tells you that's the case, then you are just following a herd. You are in a fucking cult.
I love that.
Even if it was
Belief
true.
system. So justify it.
Well, it is. If you think about
Yeah.
it, the one thing that's crazy about it, no matter what side you stand on, it's true and it's very crazy. The spherical Earth is an Earth that people have never seen with their own eyes. So, what you could call it a cult, a belief, what you wouldn't be wrong on any of those. That's
But the
what's
thing is,
scary.
mate, they
That's what's
believe they
scary.
have. They think
Yeah, but
that
they
being told it
only
at
see.
school and then being reinforced their whole life that they have seen it with their own eyes. That's why it's such a massive cog disc hit for them when they come in here and we just go, well, actually, water, flat, can't have ball. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're convinced that they've never seen it with their own eyes, but yet they'll say that. They'll say it.
I think
I've seen it
it's
from a mountain. I've seen it from an airplane. I've seen it from a mountain. Are you kidding me right now, dude? You don't even know your own priest's argument.
No, they don't. The majority
what-
of numpties
What
don't
the
know it.
hell?
They were taught
Yeah,
it sport at
so-
school. They never questioned it. In fact, to help the indoctrination along, here, little Timmy, you've got to take a test. And of course, being a kid, you're going to go, oh, wow, I don't want to disappoint my mum and dad. I'm going to do a good job. So you do. You get in there, you get an A in your test, and that's how they reinforce it. They don't give you the opportunity to put your hand up and say, well, they actually do, but most kids don't because they don't understand logic or the fact that they've been lied to in the first place. They just accept that their school teacher is there, nice and honest, doing the right thing. Well, in the teacher's perspective, they are. They're getting paid. I get told to teach a certain thing. If I want to keep my job, I'll shut up and do it. So it's attacked from all angles, and most people can't comprehend that. Well, everyone must be lying. Yeah, that includes your mum and dad. So
I think it's like Scientology, right? Like most of the people in Scientology, they don't understand all the higher levels of it because in principle it's much the same. It works very, very hard on the individual to convince them that pure madness is actually science.
It took me a second, but yeah, you're right. They believe pure madness is science. Wow. I can't believe it took me that long to acknowledge what you said, but yes, you're right. Pure science is madness to them. Biologically, male and female, yeah, they don't like to admit that. All vaccines, yeah, they don't like to admit that. Yeah, science, they're actually opposed to while they claim it. They claim it, even though they're opposed to it. This is the world we're in right now, and it's being exposed for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. But those with no eyes to see and ears to hear, they're just going to keep doing the same shit. Right?
Sorry, brother, slow to this, but careful with the V word around these parts. Thanks.
What's a V word?
Don't make me say the V word to try to check you on the V word. Just think about the words that you've just said and anything that started with the word, or started with the letter V. V.
What? I'm confused.
Okay, we'll make it easy for you. The events of the last 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you.
He's just caught on. Excellent. Good.
Yeah, I got you.
I was going to drop in the wax on, wax off.
Those are F
Oops.
words, not B words.
I mean, it kind of does back up what we're saying, though, right? Like, it's now madness is science.
Yeah, it's like, man, if you can't discern without anybody else's influence what took place in the last 5-6 years, then we got a problem with the future. That's for sure. That's not a parody. That's a fact. People can't discern what's going on. Then we got a huge problem with the future.
I agree with you on that one for sure. But yep.
So, just as a quick poll, how much actual free-to-air television do any of you guys watch? A little, a lot, fuck all?
I haven't had
Rarely.
any since I was probably 23. I threw it out, and I'm now 38.
All right, cool. Yep.
27 years sober.
Rarely. When we have kids come over to stay for nights, and that's like, once in a blue moon, the grandkids will come and stay for a night or two, and they'll want to watch TV, and that's the only time it's on in our house.
ABC Kids. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I was
The
just
only
curious
reason
because I
I
find it
watch it,
interesting. Oh, sorry, James.
I watch it a little, but I only do it because I like to know what my enemy's doing. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that all the people I know that are somewhat switched on, I suppose is a nice way of wording it, don't watch much television. It seems to be a common thing. It's like we've realised, hey, the brainwashing box is over there. Don't look at it. It'll do bad shit to your head. Yeah, it seems a common trait amongst those that are awake to the game is they don't watch the idiot box. So, yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah. Some of the grandkids' parents don't like me, don't want me talking about stuff, right?
Couldn't imagine
like,
why.
yeah. But when a movie like comes on, and like the Universal Studios part of a movie starts, the kids will be there. I'll just be going, fake. That's fake. Look at how fake that's fake. And then they'll be like, yeah, that's not real. And I'll be like, yeah.
Very good.
Well, they do say that it's all fictional, at the end of the movies too, the credits, includes the very opening part.
36 points to 4, getting different rounds. I'm the youngest of 10 kids in my family, and every single family has banned me from watching any kind of movies in their house.
You just sit there and point out the fucking shit all the time, right? You ruin it. No one can suspend disbelief with Jardo around.
He's the youngest of 10 kids. They definitely didn't have a television. Nice one. Oh, shit. Nah, for me with the TV...
I think a good example would be like, I live in America, and most of Americans voted on Trump, and I would rather Trump than the opposition, but at the same time, I'm one of the people that are like, hey, careful what you wish for. For the first time in American history, America's never heard the term lockdowns. And when that occurred, it was under Trump's watch. So I'm a skeptic in all categories of everything. I try to discern things from my own point of view, not even from my own point of view, but from reality. So I see it all as a charades and a theater, and they're trying to keep you from understanding the real world. They don't want you to know the real world.
Bread and circuses.
Yeah, there you go. Bread. It's actually called bread and circuses, but I've always known it as cake and circuses. But you're right, Rome, bread and circus.
So, yeah, so the whole thing with the TV for me, back in, I was at 2011 when I moved over to Western Australia. I had a month and a bit where I was waiting for some of my furniture to get over there, and one of those components was the idiot box. And so I had a month and a half, about a month and a half, a bit more, of no television. So, because I was living in share houses and stuff like that, and most of the way at work, I'd get back home, no TV, so I was just on the computer, playing computer games, looking shit up, doing usual stuff, not watching television. All of a sudden, idiot box turns up. Yep. TV, channel 1, channel 2, ads, channel 3, ads, channel 4, ads. Fucking, it's the whole an ongoing advertisement. I couldn't watch it because even in programs, the rolling advertisements were that toxic, I just couldn't handle it. And so anyone out there listening who does watch a lot of the idiot box, turn it off for a month. Don't watch anything. Then turn it back on, and the whole thing is just an ongoing advertisement. It's like it's just there to distract you from everything. And it was crazy. I just couldn't handle it. So I ended up using that that little TV as a second computer monitor. So it worked out good for me.
Matrix. I haven't watched TV for maybe 10 years, dude. The last time I saw TV was when I was at a bar like months ago, and I can't stand it.
I watch movies
gotta-
and stuff, but I don't watch free-to-air propaganda. I mean, TV.
Do you got a cell phone?
Do I have a cell phone?
Well, the other guy. It was the other guy.
Yes, I do.
So you do watch TV? Come on, man.
Yeah, he's talking specifically about free-to-air TV, like, commercial, the old-fashioned commercial TV stations.
Yeah, even YouTube.
A couple of years ago, I had to watch about 3 months of television because I was sitting in jail, and honestly, it was pretty bad, especially because it's not like I'm gonna be always the one deciding what's on. I had to watch about 2.5 months of Home and Away, which is I'd expect that show never to come back into my life, and the Australians know exactly what I'm talking about. But when you got this guy who's young drug dealer, criminal thug, and he's in your face every 6 p.m. every day because he's like, I told you to turn Home and Away on. Never miss my show. My God. Get me out of here.
Yeah, that's rough, man.
Didn't you make up a spark kit and
Hey,
trip his
hold on,
power?
hold on. You're not doing
You don't want to talk to me about jail electrician. Hey, I literally gave myself a burn through each finger and thumb trying to light something on a socket.
Hold on, man. You're not doing yourselves any favor, because if a drug addict is at your house every day at 6 p.m., that just lets me know that you're the drug dealer.
I think you missed the first part of the conversation there, James.
I was trying to bring a joke and it didn't
It
work.
was locked in a box.
Yeah, I became convinced that's why they call it the idiot box, and that's what the programming is set to. It's for people sitting in jail their whole life. That's who TV's for.
Every day, some crackhead's at my house at 6 p.m. Wonder why he's there. Why would he be there?
And if anyone wants to know what jail feels like, at 3:30 in the afternoon, lock yourself in your bathroom. Make sure you've got your dinner and your breakfast there. And don't get let out until at least 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe later, depending on what mood your missus is in. That's what it feels like in
you
jail.
got it. It's so weird. It's like being at early retirement village, only all the old people are covered in tattoos. They're really rough. But you got to go to bed at 3 p.m. every day.
Yeah, it's like kindergarten with knives.
Damn, you sound like you've actually been there, actually.
Well, he used to work there.
I used to swing the keys, mate.
Yeah, I've actually got family that were in some of the hardest maxes. I got family who handed food to Ivan Milat. And yeah, it's weird to people who know me that I even ended up there, but my case was actually thrown out, and I got no conviction. I just did the remand.
Oh, that's all right then. Just got a naughty boy sticker. Don't do it again.
Yeah, you signed the sorry book,
Yeah. One of the funny stories I got told, I used to be an overseer. I did that for 4 and a bit years. And I, instead of just going and looking up people's records, I'd actually have a chat to them, because you've got to sort of be in the shed with them, so you've got to build some kind of rapport or trust. Anyways, this one young fella, what'd you get chucked in here for, bud? And he goes, I don't really like talking about it. I said, look, I can do it the easy way. I can go and check your shit out, or we can just have a laugh. And he goes, all right, I'll tell you. He goes, me and the mates one day had done lots of drugs and dumb shit, and we're out having a drive. And we drove past the train station. There was this Sheila with a handbag. And he said, I jumped out, grabbed a handbag, jumped back in the car, and we took off. So it was just a handbag snatch. What he didn't realise is when they took off, the strap on the handbag actually pulled the woman over and broke her arm. And so, because it's all on camera, and there's all cameras around the train station, and they got the number plate of the car and the idiots that did it, he got, what was it, 1.5 years for grievous bodily harm. Because, yeah, when they grabbed the handbag, pulled her over, it broke her arm. So, yeah, so I had a good laugh at that, and a few of the inmates did too. Yes. Funny
Yeah,
shit.
I mean, you hear some stories where people have, like, nobody else to blame. They just had the most harebrained criminal scheme that blew up in their face, you know? Not that that's really harebrained what you describe. It's kind of just misadventure for the woman, bad luck for the dude.
It was just bad luck. Cameras were there. You got snagged. Unlucky, mate. But it was funny. Just the way he said it was really funny. There was another dude that only had something like a couple of months to go, and he was in minimum, and they were out doing work somewhere, and it wasn't far from an airport. So he decided to do a runner, hop in a plane, steal the fucking thing, and flew it for 15 minutes. And he ended up landing something like 2 k's away from where he fucking took off. And they ended up snagging him. He copped another 5 years. So, yeah, that was pretty funny.
I met this guy who was being done up by the AFP because he was dating this guy, and he was into a lot of tax fraud. So he had him meet him at his hotel and carry boxes and boxes and boxes of fake receipts into his car. And because he was on video doing all that, he's the one who ended up in jail because that's all the evidence. So now he's got to go to trial and try to sell out his boyfriend, whose business it was, all the receipts for. But what a crazy story that was. I was like, man, you just know the wrong people, don't you? Whereas this guy over here, he's in jail because, like, he got caught in a car and he's, like, transporting money for the mafia and they had, like, $1 million in the chassis. Like, he's much more silly than you, but you're just choosing the wrong friends.
Yeah, wrong place, right time. Yeah, so there's some very interesting lads that I've had to have a little chat with over the years. But what I did find somewhat exceptionally interesting is the amount of respect inmates have for each other. Like, 2 dudes will be walking towards a door, and I'm talking guys that are 3.5 foot across the shoulders, arms bigger than most people's legs. Like, these guys weigh 130, 140 kilos, probably 2% body fat on them. Could probably punch a hole through a brick wall, and they'll get to a doorway, and it's just like, oh, sorry, bro, you can go first, and they don't just charge on through. I'm the top dog here. Yeah, very respectful.
Yes, they fucking do.
Yes, they do. Hello, doofus. How can we help you
Hello?
on this beautiful day?
Hello, welcome to Planet Earth.
Oh, that's
Flat
actually his
Earth.
name.
Yeah, that's his name.
Welcome to the beautiful green blue flat Earth, idiot. You fucking retard. What are you thinking about? Yeah, the sun's shining.
You come in here and you're calling us an idiot, yet you're the one who believes it's a ball-tard without any proof.
A boltard? What the hell does that mean? A boltard. Let me turn my fucking
sphere.
mic up. A sphere. I said flat. I said it's. What am I speaking Chinese? You fucking
You
retard.
said it was a planet at the start, Special Ed.
A planet. Okay, is the definition of planet that it's round? I didn't know that. I said it's fucking. I'm pretty sure I said it's flat. Okay, so
Dude, if you've never heard the term baltard, you're in some serious trouble.
baltard. That sounds gay, dude. You guys got to get with the times. You guys, that's like an old man thing. It sounds like. Let's get with the times, please.
Is that because you're a baltard?
Baltard. No, I'm a flat earther, dude. You guys are just retarded. You guys are just a bunch of retarded old men. I'm embarrassed for you. Let's modernize this.
Yeah,
let's
cool.
let's
So
bring
let's
this
just nail
conversation
this
into
down.
the future.
What proof have you got that you live on a ball tard spinning through the vacuum of space?
Okay, I never made that claim. So what's your problem with me, guy? Who said that?
Well, you started off by calling us idiots.
Matt
So that's not a good start.
Tricks.
Matter-tricks.
Well,
It's
you probably are a
Matrix, for
fucking
fuck's
idiot. So
sake.
shut the fuck up, idiot.
Okay, we're gonna fix you. See you later. Have a nice chat. Yeah, see how peaceful it is? Now, if you drop into someone's room, or you can just fuck off completely, I don't really care. This.
That was wild. Who names himself Doofus?
No
Seriously.
respect. No respect.
Yeah, the intellectually challenged individual left.
I'm sure he doesn't even know what intellectual means, or intellect, or maybe that they're the same. I bet you don't know that.
It doesn't matter. He's gone now. Thank you, whoever nuked him.
Like, yeah.
In answer to your question, Ludwig, Wellington, and Macquarie. So no, not Park Lee.
Well, see, Park Lee, when I was there, was being run by a company that was so dodgy they got kicked out of the United States. And I met guys there who'd done jail all over the world, and they said Park Lee was the bottom of the barrel.
Nah, Park Lee was a private jail. That's a piece of shit, but they're just really stingy. Nasty jails. Wellington is where most of the really bad guys go because they don't know where else to put them, so they send them out there. The reason they send them out there is Wellington.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean when I say bottom. I mean like stingy. They were like, the facilities here are worse than like being in jail in Hell's Kitchen where everyone's trying to kill me, but at least I can have a proper shower.
No, they use that. They use that terminology as the fall guy, right? So as long as you're willing to admit there's facilities that exist, you are willing to admit that, yeah, these are shitty facilities compared to others. So they're doing that to you on purpose, right? You don't get that?
Dude, the stuff that they do to you on purpose in jail is not worth discussing here in good company.
I'm not even talking about what they do in jail. I'm talking about jail. So the bad jails, the good jails, yeah. Those conversations, what jails are good, what jails are bad, they want you to have those conversations. So you acknowledge that there's such thing as them.
The only thing that used to really bug me is there was some persons who believed they had the God-given right to treat others like shit just because they'd broken the law. Now, I would have thought that being locked away from your family, not having access to your home, your car, and all that kind of shit would be more than enough to fucking drive you insane. But anyways, that's the bit that used to really get up my nose. So,
Yeah, my discernment tells me that definitely not in the beginning, but absolutely right now, those in power are the ones that should be in jail. But
correct.
since how they control
They
the
wouldn't survive in
jails,
there.
since how they control the jails, how can you put them in one?
You know who'd never survive? The Globers that don't know how to be diplomatic, and that's the only way to survive. Unless you're like the Hulk.
I'm not trying to advocate for people that should be locked up that done bad things. I'm not saying that they're innocent. What I'm saying is people that are the most evil are the ones in sheep's clothing.
Well, honestly, like, the worst person that I met in there was probably the doctor, and I'm trying to be, like, as even as I can about personality. Like, it's not like the doctor was in there for murdering people, and I met people in there for worse things than murder, but his personality just struck me as, like, literally the most evil person. Just the way he treated everybody, you know?
Yeah, there's some bad dudes in there. That I can promise you.
Jail is definitely a good way of public shaming. It's just that it's gone beyond that. The shame, there is no shame. Matter of fact, it's an honor to be put in jail anymore. You're
Especially when they're institutionalizing young people and they're not in their mid 20s yet, but every time they get out, they reoffend so they can get back in. And they kind of hedge this like within 5 years kind of clips that I'll do until I get sick of jail. And like, there's people that I met in their middle age and they've still got that same outlook on life. They don't really care about going inside because it's just like going on deployment or something with a platoon to them. Weird, but you know, they don't have to work. They get all their meals free, and they make a little bit of money from working in the shop. Like they made furniture all day where I was.
yeah, like if somebody commits a crime in the neighborhood and the neighborhood shames them for it, to me that's worse punishment than what the jails offer nowadays. Because it used to be shameful that you went to jail, but now there's no shame. And in my opinion, shame is the worst. Nobody wants to be shamed by the community. Nobody. That's why they keep their deeds secret. Shame is a big penalty.
Who's this one up here? 187 2477 113. How's it going? Oh well, we've got a Fripp. How's it going, Fripp?
What's going on?
Ah, not a lot. What's your take on this whole flat versus round thing? Which side of the fence do you sit on, mate?
I mean, as I told people the last time I was in here, I think the Earth is round, but like I don't like have any reason to think it's flat. If I get convinced of it, obviously I'll believe it. Like, but I don't know. I've never seen any good evidence.
Why do you believe it's round?
Just because I've seen pictures of it, and every other planet is round.
So how do you verify these pictures? I'll give you an example. Let's say I say to you, I've got a purple tree in my backyard. Would you accept a photograph of it?
A purple tree?
Yeah.
I mean,
Whole thing's purple. Bark and all. It's all purple. Would you accept a photograph? Would a photograph be sufficient evidence to prove that I've got a purple tree in my backyard? So let's just say you say no. Hypothetically, you've just gone, no, that's bullshit. There's no such thing as purple trees. And I'd say, well, look, all you got to do is come over. So you could come here, stand in my back veranda and go, there's the purple tree that he took a photo of. Holy shit, he's not lying. Now, how do you verify the space photos? You can't go there and do it. You've just got to take someone else's word for it that they are true and or correct. So this is what we're about, is about verifying the information that we're given. Okay?
Yeah, but multiple different like governments, independent countries, independent researchers, they all like have a lot of them, yeah. I mean,
are you sure?
This dude got a booster.
Russia and America were like beefing for so long, and they both agreed like during their space programs and stuff that the Earth was round. Why wouldn't one expose the other for lying?
Too.
Of what?
You've heard the bedtime stories too.
What bedtime stories?
About Russia and America being a thing, you know, keeping you guys in a
they
state.
spent a lot of money, resources. They spent a lot of they put themselves in some debt while fighting. They were fighting a Cold War. They were converting countries to communism / democracy. Like, I think they were fighting. Were they not fighting?
Dude, America's been on nothing but debt since 1967.
Yeah, no.
The whole world's economics is based off of fraud, a monopoly. If you don't get that, man, there's no point trying to tell you the topographical Earth.
I'm just confused. I'm just confused why we don't like. Do you guys have a map of the flat Earth? Like, do you guys know?
Yeah.
All
You ever, have you ever
flat Earth maps.
have you ever looked at a map? You ever looked at a map?
Yeah.
Have you? Okay. What do you? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. If you don't remember, that's fine. What do you remember when you look at a map? Like, what's the first thing you look to when you do look at a map?
It's like the land.
It's not the keys.
The keys?
You don't look to the keys first?
Your legend?
Legend?
Yeah, legend is.
Wait,
what
what?
does that say?
You've never looked at a map then.
I mean, I've definitely looked at maps before. I don't know. I mean, I know, like what the Earth
is what
looks
tells
like.
you the key.
So I don't look at a map very often.
The keys is what tells you what the map's talking about.
Also,
I don't know what
you guys are gonna hate this, but like maps are good, but globes are better. Like,
I'm getting to a point, but I'm doing
So,
it.
What are they
on
good
your
for?
on your map, how do you reference stuff?
what do you mean? Like, why would I need the? If I'm looking at a map of the Earth, why would I need the reference?
Like latitude and longitude lines? Wouldn't they be great reference points?
Well, they would, but now I have Google Maps. I can just
Even
go to
Google
that
Tide
place.
Maps has the same thing on it, mate.
Yeah, those would be the keys that I was getting to.
Okay. Anyway, do you guys have a map of the flat Earth?
So, anyways, you do know in order to get those lines, you need a flat reference plane to do so. Your ball is generated off a flat plane. You've been lied to, son. Nothing we can do about it. Please don't feel offended. But, yeah, you've been tricked into believing that your ball is your entire existence, and yet you've never ever seen it.
Well, I would argue that my ball
You can
is
argue all you
your
like,
guys.
but you've got no backup. That's the problem. You've got nothing to reference it to other than second and or third hand information.
Well, what I was saying is, I'd argue that ball is your guys' entire existence and your guys' entire
Well, we don't
life.
see a ball.
Well, no. Let me explain. Let me explain.
No,
If the
you're not doing
Earth
a good
is
job of it. Listen,
okay,
don't straw man me. You
Okay.
walk outside. Do you see a ball? Yes or no?
all right. I'm gonna say what I want to say. Right.
When you walk
If the
outside,
Earth is round or flat, that doesn't change my life. But you guys' life is
So that's all you're
affected
gonna come
because you
down to, you're
you
gonna-
sit in here all day and you just think about where the Earth is flat or round. It doesn't.
No, bro.
Right.
No,
Yes, it doesn't matter to you. We get that. And if that's all you've got, why are you in here?
I don't know. I mean, you guys don't really listen to logic.
So
Like,
you
how am I
came
going to
in
argue
here-
with flat?
Hold on, stop.
people with.
Whoa,
That's all we do,
stop.
I've
Did you
seen
say
I've
we
seen
don't
people
listen
with
to
fucking
logic?
PhD.
Okay. Obviously, this kid's got a talk-through problem. Did you say that we don't listen to logic? Yes or no?
I mean, you guys don't believe in gravity.
Okay, this is what we call scattergunning. You're bouncing from one subject to another, to another, to another. Please don't do that. Pick a topic, sit it through until you get some kind of conclusion. Please.
Why are you so mad? Like,
If you think I'm
Because
mad,
you're ADHD.
that's a part of it.
If you think he's mad, I'd hate to see you see him mad.
Yeah, man. No, Matrix is friendly, man.
Most of the time. You'll know when I'm mad because I'll just kick you out. I'll just go, nah, you're an idiot. Boot, go on. You won't even be in here. You just look around going, what happened? So
I don't know. If you guys show me a picture of the flat Earth, I'll believe it. We need a picture of the flat Earth.
So that's what it's going to take for you.
Yeah.
You've
Launch
got your own
satellite.
eyes.
Launch a satellite.
You've got your own eyes. Why are you relying on this like Matrix said, second hand, third hand freaking source information.
So
Just
the reason
use
the
your
Earth is
own
flat is
eyes.
because it looks flat, like with our own eyes.
That's a base axiom.
So anything outside of 10 miles away from me doesn't exist until I go there.
Wouldn't you agree that the beginning of obtaining information is what you experience directly with your senses?
I don't know. I mean, my senses are telling me the Earth is round. I'm not gonna lie.
You are lying.
You ever seen a round dinner table?
A round beer table?
Dinner table. Like
Dinner table?
Yeah. You ever seen a round one?
I don't know. I don't really pay attention.
I just wondered if you've seen a round dinner table. My bad. Go ahead, guys.
Well, are you going to tell me that, like, you go to the beach and you look out at the horizon and you see it's flat, and that tells you that you're on a ball?
Well, we only see so far away, and the Earth is massive.
Right, but to you, it looks flat, right?
Yeah, but I can see past. Like I said, I can go back to the. If it's not like within 10 miles of me, does it really exist? Like,
And it doesn't seem like and it doesn't seem like it's moving, does it?
Kind of the. Yeah, you don't feel motion. You feel acceleration.
Right. So, as a base axiom, right, your experience, your personal experience of reality, has already told you that you are on a motionless plane. So, where are you going to go from there? So that's something to start working with, right?
Does our reality tell us that we're in space, or our senses? Do you guys believe we're in space?
You're scattergunning again.
Are we talking
No,
about?
it's a good point. Like you're not always gonna feel what's going on.
It's what we call a question proof. You're trying to lead to the fact that space means baltard. You are scattergunning. Now, in your reality... Did he fuck off?
He did.
He did. You called him out on answering the question with a question, and he didn't like it. He said, "I'm out."
Well, shit, man. We were just gonna have a chat. I mean, fucking hell.
He's not gonna let me answer with a question. I'm out of here.
I wasn't overly aggressive with that one, was I?
No.
Far from it. Far from it. Far from it. Far from it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That guy's been in here before.
Yeah, we get a few of the clowns in. Actually, what's time? Yeah, 9:52. Clown car should be arriving any time.
Do you think they're actually going to get rid of daylight savings time? Because it's 8:52 for me.
They will never get rid of daylight savings or daylight stupidity.
Do you think it actually saves daylight?
All it does is it fucks your body clock, so people walk around like zombies.
Oh, what are you talking about? It ruins my curtains with all that extra sunlight.
I don't even know why they do it. Like, I've thought about it, and it never really makes a huge amount of sense to begin with.
Originally, it was an American thing for the purpose of saving oil in oil lamps, because they worked out that if they moved the clock time forward or back an hour, depending on what part of the year it was, that they would save so many gallons of oil from lighting fucking street lights up. That's how it all started.
That's really interesting.
Right.
There's an
That's
old
where the
saying
savings fucking.
Yep.
There's an old saying my grandfather told me. He said, "Son, no matter how they fuck with time, just remember this: the cock will crow when the cock crows."
Right.
Yeah. Go to me parents' farm. You tell the bastard that kicks off at 3 in the morning that.
You know what I'm talking
Or 5 in the afternoon, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, these two on this property I stayed at for a while. There was one on one end of the property and one on the other end of the property. And one would go, and then the other one would answer, like just constantly. And I just had this stuck in my head all fucking day. It was like a tune they were singing together. Oh, man.
The first one's the alpha, the second one's the beta, trying to vie for power.
Yeah, probably. But I'm all for daylight spendings, actually. Yeah.
Well, the cock crowing doesn't revolve around people's alarm clock. It's its own alarm clock.
Schedule
far
for
as,
work and school. Just instead of starting school at 8:30, have at 9:30. Just change it by an hour instead of changing the freaking clock.
Well, that's what over in Western Australia.
The
That's what
cock
they do
will
there.
crow when the cock crows.
My wife does daylight spendings.
And you know it, yeah.
It's almost like what Jesus said to Peter in the Bible, right? By the time the rooster crows, you will have denied reality 3 times.
Yeah, there's meanings within meanings of that book. You can find one meaning, and 2 years later, find 3 meanings within that meaning that you never knew before. But thank you. Yes, you're right. Yeah, the cock will crow, man. That's time. When the cock crows, that's the real time.
Hey, is like the hard, like creamy honey that it's like it kind of like solidifies a little bit. Is that more better value than like liquid honey because it's more dense?
It's all made by the honeybee.
It's not more dense.
I got a question for you. If,
Well, how's
you
it solid if it's not more dense?
Sorry.
Okay, there was multiple
wouldn't
people talking at once, so I missed.
Just shrink, wouldn't it?
What?
I don't know. Wouldn't it shrink? So, like, I guess it would become more dense if it shrank and solidified, wouldn't it?
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm saying if you have like the same mass, same weight, the one that's solid is probably more like better bang for buck. You probably have more honey. 'Cause
No,
it's more
it depends
dense.
on how it's done. So you've got a couple of things going on. Creamed honey is, when you leave honey and it's got moisture in it, it'll candy. So what happens is they get that, and instead of allowing the crystals to grow large, they churn it up so the crystals smash and stay small, and it's just crystallized. But because it's churned up and slightly aerated, you get less of it. It's like ice cream. If you let it melt in the container, you don't have a full container. You actually have about 3/4.
So how can you tell if they did this aerating thing or not?
Some places do it, some places don't. But you can actually make your own. If you've already got some creamed honey, you can tip more in, stir it in, and it will generate more because of the crystalline structure.
Creamed honey or thick honey has a higher glucose level.
It's what?
Hold on, say that again.
I don't know about that.
You can create honey.
Creamed honey, thick honey, or creamed honey has a higher glucose level. It's
okay.
Very good for you. Fructose, anyways. I don't know about glucose.
Are you sure it's fructose?
It's got a very high level of fructose. Honey does, yeah, probably the highest.
Not sucrose?
I don't know about glucose because I'm sure it
I
does
don't know
have
fructose. I thought fructose is fruits.
Fructose. Look up. Fructose is. Hold on. Now I have to look it up. Damn it. Yeah, I think it's honey.
Yeah, it's probably glucose or sucrose, man.
Fructose is made from corn, isn't it? Isn't it just refined corn syrup?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me look it up.
fructose is from fruit. We're talking about the glucose content from pollen. So from flowers, we have a glucose content. So some hives.
Well, aren't
have a
flowers
higher
fruit
glucose
technically?
content.
Flowers are technically fruits, I'm pretty sure. But anyways, I don't think it matters much. They're all sugar.
Glucose has antibiotic qualities, whereas fructose doesn't. That's different.
Really? So, what about sucrose? What's the healthiest sugar?
It's a pretty much open question because depends on your body type, depends on where you are physically, depends on what your body needs.
What you mix it with?
Correct.
I don't know if you guys saw that little chain of thought in the chat. That's what I interrupted with a few minutes ago. So the roosters will crow even if they can't see the sun, which kind of proves that the sun is a local kind of like magnetic field. So when the field gets close enough to the rooster feels it and knows how to crow. There you go, another flat
3
earth
o'clock
proof.
in the fucking morning.
I wonder if that's in Eric Dubai's book. But look in the chat, there's been like a study in 2013 that proved this, and like that was just my intuition, which is really cool that somebody did a study within the last 10 years based on what I intuited.
Why do you assume it's magnetic? Like maybe it feels like the environment.
Well, I mean, I said like a magnetic field because I think a magnet itself is the best one-to-one for understanding the sun.
There's been studies also about
about 50%
the birds.
Yeah,
birds.
I was right about that. About 50% of honey's sugar is fructose. And fructose, you better look that up if you think it's just fruit.
All right, appreciate the fact check.
Honey is very high in calories, man. If you're starving and you come across a fucking honeycomb beehive, you might want to figure out a way to fucking get to that because it's very high in calories.
Yeah, Beethoven. So it says here, while roosters don't need to see light to crow, their internal clock is initially set by exposure to light and darkness. Once set, they can crow at the appropriate time without needing visual cues. So basically, they just like set their own internal clock after being exposed to the light. It's not like
So what I said right was that it supports my theory. I didn't say it was a good conclusive evidence. It's just funny that it lines up with what I've been trying to assert about light recently. So I didn't really want to say like anything conclusive about it, just an interesting datum.
What's your conclusion?
Look, I'm in a service station. I'll talk to you about it later, possibly, if there's nothing going on.
Cool. But it's kind of like how now that we've developed a system of time, like which is based off of the sun, if we're talking about the solar cycle, we can get rid of this. Like we could take the sun out if we had the power to like just make the sun vanish. We could still keep time because we've created the system, created the schedule.
If some more ifs.
That being said, it says here, this rhythm is maintained even in constant light or darkness, although prolonged absence of natural light can disrupt it over time. So the roosters, they would need the sun every so often.
I'm sorry, man. What did you say? Light creates light?
What's that? You know, there's some people that argue that that daylight isn't caused by the sun, but they just like correlate with each other.
Daylight is caused by the sun, dude.
I know, but they argue that, you know, because correlation does not equal causation. Just because they
Not an
come together,
argument. It's not an
just
argument.
because the
One
daylight
of the,
precedes the sun.
One of the theories is there's two separate things going on. One of them is daylight, and one of them is direct sunlight. So, based off this speculation,
Yeah, I've
so
heard of this. Yes.
the sun pushes out some kind of electromagnetic field,
And
and
there's something in the air, yes, I've heard this, where it dilates the molecules or whatever in the air.
yeah, so
and
that
it
is
sends out.
daylight, and then when the sun gets close enough, the direct sunlight off of the sun is then visible.
But
Yeah,
still, the sun would be causing the daylight to happen because it's like starts the reaction and whatever.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't happen without the sun. That's my point.
Yeah. But if we were being like anal with this correlation does not equal causation thing, they couldn't even go that far to say that the sun causes daylight. You know,
Yeah,
just be
it's
there.
like a
They'd always be
plasma.
correlated together, but not necessarily causative because you can't test
I'm
it.
intrigued. I'm actually intrigued by the idea. It's like a plasma idea, and I've seen videos on it where you can, using their theory, you can create even the colors of the sunset and sunrise. I don't believe it's close when I watch them. Like there's nothing like reality of a sunset and a sunrise. You can't mimic it. You can't mimic it, in my opinion. Just my
Yeah.
opinion. But there are where they're using plasma and they use light to oh man, it's been a while since I've seen it. I apologize. It's like sunlight does something to the molecules in the air, which also brightens them. So it's not just the light from the sun, but also everything in the medium we live in. Is this plasma theory?
Forget that biblically, the light was created before the sun. So the light was created on the second day, and the sun was created on the fourth day.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Man, it was next time a Glober says like science doesn't prove things. You know, it's just a correlative relationship. It's not causative. You could bring this up.
The pseudoscience doesn't prove things. Real science does. And what makes scientists mad is that real science does prove God. That's why the pseudoscientists become pseudoscientists, because they're so mad at the fact that real science proves it.
I don't know about saying science proves God. God's just like a truth.
Yeah, real science proves
Regardless of
God.
something.
Dude.
What's a scientific
requires a
experiment to
creator.
prove God? I wouldn't say that.
Every scientific experiment ever conducted requires a creator.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but it's not like science that's proving it. It's just that God is the necessary antecedent to have science in the first place.
Well,
Is someone playing the didgeridoo at your place, man?
We live in a world that's actually creating. So the world's actually, like, even in the biblical standpoint, it wasn't created. God's creation is just that. It's always creating. So it's not like past tense created. It's
No, but that's how God created it. Past tense.
No, it's creation, because it's always creating. It hasn't stopped creating. It's still creating. Therefore, it's creation.
No, but God created the world in 6 days. Past tense. Those 6 days passed.
No,
You know, he just created the world to be constantly creating
No,
as well.
he created this. He created the sun, moon, and stars, and he created the earth and everything therein, right? And he gave man dominion over everything therein of the earth, right? So it's creation, constantly creating. He told us to be fruitful and multiply. Why? Because it hasn't been created; it's constantly being created. Creation. In context, it's creation. It hasn't been past tense. Okay, I created it. Now my hand's out of it. It's all his hand is always in it. It's creation. It's never
Yeah, but
stopped.
that's a false dichotomy because, like, I could create a machine and constantly be tinkering with it, but it's still created. You know?
Yeah, but if you have children, right? Then you yourself were created. But then if you have children, well, now you're creation. It's constantly.
What?
It's not in past tense. Everything's been created and that's it. God's created something that is always creating.
Okay.
It's not
So,
past.
but you just said right there, God created something. So you
It's still in the midst of creation.
all right.
Biblically, anyways. Yeah, it's creation.
Everything's creation. Everything that God created is creation.
Yeah, over through its own kind. Right, through its own kind. A dog will be a dog, a cat will be a cat, a human will be a human, and they'll always create their own kind up until Jesus comes back for the second time for Judgment Day. Right, up until then, it's creation. It hasn't been created; things are still being created. So
It's
in
a semantic
context,
argument that you're making.
yeah, in context, it makes it sound like I'm contradicting myself, but things are being created in the context of creation, right? I'm a grandfather 3 times over now. I was 2 times over, but recently now I'm 3 times the grandfather, right? So that's because it's me being created a grandfather doesn't stop there. There's still creation. It's nonstop. The
It
creation
would have
is
been cool
going.
if I got $10 for every time you said a derivative of the word create, but
I'm just trying to emphasize my point. Can you still man it? You understand what I'm saying?
yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're making a like semantic distinction between the fact that things are still being like, you know, changing. Things are still changing. So you're saying they're still constantly being created or constantly creating, right? And you're making making a distinction between God creating and you know it being done in the past tense. I understand what you're saying, but like I feel like it's a semantic distinction. It's not really helpful.
No. Well, what do you think it means for the? Okay, so God created Adam and Eve, but He didn't create you. Come on, dude.
No, He created me too.
His whole creation of Earth and everything therein is a creation that continuously creates.
Yeah, He made a world that's constantly changing, that's constantly
Yes.
creating.
Yes.
He made it. Still, made is past tense. You understand?
No day is ever the same. Not the wind, not the temperature. No day is ever the same. It's always.
Is it correct to say He's making a world that's constantly creating, or He's made a world that's constantly creating? Which one?
No, hold on. Hey, hold on. I got 2 things for you, real quick. Okay, number one is yeah, there's nothing new under the sun. Every day is exactly the same. You know, there's nothing new here. And number 2, like,
well, in that sense, you're right.
Okay, yeah, I know you can kind of disagree, but yeah, what's happening now has happened before. It'll happen again in the future. It's just a rotating cycle of repetition. And number 2, this is really kind of off topic. Like we're so far off topic that I'm not even sure how we got.
We're just waiting for a Glover to walk in our trap, bro.
I mean,
He's
overall,
right.
I generally
I stand corrected. You're right. You're right. Way off topic. You're
Yeah,
right.
I generally prefer to stay away from the theological stuff because the globalists have that in spades. I mean, how are you going to debate someone like Newton or Copernicus? The full might and fury of the Catholic Church. Top down federal spending programs with deeply theistic religious people who brought Bibles to the moon because God bless America. How are, as a layperson in Christianity or whatever, gonna go against that level of authority?
The
State-sponsored religion.
Well
So
put. Well put.
almost
You can find
seems
it with a
like
better religion. It's not.
yeah, more like just whose favorite sky daddy wins. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just better stay with objective reality, physical, natural world. You don't need to go into the supernatural or the philosophy and whatnot. Just stay right to observable, objective reality. Then we can win because that debate brings them back to the surface of the earth.
Well, I'm kind of glad I did what I did because what you just said, not specifically this man, dude. I'm glad what I did made you say that, and I'm glad it happened.
Yeah, because here, look at the news of the day. See Mercury at night, or see Mercury at its best in the night sky over the next 2 weeks. In March 2025, we have a fine opportunity to view the planet that many astronomer guides refer as the most difficult of the naked eye planets to see, Mercury. Okay, how the fuck do you see Mercury at night at all? Wouldn't it, in heliocentric, wouldn't it always be in between you and the sun? At what possible position can you position Mercury, Earth, and the sun and see Mercury at night?
You can't. The sun's brightness would overcome it. This come up in early flat Earth debates. You can't do it.
Yeah, it's like a hole in their model where they play around with the definition of words, what night is.
Well,
and it
that's
kind
like
of
you
goes
said,
back to the rooster conversation, which I was waiting to get on that. That's what I was going to try to interject this, but you guys were going back and forth too quick. I just at some point was like, okay.
Well, go ahead, man. Please, man. I like what you have to say, man.
Yeah, I mean, what do
Go
you
ahead.
think about that? So, how would you see? I mean, if you were to try to draw it, could you do it? Could like not you? I'm just saying a person, like someone who really believes heliocentric, and you think heliocentric's true. Can you position these three things in like three-dimensional space, where you'd see Mercury behind you, while the sun is in front of you, or something like that? Like how would you make it work?
Yeah, it doesn't work. I remember this in early flat Earth, man. That's crazy. You bring it up now. I'm glad whatever I said made you say what you said.
It says here, Mercury's visibility depends on its position relative to Earth and the Sun. When Mercury is at an inferior conjunction, it's between Earth and Sun, making it invisible. During greatest eastern elongation, Mercury is visible in the evening sky after sunset, and at greatest western elongation, Mercury can be seen in the morning sky before sunrise. It's not always between us and the Sun. Its orbit allows it to be visible in the night sky at certain times, specifically during its greatest elongation. It'd be cool to see that, in a
draw it
visual.
out. Draw that out where somehow the sun is not in between you and Mercury. And then you said east, in the eastern sky?
Yeah, it says greatest eastern elongation. It's visible in the evening sky.
Well, there we go. So now it's another data point you have to use. So you have to demonstrate this in the east sky with the sun below the horizon and Mercury above.
But how do you know when you're east? Once you go so far east, aren't you going west? right? Once you get so far around the curve, you're going the opposite way of east. Now you're going west. What is so far east, man? Help me out. Once you get so far, you start going the other way, right?
Yeah, that's the cycle in the sky. It's supposed to be like the eastern, looking down, and a down
Okay,
view from the solar
right.
system.
Yeah, that makes sense from the horizontal plane reference. That
Or,
makes
or
sense.
something like that, or maybe looking up.
Yeah,
That's the part too. Like, look how vague their words are. At
right.
what vantage point are you? So you're an easternly.
Well, that's a cardinal direction, though, right? Like
Yeah,
that's not.
that would you use that direction in outer space?
But the cardinal direction's based on magnetic, right?
Yeah. So what vantage point are you using to declare that it's in the easternly orbit?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Northernly.
Where if east is east to if China is east to America, is America west to China? And like once you go like if you start going in a circle, even if it's flat, eventually you're going west from east where you started east, right? I'm traveling east, but now I'm going back to where I started from. So obviously I'm traveling in the opposite direction of where I was going,
Yeah.
right? So you technically where's east? If you keep going east, eventually you're going west, the opposite direction in which you started. Like what? It's that's not how east and west is based. They're not based on those. They're based on crosshairs on a target. Put crosshairs on a target. That's how north, south, east, and west is based. Nothing spherical about it.
There you go. I found a graphic of what they're saying it is.
I'm just saying it's a cardinal direction based off north from the compass, which is magnetic. That's what east and west are. They're based from north and south, north specifically, with the compass points towards. That's how you get all your opposing direction. And that's how you can get four corners on a sphere or a circle. You can get four corners on a sphere, but you can get it on a circle. Like if you cut a pizza in 4 pieces, the 4 corners will be in the center.
You think circles have 4 corners?
Yeah, the 4 corners of the earth. Cardinal direction. North, south, east, and west. 4 pieces
Those
of
aren't
the
corners though.
pie. 4 corners are directly in the center.
Why are you maintaining that the Earth is a circle?
No, he's talking about the compass directions would be a circle.
Well, that not only that, but it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth.
Mm.
I have encompassed the waters with bounds.
What doesn't make sense about it, Beto?
Like everything that Crit told you about it.
Like what?
Yeah, I'm not really interested in doing more than memeing you in the chat right now. Sorry.
Okay. Keep on memeing.
It's like simple. How do you see your backyard from your front yard?
You turn around.
No, from your front yard.
Well, it depends on the size of your house, right?
No, it's a cardinal direction.
Some people have like a little walkway, little path.
Yeah,
that
the
leads to
answer
back.
here is extreme refraction. Some sort of a very extreme refraction that's looming Mercury up over and around the curve of the Earth. Some sort of mirrored effect. And then
Which
if
is
that's the
funny
case,
because-
why? How is it? How do they predict it? And how is it these conditions going to remain for 2 weeks? Then if that's the case, like, oh, it's not that, it's predictable. Okay, sure. Don't fire up your Google. Run the numbers. Let's see. When's the next 2 weeks that this will happen? What year? What month? Let's see you run the numbers. Is it so you got such a perfect model that can predict all these amazing things. When's the next time that these 3 things will be such superpositioned that you'll be able to see behind you while looking in front of you?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down, Crit. Like it makes sense to me in their model. They're basically
Okay,
saying
how?
as Earth
How?
is turning, as Earth is turning, before you start seeing the light from the sun, you can see Mercury will be visible first because it's like kind of in a higher position or what have you.
Okay, so
it's more.
do you
So
believe
how?
you'll see Mercury
How?
for a long period of time? You should see Mercury at dusk and dawn for a short period of time. That's it.
Exactly. That's what they say. They say the rest of the time it's invisible.
Yeah, this is for the
Because
next
it's
2
directly in
weeks.
front of the sun.
Maybe look up how they found Mercury. How they tell
Dude,
you
there
how
was-
they found it.
I don't get this. They was predicting these. A clock is something you don't predict. It just fucking happens in a pattern. You can't claim that. I'm sorry, because I know where this is going. My bad. I jumped the gun.
No, you're good, man. I figure they just discovered it by seeing it in the night sky, like right before dawn and right before dusk.
He's trying to predict a pattern.
You know, they just saw it.
He's trying to claim that it's a prediction when a pattern is not a prediction. A pattern, you recognize a pattern because it occurs over and over again. There's no prediction.
Who claims that Mercury is predicted?
I just know where this is going to go. My bad. I jumped the gun.
Bro, like the ancients knew about Mercury. So, like it wasn't predicted by some heliocentric model crap. If that's what someone's trying to claim.
That's what I was getting.
Yeah, and that's where it makes sense in the geocentric cosmology. The heliocentric cosmology is hot shit. It doesn't work.
Especially for navigational purposes. Nobody uses a globe. They use topographical maps, flat, and horizontal. And in case emergencies, even nowadays, they have sextants. If you don't know what a sextant is, please look it up, because they still use them to this day, even though globers will call it archaic. Yeah, everything's based from a horizontal plane of reference. Even when they launch missiles, rockets, for your entertainment too. Yeah, they're using a horizontal plane of reference for the trajectory, the landing nowadays, allegedly. The landing. Yeah, that's all based on a horizontal plane of reference. No spherical shit about it, because if you did do that, how could you do it? How could you land it? How could you do it?
It says here, of the 5 planets known since ancient times, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, Mercury is the most difficult to see. In fact, of the billions of people on the planet, on the billions of people on Earth, it is likely that fewer than 0.0002% have knowingly seen the planet Mercury. The reason for this is that Mercury orbits very close to the Sun, about 1/3 of the Earth's average distance. Man, it's so ingrained in everything, this globe crap. Therefore,
if you got all that in like a really basic infographic, I'm really digging like fixing your infographics. I think that's a really easy job. Perfect for me.
Thank you for that interruption. Therefore, it is always located very near the sun and can only be seen for short intervals soon after sunset and just before sunrise. It's a testament to how carefully the ancient peoples watched the sky that Mercury was known at least as far back as 3000 BC. In Roman mythology, Mercury was the son of Jupiter and was the god of trade and commerce. He was also the messenger of the gods, being fleet of foot and commonly depicted as having winged sandals. Why this god was associated with
Sunday school?
Hold up. Why
are we having a religious lecture?
Bro, relax, man. It's not about religion. I mean, forget this paganist crap. But anyways, why this god is associated with the planet Mercury is very obvious. Mercury moves very quickly in its orbit around the sun and is only visible for a very short time during each orbit. In fact, Mercury has the shortest orbital period year of any of the planets. Yeah.
So
interesting stuff.
You said 0.002 people.
No, 0.0002% of people.
Oh, so there's
No.
So hold on.
What you're saying, right? Oh, sorry.
Hold on. So therefore, this claim cannot be verified?
No, it's definitely. What do you mean? They're saying like people that knowingly see the planet Mercury, that like actually see it,
Yeah,
Yeah,
they,
you know,
they also busted their model too, because didn't they just say that Mercury was discovered like 3,000 years BC or something like that, and then attributed to the Roman god?
yeah.
yeah. Well, you
Yeah,
can't have
that
God
Rome
still.
isn't that old. Maybe they're thinking Greek, which would then be like, was it Nike or something? Or
No, they're saying that it was known at least as far back as 3000 BC, but then they mention like they move on to say in Roman mythology it's the son of Jupiter, blah blah blah. They just describe him in Roman mythology, and because he's like basically so quick, you know.
yeah,
It's like
which is now
Nike, dude.
just like 2,000 years, not just
Yeah,
5,000 years ago. Like Rome, Rome doesn't go back that
0.0002.
far.
yeah. They're not saying that Roman mythology goes back 3000 BC. They're saying he's known as far back, like they've known about Mercury, the planet, as far back as 3000
as the
BC.
name Mercury,
You
a name
didn't.
that didn't exist for
You
another
didn't.
No, not as the name Mercury, just the planet. Mercury.
Okay, what did the ancient people call it then?
I don't know. Good
Dude,
question.
They have a way to reference that.
Hold
I
on,
can look
man. He
for it.
totally busted his own claim, dude. He said he didn't say 1.0. He said 0.00002.
No, that's 4 zeros. I said 3 zeros.
Oh, it was a 3? But you started with 0, right? 0.
Well, four with the starting one. 0.0002% people have seen it
Yeah,
knowingly.
yeah. So
I
there
don't
was
know
4
how
zeros.
you determine that, but anyway.
So how can you verify something that so few people allegedly have seen? How can
By
you
purposely looking to see it.
verify that?
Easily,
Yeah, but
bro. You just look at it in the night sky.
So you've seen Mercury? You're one of the
I haven't. No, I'm part of the.
You're
I'm
one
part of
of
the
the
99.9998% that haven't.
Oh, so you can't verify it.
No, it's verifiable. They're saying people that have knowingly seen it, like purposely, like been awake
But how
to
do you
see it at that
verify
time.
it? How do you verify their claims that they've seen it? How do you verify it?
I think it's just it's a guesstimate based off of people's
It sounds like
day and
either
night
seeing
cycles
is
and
believing or believing is saying. Which one is it?
why are you guys fighting out? Like, this is not the hill to die on, guys.
What do you mean it's not the hill to die on? If you got direct contradiction inside heliocentric that not only busts the model that they like to show you, it also busts their powers to predict. You wouldn't use that?
No, I'm saying contending the amount of people that have knowingly seen Mercury, their guesstimate as to the amount of people that have knowingly seen it is not like there's no point to it. You know, it's still verifiable that people can see it.
Okay, have you seen it?
I haven't, but are you disputing that Mercury exists, bro? Come on, like what kind of argument is that?
Are you one of the ones that they verified that seen it?
I have not consciously been aware that I was seeing Mercury. I haven't purposely tried
Who
to
is
see
one
it.
of the ones that they verified that seen it?
Who knows? But it doesn't matter because Mercury is visible, so it
Well,
doesn't
if you're
really.
going to start out with, I wouldn't be this such a prick if you would have said 1.0, but you literally said 0.0002.
How about this? Just post the article so you
That's
can
what
read it
you
yourself.
said.
Yeah, 1.0 of all the billions of people in the world is a lot. I think they're
You didn't say
that's probably too much.
1.0. You said 0.
Yeah, so I'm saying
0.0.
1.01% of all of the people on Earth
You didn't
is
say
a
that.
lot. I know. I'm saying it's too much. That's why it doesn't say it. It doesn't make sense. It's not a good estimate.
1.0
Their estimate's
is
probably closer.
better. It's a higher number by far when you're talking about people on the Earth. 1.0.
Anyways, very few people have seen it consciously, knowingly. Okay.
Well, you started off saying 0.0, so that's why I was concerned. If you're
Yeah,
saying
there's two
now
though.
it's 1.0, that's a little different. And it doesn't sound like much to you, probably. But when you're talking about people of the Earth, 1.0 is a lot of fucking people.
I know. and that's why they said 0.002.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're still going with the zero. This is dope. In other words, nobody. Fucking nobody.
No, there's a 2 at the end,
Right.
bro. Come on, man.
Oh, point. Yeah, after how many? 0.0002, right?
Yeah, that's correct. How much is that? How many people are on this earth? 8 billion or something like that?
No, for you, that's enough. That's enough for you.
Bro, why are you dying on this hill? It's an estimate because it's an estimate to point out the fact that it's very, very transient. It's very quick, the visibility of it.
That's enough for you. How many Christians have been on the earth? You're gonna start with
More
a
than the
zero?
people that have seen Mercury.
Oh, okay. So, okay. All right. Well, we should go with the people that have seen Mercury, right? They know better.
Why do you have to choose between them?
Well, I'm saying if you're going to appeal to a consensus, then you're in some
We're not
trouble.
it's consensus. The whole point is that very, very few people have seen it because it's so quick. Because the orbit is so quick and
you can't verify it, but you believe it because somebody says zero.
No, I can definitely verify that Mercury
What are you
exists.
trying to say about its orbit being too quick? Why should that limit the number of people who can observe it?
Because it only shows. It only shows in like it only shows basically.
Wait, why are you guys worried about
for very, very small intervals before dawn and after sunset? So it's
Why
not
are you
like you don't have
worried about
a large
people
window
who
to see it
can-
like other planets.
Why are you worried about the people who can't see it instead of you?
I'm just worried about you at this point, man.
I'm just okay. I'll be quiet. My bad. I'm probably annoying my fellow constituents.
No, dude, you're good. It's a good showcase that they just add in random facts and figures to sound like they know something.
It busts their model wider open every time they do it.
Right. As if they know something. Like they're trying to appeal to authority, but they're not even doing that with 0.0002. Like what number? What? How do you get that number? Wow, that's amazing. You don't even have a one.
They probably what they probably did was proportioned the orbital periods, the years of the planets relative to the population, and attributed some sort of rubric to that end.
Right.
Look,
citation needed.
Some sort of assumption, like they always do.
Yeah, they assume it's an estimate.
Yeah.
What I think is going on with this whole thing.
Nobody's gonna believe this shit. So we'll say 0. Nobody's gonna believe this shit. We'll just say 0.0. Go ahead. My bad.
You know my pendulum, right? Any gyro has an inner orbiting thing that adds some momentum to keep the outer orbiting thing. It violates a little bit the law of conservation of momentum, so it can extend its thing. My one's going to keep going because it's assisted, right? But when they built this model for Mercury, I think they needed this mechanic of this inner orbital path that adds to the brain's realism to picture the outer planets. So, like, the pendulum swinging is the Earth and the Moon. You get what I'm saying? And the sun is at the center because the fixed point of the pendulum is the biggest ball, but it doesn't move. I think they just looked at gyros and went, all right, so we can build a space gyro. And that's why the mechanics all look the same.
Can you draw what you're...
I think well, to put it short, he's saying it's a bunch of bullshit. The pendulum.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just put 2 photos in the chat. In the bottom photo, you can see I timed it where all of the balls were almost level with each other. And you can see how, like, discovery of gyros goes back with all of this stuff.
Well, what is... Okay, so...
Yeah, I heard the discovery of gyros goes back as far back as 3000 BC.
So a gyro is like a tool, right? Like a wrench. That's what a gyro is, right? It's a tool.
Well, a gyroscope.
It's a tool, right? Like a wrench, a tool.
Yeah,
Well, it's like a
two.
metronome in the way that I'm using it.
Metronomes are tools too.
Well, it helps to orientate yourself in free space, right? So you can orientate yourself in free space. Am I wrong on that? The
I
gyroscope?
think you'd be right.
To give you orientation in free space.
Yeah, carry on. Yes. Let's
Yeah.
assume you're correct.
Okay. How is it made?
With balls and wires.
Balls and wires is all I need for balls and planets.
Yeah, you have like a metal shaft.
Come on.
With
dude.
metal shaft with some curvature and some balls.
Yeah, but like its whole purpose is for orientation in free space, right?
Yeah. But nothing's free nowadays, so.
Right. Allegedly, it works off of a gravitational function.
And I just bullshit.
Allegedly. Oh, it doesn't? Oh, okay. My bad. Sweet. I thought allegedly it was gravity. It's good to know that it's not.
Yeah, it's not gravity. Because the gyroscope would still work even if you're going against the gravity well or whatever Globers would say. No,
Yeah, so even
you're
if you
going
was
anti-gravity vector.
So if you was in Narnia, it would still work, right? Doesn't require you could be in, the final frontier. You could be up there, and it wouldn't
It
work.
depends on the nature of Narnia. Like if Narnia balls turn into squares and metal wires turn into flamingos, then no, it wouldn't work.
Right. Huh. This whole time I thought it had to be a certain distance from the Earth to work. My bad. You can just use it up there, Free Willy and Narnia. But how does it get the orientation? That's what I don't get. Like, what is its reference frame for orientation? If you're upside down or
You
upside
calibrate it, you
right.
zero it out, and then as you move it, it records its position.
You calibrate it. Okay. Yeah. I'm learning a lot of new things.
So that's why whenever Globers say, "Oh, we've calibrated the gyroscope or whatever, and it's showing a 15 degrees per hour drift or what have you," it's bullcrap because they calibrate it to show the 15 degrees per hour drift that they claim. They never, because if you perfectly counterbalanced it and zeroed it out, so that's not moving whatsoever, then they would have already eliminated the Earth's 15 degree hour per drift and wouldn't show it. Period. You've already kind of counterbalanced it out, but they don't do that because they want to show it.
What is that 15 degrees per hour reference in the context of the gyroscope?
They say that it shows Earth's spinning, Earth's rotation, but again, they don't zero it out. They don't actually counterbalance it properly.
So it's reference from the sun?
No, I think they're just talking about Earth's axial rotation.
That's what the gyroscopes fucking.
But yeah, they claim that Earth's axial rotation makes gyroscopes drift 15 degrees per hour, just like it does the pendulum, Foucault's pendulum.
Oh, I thought you had to calibrate it. My bad.
Yeah, so they say, oh, once we calibrate it, it'll show the 15 degree hours per drift, but they don't actually calibrate it. They don't counterbalance it. What they do is they just weigh it. They counterbalance it so it shows the thing.
So once we calibrate it for 15 degrees per hour, then it measures 15 degrees per hour?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what they do. They're retarded, bro.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Because if you actually calibrate, if you actually balance it and counterbalance it such that it didn't move, then you would have like eliminated 15 degree hour per drift, and it would have been, you would have made it a controlled variable or what have you.
Well, I'm just
They don't do-
wondering if you have to calibrate it, what is the reference of the calibration?
15 degrees per hour, because that's what their model says.
So you put it in there. You put that into the calibration.
Exactly. It's cooked into the books.
Oh.
If they
I wonder
calibrate it to
why it
14
would
degrees
show
per hour,
that.
it would be wrong.
I wonder why it would show that. Oh, that's weird. Because if it was referenced to the Earth, the calibration, yeah, that wouldn't happen. It would reference a plane, a horizontal reference plane. That's what the orientation would be referenced to.
Because it's not like they could stop the Earth spinning, such that they
That
could
way-
zero it out completely and then start Earth spinning, and then it'll show the 15 degrees per hour. They can't do that.
So you can know if you're upside down. Like I mean, according to Baltard, you could be upside down if you're in Australia. That's why they call it the land down under. But even in their own model, how do you get a land down under? It's all a reference of where you're looking at the Earth in space. There is no up or down, left or right, cardinal direction from a space view. So they calibrated at 15 degrees an hour, and then they're like, hey, if this thing shows 15 degrees an hour, well, we're on sphere. Is that what you're saying? I'm just wondering if that's what you're saying.
So one more time.
They calibrated the gyroscope at 15 degrees an hour. And when it reads 15 degrees an hour, that means we're on a sphere. Right?
Yes, that is their argument.
Wow, that's impressive.
They leave out the calibration part. They don't say, "Oh, it's been calibrated to show the 15 degrees per hour." They leave that part out.
They leave out the calibration part. I wonder why.
They just say it's been calibrated. It's a calibrated device, and it's been balanced and counterbalanced, and it's showing 15 degrees per hour. So it's proof of globe Earth spinning.
Are you sure that's what they say? Because
Bro, I'm telling you, that's what they say, man.
okay. That sounds nothing like 10 years ago, but hey.
Degrees, huh?
If you got a calibrated gyroscope, you're in some problems because you're calibrating it in reference to something. What's that reference?
Calibrating it? I don't know.
Sounds like a presupposition to me.
No, because I would admit the gyroscope's a good piece of a good tool for flight orientation above a horizontal plane. But like, if that's the reason it's a good tool, it's calibrated for the orientation above a flat plane.
Yeah, and all I know is that like we use the ground that's obviously not moving in order to determine whether something else moves. So it's like the pendulum and the gyro and all that. If they precess, if they change orientation, if they do something different in a different plane or whatever, that means that that thing has changed. That's the thing that moved and changed,
I will.
right? To turn around and say that it was the ground below it that obviously isn't moving, is the thing that moved. It's just asinine.
Well, I'll admit that after the gyroscope was invented, plane wrecks reduced dramatically. So I'm not saying correlation is causation, but I will say, the gyroscope definitely helps aircraft in free space, but reference to a horizontal. That's why it comes in handy. They don't calibrate the gyroscope for a sphere. They calibrate it for a horizontal plane of reference to get your orientation upside down, left, right, whatever, and elevation angle, most importantly, when it comes to flight. That's the most important, elevation angle. Once you get to a certain height, all of a sudden you start flying faster. Yeah. The gases are a little less dense.
That's right, Viking. 0 horizontal planes on a sphere. Exactly. And their tangents that they like to invoke, well, they don't have that to begin with because the Earth's not a sphere. But when they imagine a horizontal on their sphere, it's not even horizontal. It's a fucking slope.
They can't even invoke a tangent. They don't know what a tangent is.
No, they do. They know what a tangent is. It's just that it's not. Yeah, they do. It's just the straight line or plane. Yeah, I think it's it's rare that someone brings up a tangent and doesn't know what a tangent plane is.
You got to go off a man's word. You got to go off a man's word, right? With man's word, you got to go off their word.
Tangent is one of those things that if somebody mentions it, right, it's not like gravity or refraction. They usually know what it fucking means. Like it's rare that somebody just parrots the word tangent without knowing what it actually means.
Once you start pressing them on, once you start pressing them on it, they'll start claiming that a tangent is curved.
Wait, the tangent is curved?
Yeah, they'll start claiming that once you start pressing them on what a tangent
I have heard that, it can be any line, any.
Yeah, you start proving that it's
any line that meets another line.
And actually, it's curved.
But yeah, I think I've heard that on a couple of occasions.
Look at refraction.
Yeah, it's not common.
Oh yeah, that's common. That's common as it comes.
But literally, there's no such thing as horizontal, right, on their sphere or as a tangent line or plane.
Now they believe that the gyroscope is referenced from a spherical object. Just ask them, they'll tell you. It's not reference from a horizontal. It's reference from a spherical. They don't know what a tangent is, dude. Just ask them. They'll tell you.
No, they do. All they have is perpendicular to vertical, right? Which is what they'll.
You can't get.
Which is what they'll say.
To vertical without horizontal.
Yeah, that's in Euclidean, right? That's called horizontal.
In any geometry.
Right? But yes, I know. Listen, bro. They've got a fucking circle. They've got a line that extends out from the center, right? And then they can draw another line perpendicular to that line. Now, in reality, that's horizontal. But on their sphere, they can still have that fucking perpendicular to that line, right? And they'll call it horizontal, but it can't be, because at all points on a horizontal line or plane, it must be perpendicular to vertical. But they'll imagine that they can walk out. They'll imagine that they can walk out along that plane, right, or line, and drop another plumb bob, and it will no longer be perpendicular to that plane, right? And that's their vertical. Their plumb is vertical. That's their vertical. So that line cannot be treated no longer as horizontal. They say it's horizontal at one single point. I'm sorry, horizontal is not a point. It is a plane or a line, and all points along it will, if you drop a plumb, will be perpendicular to that line. That's vertical.
Yeah.
Vertical will be perpendicular to that plane. That doesn't exist on their ball. They can't have that. So what they are trying to call horizontal is not horizontal. It's actually a reciprocal slope.
No. They don't even.
Yes. What they call horizontal is a slope. It has slope to it. And we all know that horizontal has zero slope, right?
Hey, I'm agreeing with you. Don't get me wrong. Right? But in their mind,
that's what they say. They call this slope horizontal.
We're saying the same thing, right? I was getting ready to emphasize, but I don't need to. We're saying the same thing. Literally saying the same thing. Yeah, in their mind, they don't know. This is what I started with. In their mind, they don't know what a tangent is. They'll claim a tangent, but they don't know what it is. And when you press them on it, and they're like, oh, shit, he's right. That is a tangent. They'll still go with the globe and act like they don't know what a tangent is. And that's where I hold them as a man to their word. So if you're going to sit there and claim, even though I agree with you, they know what a tangent is, but they're not admitting it. The reason why I claim they don't know what it is because they're not admitting it. Get it? See? They don't know what a tangent is. They can't admit it.
They think that if they had actual physical, surface which is tangent to the sphere, right, perpendicular to their vertical, right, extending out it away from the surface, because it has to deviate from the surface. If you could walk along it, you'd be going uphill. How do you go uphill on a horizontal fucking plane? It's a contradiction in terms.
It's over with, dude. People are still treating flat Earth like a conspiracy theory, but I'll tell you this, man. In the past fucking 15 years, conspiracy theorists are more correct than any other group of people. And when they realize that this is true, it's going to be slightly different. Not much, but slightly.
Yeah, everybody that ever used a nautical sextant is a conspiracy theorist. Every builder, an architect, is a conspiracy theorist. I mean, it's just fucking stupid.
People are worried about Epstein and Diddy and all these other things. Just. I've been waiting for damn near 20 years. Just wait, man. This shit's coming out. It's coming out hard.
Yeah, those are little distractions. You know what I mean? Like,
Like a rock.
you know,
It's being suppressed. People don't know the true numbers.
you know what? There are thousands upon thousands of Epsteins.
Yeah, it's being
And
suppressed.
nobody fucking blinks an eyelid. I don't give a shit about Epstein, whatever his fucking name is. Why so much fucking attention on that one fucking incident? Because it involved a bunch of fucking high-profile characters? Oh, that was a big surprise, world. Fuck me dead. Wake up. Like, that's not news. That's old fucking news.
Even at their own detriment, they would rather you or people.
Well, what are they going to do about it? What are people going to do about it?
Hold on, they would rather.
Because if they're not going to fucking do about it, not do anything about it, sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but hold on, dude. What are you doing about it? Like you can't rely on somebody else to do. What do you? Just to be fair, I mean, I don't mean to go there, but my point is, this is coming out slowly but surely. And
Yeah, everybody likes to say that and talk about it, and nothing's getting done about it.
Yes.
Why isn't every single person under the fucking thumb right now, every person on those fucking lists, why aren't they in jail?
What are you talking about? They'll never go to jail.
Well
kidding me right now?
then fucking forget it then. And deal with what you can do something about. And
No,
fucking
truth
forget that shit.
No, dude, just knowing truth gives justice in itself. You don't need to see somebody in jail for their justice. Have you ever heard the term righteous indignation? Yeah, you don't need to see somebody tormented or anything for your righteous indignation. It will come out. Period. That's all there is to it.
No, man. If it was a matter of fucking morality and righteousness,
I don't even think we're on. We might be on.
It would not have dragged on. It would have been over and done with already. Every single guilty person involved would have been fucking dealt with already. And they're all just still walking around, making movies, writing songs, getting on the radio, making their millions, flying around in their fucking jets, sailing on their yachts.
Do you have any understanding? Do you have any understanding of history? And I'm not meaning that as an asshole question. Are you? Do you have any understanding of history and how long it takes for truth to come out?
Yeah, like I said, it's not news.
Yeah, I'm just saying, dude. Truth is discovered, and then it comes out like 30 years later, 50 years later, all throughout history. The Nazis thought they were the good guys. Then they started asking themselves, "Are we the good guys?" Like it takes a long time, man. Things don't happen overnight. Something at this scale where everybody's true, it's probably going to take the longest of all things. You was around during COVID, right? Yeah. Well, how could they all lie about the Earth being flat? Look at how they all lie about all of them. All of them. Every nation on the face of the earth.
So, do you guys know about the human heart function in the way that it rests between beats?
Nope.
You never heard of that?
Who's this dude equalizing? What's going on there? You're off mute and stuff. That guy equalizing hegemony is off mute. Are you off mute? Can you hear us, dude? I'll just chuck him on.
Frequency can give somebody a heart murmur. Regular heartbeat, just frequency.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have like a medical discussion about it, but I'm saying that principle in my at least concept for integrating a charging system into the gyro. I think like that rest between beats would, and like the intermittent connection would be like turning on a charger for a few seconds every couple of seconds, and you get around like energy loss through entropy. It never builds up, but you always get the max output, which is generally at the start of a process or when it optimizes.
Pulse energy generation. Or, sorry, energy input.
Sorry, did you say off what energy input? You were just breaking up a bit.
Oh, sorry. I said like pulse energy input.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, honestly, I think there's a lot of things you could do. The other, like, early idea I had looking at what I'd done was a Stirling engine, if you know how that runs off a little flame.
What is it?
It's called a Stirling motor. It was invented by a Scottish guy like a really long time ago.
I'm not familiar with it. Or maybe I am, but you know.
It uses like it uses convection to get like a constant input of energy, but it's bound to the amount of time you can keep the like the pilot burning.
Isn't that similar principle to what was the dude's name that invented the water car and then supposedly was suspected he was bumped off?
I mean, like, it's good for small scale motor. It doesn't really work to apply to even something like a train size or even a car size. But yeah, it uses like a wheel, I think, and like a force multiplier system, I believe, and a little flame. But it's an ingenious little concept, and it predates most of the like mechanical motor systems that have been invented.
Have you heard of the new water engine? Allegedly.
I know that cars are running on like fairy dust at this point, especially in places like China.
Well, they're releasing fucking, air taxis. They've got fucking hover motorcycles and shit. They're just drones. They're just like gilded drones, but their drones are carrying people around now.
I mean, I'm a tech accelerationist, and I think it's really cool. I think like we do get too smart for our own good, but before we get there, life gets a lot more interesting.
Allegedly, they got a combustion motor that can run on water pressure and air. Allegedly.
Yeah, equalizing. You got to close your mic though, man. If you're not talking, that's all. Because we're getting background sound from you.
The one up there.
Can't hear the cowbell, bro.
The one up there still needs oil. I don't see why the one off water doesn't, but allegedly it doesn't need oil. I don't know.
Yo, equalizing. Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Equalizing. You a baltard? What about the Viking? You a baltard?
Oh, hell no. He isn't, no.
When did you become flat earther and why? If you don't mind, you don't have to answer. Viking.
I don't know the Viking mics up much.
You don't like the name that you put up there?
No, I just don't hear the Viking mic up very much. Yeah, he's just text only. He says in the text, yeah.
My bad for a second. I thought that was him responding. My bad.
One 187247711 has returned. Yeah, Viking. James Richards was asking about your flat Earth journey, your story. What a legend, man. Hey, Roots.
Hey, what's up, T-Dub?
Not much, man. Pretty quiet in here at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just doing some work. I was just looking to eavesdrop on a good combo. Have we had any Globers in this morning? Or this afternoon for you?
A couple. It's been pretty uneventful, really. Just talking amongst ourselves a lot, pretty much.
Yeah, the whole server's pretty quiet, to be honest. I think, I don't know about you guys, but we've got sun here in the UK. I've noticed on a sunny day it's always quiet.
Okay. But because that's a rare event, right?
Yeah, everyone rushes out, yeah. Literally had the nicest 2 days of the year, the last 2 days. It's glorious.
Nice. Yeah, all the rain's over here.
Makes a nice change. We've got the sun, you've got the rain.
Yeah. Yeah, Northern Australia's getting smashed at the moment. Or about to by a huge hurricane.
Oh, no way. So, is it serious?
Well, they downgraded it to Category 1, but they said that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be less devastating because it's just a slower version of what it was going to be. So it's still going to be torrential rain and high-speed winds, flooding, etc.
Ugh. Sounds like you need to do a big shop and stay home for a few days.
Yeah, well, I'm relatively pretty much out of it, but like yeah, we're getting the edges of it, I think. But yeah, people, because like a lot of the supplies will come from that area, like the truck cargo and all that, like for the supermarkets, and so people were rushing to get stock up and things before supplies run out. But it hasn't been too bad actually.
Yeah, it's crazy how once people start seeing people stocking up, they start doing it too, and it just creates that rush. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, snowballs. Yeah.
Heard you talking, or it might have been you and somebody else. I heard you talking to a new guy, a flat earther. He seemed a bit older. It may have been Matrix, actually. I was interested to find out a bit more about him. Is he sort of a new flat earther who is a professional in some sort of scientific field or something, or is he just a teacher or something? I was trying to figure out what his background was.
When was this?
Oh, like 2 hours ago or something. 2 hours ago, they were talking to a guy.
To James, older guy, James, maybe.
Yeah, Daz, you were talking to him. Yeah, he seems to be a new flat earther. People were asking him how he got into flat Earth.
Oh, he's been around for a while. He was a bit vague though when he was asked that.
Yeah, he yeah, he kind of didn't want to talk about it.
He was struggling to understand the concept of the globe on an axis, tilted on its axis, rotating and orbiting, and how that explains, daylight changes and 24-hour suns and that sort of thing. Like, so we were trying to help him out understand how the globe explains how that works, right? And yeah, he was struggling with it a bit, but yeah, I'm not sure if he got it in the end or not. He's not long just left, about like 20 minutes ago. He asked Viking about his story into his flat Earth journey. The Viking has kindly put, because the Viking doesn't voice chat, but he kindly put his story, a bit of a summary, in the text chat. But James left, but I read it and appreciate you doing that, the Viking, and you're a legend. Thanks for everything you do behind the scenes.
Yeah, I hear a lot about Viking, a lot of good things as well. But yeah, I was wondering why I'd never heard him speak. So he doesn't do voice chat at all then? That's a shame.
Probably rarely, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of compliments directed at the Viking, being one of the smarter flat earthers we have in the group. Yeah, I say group. It's not really a group, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, team, buddies, What do you call it?
The movement.
Right, yeah, the revolutionists. I was talking about that before flat Earth, like before I even got into flat Earth, like talking about a great revolution of minds, right? Like intellectual revolution, and I didn't foresee that it would involve this, because it would involve the challenging of narratives, and paradigms, and traditions, and customs, and all sorts of things, right? Because I could kind of see it taking place, and I just didn't foresee that, that at the heart of it would be the flat Earth. I want to say debate, but because it's not a debate, but you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real sort of gateway into so many other things, isn't it? That's why I love it so much. I think it's the perfect opportunity for a normal-minded person to start to see the inconsistencies in our reality, or what they've told us is reality. Yeah, I think it's beautiful. Interestingly, I came from the other direction. I kind of had a suspicion something was terribly wrong, and Flat Earth put it into context for me. So it's quite interesting coming from the other perspective. Because I mean, I found inconsistencies in other subjects. Don't really want to bring them up here, but yeah, and then Flat Earth kind of put it into perspective how such big inconsistencies could exist in other subjects. Well, that kind of it kind of puts it all into perspective, I suppose.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
I know, even things like evolution and the origin of man and stuff. It just never made sense to me before. And it never made sense how there could be such a big conspiracy before Flat Earth as well.
Yeah, I always saw that side of things, the deliberate impedance of progress, right? In that
Right,
field.
yeah.
As I think I thought of it more like not so much a
Any spectators in here?
Hello, sorry. Any what?
I was just wondering if there's any observers in here, spectators.
Well, no, we're just having a discussion amongst ourselves. But spectators.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool. There's a few people just listening.
Did you, Polly? Did you want to have a chat around the subject?
No, not at the moment. I'll just listen.
Okay, man. Well, I was just saying, I didn't see them as a deliberate attempt to mask the truth. I felt like they were onto something, right? And when they'd face something which contradicts what they thought they were onto, a truth that they thought they held, instead of allowing it to challenge what they thought was truth, right? They faced that cognitive dissonance and went, well, no, I can't let go of what I've built too much, this invested, sunken cost thing, I can't let go of this, so I have to find ways to make excuses, post hoc theses and stuff like that, right? To a degree, I think that's still the case, but in some ways now I sort of feel like maybe there is a deliberate attempt to hide the truth. For what reason, I don't know. But I think that would be that would be more so like a smaller handful of people which are just perpetuating, instigating and fueling the the self-perpetuating part of that. So because I don't know that Richard Dawkins, someone like him, is like deliberately trying to deceive people. I think he really thinks what he's on, what he studies is true, or what he thinks he studies, But he's one of the people that just self-perpetuate it, he's been egged on, but But I think he did play a hand in deliberately defacing some of the human footprints which were alongside the so-called dinosaur footprints, right? In some ravine or something somewhere. I can't remember whether it was California. In some was it limestone or something?
What, defacing it, hiding it?
Yeah. So it was discovered, and then someone came along. Like, there's photos of when it was like first discovered. These large human footprints next to like claimed to be dinosaur footprints. And then there's photos of afterwards, after it had been defaced, and almost unrecognizable. So someone came along with a crowbar and took to these human footprints, and I think that Richard Dawkins was partly behind that. Sorry, Polynimbus, what was that, mate? Oh, okay. Shit, he took off.
Polly, you keep talking when other people are talking, and then you go, "Oh, is he gone?" What?
Yeah, he ducked out. I was just about to ask him what he was saying, but yeah.
Yeah, that kind of expect that because anomalous things like that mess up his theory, and the last thing he wants to do is throw spanners into his own book, because at the end of the day he's trying to make a book, he's trying to get paid. So yeah, I think that's the problem when you get these prolific authors. They become book writers rather than human beings looking for truth, and I think that's the problem. We encourage that too much, and we do push people away from discovery of anomalous, artifacts and history that could change the context of things. So, yeah, I think you're allowed to talk about content within the context that they've set, and the good authors, they know the game now.
Right, yeah. Unless the whole thing, right, was a staged event, and the whole thing was faked. Like the human footprints and the dinosaur footprints alike, I don't know. But because like dinosaurs, like what were these other so-called footprints made by? Large birds, dinosaurs, what the fuck? I don't know. Some creature. But was that faked as well, right? But then why deface the other bit that, could it be that complex of a deception, I don't know. Because apparently they were lifting up, like, slates of, like, huge, heavy slates of rock, which obviously hadn't been moved for centuries, it's just been laying there. And they were discovering these footprints underneath, like, segments of rock and sediment and stuff. So that would be pretty difficult to fake. Go to that extreme to fake such things, but who knows?
I think there's no doubt they're finding giant bones. I think the formation and the composition that they put these bones together is incorrect, and that's why we get these fantasy dinosaurs. But I think animals probably were bigger, and I think we do have evidence of giant bones. It's just, like I said, it's the context that they've shifted. You're allowed to talk about the giant bones, but from a dinosaur paradigm, right?
Right.
Exactly, have you guys seen the Munich unicorn?
No.
Wow.
What?
No.
I think it's called the Munich unicorn. It's after a town in Germany or city. It might have been Munich, and it's a unicorn, and it's the perfect example of this, where in the mid to late 1800s, they're digging up these bones, and some paleontologist decided to glue the bones together how he thought they should go. And it was an armless reptile creature with a unicorn sticking out of its skull. It looks like a total high school art project, and it was taken seriously.
Oh shit! Really?
I'd use Google to look it up, but it's called like the Munich. I'm driving right now. Munich. Let me type this in. Munich unicorn fossil. Yeah, but they were doing all this nonsense. I mean, so who's to say what is and isn't a reconstruction of a dinosaur if you have no originals to go off of? Here we go. The Magdeburg unicorn. Oh, this thing is freaking hilarious. I got the link. Check this out. Check this out, guys. This is science.
Holy shit! I'm looking at it. Yeah. Oh my god. What the fuck is
that? They've gotten better at their, science fiction over the years. Yeah. Hey guys.
It actually looks ridiculous.
Evolution is real. Look, it's evolving. I forgot how much leg it was. Are those like shoulder bones that connect to femurs?
To leg bones, yeah.
Trust the science. It's evolving.
What? That's an abomination.
They take it so seriously. Like this is like Royal Society level intellect at work. So, yep, this one didn't quite work out.
It just highlights though how randomly they put these things together and people just buy it. Like, do you know what I mean? It's that easy, really. Just put some bones together and say that was an animal. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're like a boneyard, right? Like a big junkyard of all these bones. Catastrophe happened. I get it. All these animals died together in a gigantic bowl, and you're digging through the bowl and you're pulling up these freaking, bone fragments. Jeez, Louise, dude. There you go.
That's hilarious.
It's like Legos.
Crazy.
It's like a Lego set, and they're just making their own creations out of all these bones. Daz, dude, it sounds like
it's very modern art.
All right, I'm muting you, Daz. Sorry.
Yeah, it does look like art. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Some sort of college, deformed, abstract piece of art. Belongs in a gallery, not a museum.
Right? It looks like something out of a video game or something.
It's the final boss of Devil May Cry.
It's got, like, the neck is connected to the legs. Where's the stomach go? How does it eat? It's like, oh shit, we broke it, guys. Mom will never notice. Let's put it back together.
Can you imagine the mating challenges that this animal would have?
How does it do it? Oh my gosh.
Maybe it uses the horn.
I know I do.
That's what I mean. Without context of how wrong so many things are in the world, this is something that people believe, right? They just go along and say, "Oh yeah, look, there's evidence of a unicorn," and then that becomes ChatGPT's answer, direct answer to did unicorns exist? Well, actually. The Magdeburg unicorn.
I mean, imagine like being the research assistant to the douchebag doctor of paleontology that put this together. And you're like, fuck, I gotta kiss this guy's ass if I want my PhD. I don't know what to say. Yes, doctor. Yes, this is beautiful, perfect, accurate reconstruction of a unicorn.
Where'd they get the horn in the first place? 'Cause that's like a really straight. Is that an actual like bone? Why?
I don't think so. I doubt it. Well, obviously, a horn should go there, right? So let's go cast one and just blow it on there.
Just made it.
Yeah, like you're the research assistant to the professor who built this. You're like, geez, my career's toast. How do I get out for this? This guy's getting awards for this stupid shit. And I wonder if this is around the same time that when did Stephen Jay Gould live? He probably came later. He had this punctuated equilibrium theory about evolution. The hopeful monsters, to explain why there were breaks in the evolutionary chain of gradation of being, which seems very medieval from an ontological perspective. But there are these breaks in the evolutionary fossil record, as if there ever was one to begin with, of evolution. And he said, well, basically what happened is you'd have like two dinosaurs mating and a freaking, elephant might pop out. Just crazy shit like that happened, and that's how we got all these breaks in the fossil record.
That's quite possibly the dumbest comment I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's called punctuated evolution. Excuse me, I think I said equilibrium. Or is it punctuated equilibrium? Punctuated evolution.
And the funny part is that this
Hopeful
guy probably has
monsters.
like a degree.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, he's up there with Darwin in terms of the amount of respect he garners from the scientific community. Stephen Jay Gould. Used to read up on that guy. I read up on him like 30 years ago. Freaking hell, I'm getting old. Forgetting stuff.
Wait, they don't still take that seriously, do they?
No. Well, yes and no. It's kind of like they're God of the gaps. I mean, they kind of keep this in their back pocket to help explain things. And I think where they are now is like, yeah, that probably happened. There was probably this punctuated equilibrium in evolution, but it didn't happen as much as Stephen Jay Gould had supposed it did. And probably not to the degree of extreme variation that Stephen Jay Gould had in mind. And all the evolutionary theists out there are like, yeah, well, God might have directed the hopeful monsters in order to help guide evolution along the biblical timeline with more expediency. I had a college professor who was into theistic evolution. He tried to differentiate himself from intelligent design. And he wrote a doctoral thesis, actually, on this.
So ridiculous, though. They don't have the missing link to say that one species can transform to another. There's very, very big questions around speciation in the examples they give in salamanders, which I could argue isn't evidence of speciation in any animals except for a salamander reptile, which are very unique animals. And then with no actual kind of evidence of how, life is supposed to have come from a simple-celled organism into complex. When you see the complexity within simple-celled organisms, like, why would they then just build on these theories when they don't have the missing links? Why don't they focus on the missing links, focus on the problems, rather than just elaborating and creating these stories for us? It's ridiculous.
I know. You're right about this. One-celled organisms, or even just organs in your body, are complete systems that are irreducible in their complexity. You cannot take away anything. Otherwise, the entire organism or the organ itself would cease to function. So how did all of these separate components evolve on their own separate paths together in order to combine and form a working system? It's like with a mousetrap. You've probably heard of the mousetrap analogy. You so much as remove any single component of a mousetrap, it's not a mousetrap anymore. And the human,
Right.
one of the most complex organs to have ever been studied in any organism. I mean, it's basically interacting with the quantum nature of light, which is fascinating as crap. And the design of the eye supposes, it seems, that the information required for its construction understands the quantum nature of light.
What does that mean?
Photons. Yeah, like you've got light that interacts with the biochemistry of the eyeball, which people are only now starting to understand are happening at subatomic levels. And how did something like this just evolve right out of a soup of infinite information potential? It's just retarded to even suppose.
It's crazy because, like, yesterday you were talking about quantum mechanics versus everything else that's not quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
And how light is a wave. It's not.
It's not.
All of this. And then I go on Facebook, and in one of my random groups, someone is posting about this professor who's talking about reality being a simulation. And again, as tantalizing as it may sound, the reason he's saying that is off of the false premise that light is a wave. And all of these, ideas that come from this misinterpretation of what's going on. And I'm like, why the fuck are we on the same sheet of music? Now, that's something I've been wondering about for years. Because it's like when a Glober comes in here and they're like, proposing their questions, it like comes in waves. Sometimes it's about the Coriolis effect. Sometimes it's about gravity. Sometimes, whatever it is, it's not just like it's in here. It's the subject across the internet as far as I can tell.
We talk about that from time to time. It is, isn't it? It's like somebody out there put out the notes for the week, and all the anti-flat earthers got the same fucking notes. And everywhere you go on the internet, they suddenly talk about this one arcane subject that nobody in their right mind would happen to randomly think about, let alone entire groups of people across the internet would happen to be thinking about this one thing at the same time. Yeah, it is weird, dude. It's like, does McToon put out a video and then it becomes the subject? I don't know. I didn't mean to take the wind out of your sail there. I'm passionate about this subject. It's crazy.
No, I'm just coming in on you guys talking about. I just hear it. I'm like, and that's the first thing I thought about is how does that happen? Like, man, something fishy. I hate that there are things that you know and things that you don't know. And for years, I've wondered that. But it goes deeper than that because it'd be like, sometimes like back in the day when we used to do a lot of speculation, like say I'd come in the morning and talk about something, and then my homegirl Stacy would come in and she'd be like, "Yo, I was just talking about that at my server," and it'd be like 5 of us from 5 different places talking about the same shit, but we had just woken up. We didn't actually as far as we could tell, it was our own thoughts. It didn't have anything to do with the video that we saw. So it was like it was happening regardless. Now that's weird.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I
weird.
I don't think that's
want that
weird.
newsletter.
I was just going to say, I don't think that's weird. I think that's the way. I genuinely think that's the way reality works. You've got kind of micro and macro momentum, and I think collectively we're all going through something similar as what we're going through individually, and I think you can actually see that in the syncretisms.
I can't disagree. That's how I feel. That's how I feel, man.
So could ancient pyramids existing on each continent be just a coincidence then?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
There are no coincidences, just momentum. I think that's how you can prophesize, just by recognizing pattern recognition. You can make prophecy for 20 years down the line, just because you started to pick up on the momentum that a whole society is going through. Like, I think the collapse of this society has been predictable for a very long time.
Yeah.
Doesn't make you special, it just pattern recognition, I think.
Yeah. So, what is the new world order going to look like? I think it's going to gradually get worse until the end. Personally, sorry to black pill.
Yeah, like a frog in hot water.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a call. Be right back.
Yeah, it is. That is. I've enjoyed that topic for a long time myself. Like synchronicities and things in history. There was what cartoon was it? There was a comic strip released in New York, and one released in a European newspaper, and they were almost identical, but they were like there's no way that the two authors could have collaborated and you know or stolen one another's idea or anything like that. It was just seemed like just pure coincidence. It was a very similar theme, very similar character. Yeah. There was something about the telephone too. The patent of the telephone. Two people at pretty much the same time patented the same idea. It's just a bunch of them. There's the synchronicities. And there's less known ones, as well. Like just more mundane events that occurred that just wouldn't credit happening in a billion years.
Another one is the airplane with the Wright brothers and then a group in France, like within the same day. And I think there's another one with the radio. There's Marconi and then somebody else.
Right. Yeah.
There always seems to be a strange tit for tat, like between the Anglo-American establishment and everybody else. Whenever there's a great invention, it's always like, oh, the UK or the US, we invented it first. We actually came up with it first. Here you go. Here's our evidence. The discovery of Neptune or something like that. Calculus. You had You had Isaac Newton on one hand and Leibniz on the other from Germany. Who stole whose calculus?
Yeah. Well, maybe something is happening more at more of the quantum level. That we just we can't perceive, we don't understand. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Like how much information does light carry? You know what I mean?
Yeah, all of it? Is it just like an infinite noise and then, you can find anything in there?
Right. Yeah. Well, what happens to these photons when, like, because you're talking about like to do with the eye?
Oh yeah, bro.
Where do they go?
They shoot. You've got like the photoelectric effect and then like Compton scattering, which are kind of like the same thing, but just with different intensity levels. I would say I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Where light interacts with matter and ejects electrons, or electrons interact and create photons. Yeah, and then it just scatters and disappears. Where does it go? That's a good question.
Yeah, right.
How do photons change state?
Right. Yeah. What does it become? Like, yeah. Once it enters your eye, goes inside. Does it come back out?
Yeah. You got protons, I think, degrade into neutrons. Some like that whole world of quantum mechanics is. I don't know. I didn't spend a lot of time researching and studying that. It just seemed too much to get into, and too little results and effort to show for.
Yeah, man. Like I tried to wrap my head around it one night. I thought, like, yeah, okay, it's time to like look into this stuff, and I used a bit of AI, and then I was like reading the material it was referencing, and after like 2 hours, my head was spinning, and I was like, had more questions than I could think of about a subject that my brain was fried.
Yeah, you have to like really commit to it, and then you'll start to get results out of it. You'll start to make connections.
So you're feeling the spin, bro.
Yeah. I mean, to say things that like light photons have momentum and spin, like what the hell does that really mean? And
yeah,
they can polarize, and you got materials like the back of a beetle is iridescent, and it changes color depending on the angle that you see it, because the back of a beetle has a protein. I think it's a protein called chitin, which I think they're actually starting to make snacks out of now. And this is a chiral molecule, and it literally twists light, which produces different colors at different angles of reception and propagation, like a helix. And it can twist light, I think, in a left-handed fashion, and then not twist things in a right-handed fashion, so you see only certain colors like green and purple instead of orange and blue and stuff. It's all crazy. And this has to do with light inverting the axis of electrons. I sound fucking crazy when I talk about it. You know?
Yeah. They paint cars like that, and I think that it should almost be illegal, because it's a bit distracting and could be dangerous. Like, what if it just sort of like makes that right angle and it matches the surroundings and you don't see it or whatever, you don't run into it. Yeah, that's crazy.
It sucks when you read so much of this stuff and then you forget more than you can remember, and maybe you're left with more of an intuitive understanding of it in the end, which is helpful. But forgetting details of things you read and probably read without much interest in the first place, and then you come into flat Earth, you're like, oh man, I gotta dig back in all this boring crap that I tried to avoid to get through school. Stuff that I got like D's in classes for. I'm like, oh no, like I really have to do this? Yep. And it just never ends. The research holes. You start digging and yeah, it gets overwhelming.
Yeah, like I think it's fascinating that these particles, they're called particles, but not in the conventional sense of like that we understand. Like dust, it's like an energy packet, and
yeah, it's is energy like is matter just condensed energy? I mean, people have been talking this way for a long time in this manner. Is it just a different phase? Is what's going on?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
I think one of the best ways to think about the whole wave-particle duality thing is in a quote. A quote that Quantum Eraser pulls out, one of his citations. I think might have been a James Clerk Maxwell quote. No, it wasn't him. It was way too later than that. Where the wave function is just a statistical probability function that determines the future path of the photon. That's all it is. It's a probability distribution of the potential path that the photon makes. And it sounds weird, but electricity is kind of the same way. And you use wires as waveguides to focus the path of electricity in a certain way, with materials that respond to electricity in the way that you need them to. From wires themselves that are coherent, the current passes easily along it, to things like resistors and capacitors that do other things chemically with the electricity that's introduced into it. And the electricity exists in this field of potential, which is kind of spooky.
Yeah. India was talking about this, like that it passes on the outside of the wire. It's not, people think that it's in the wire, but it's not, right?
Right.
This energy field surrounding it. Yeah, it just learned so much and so quickly, and it's like, but
I think they understood it this way like 150 years ago. So this is old news. And it sounds super advanced to us today. So you're like, what the hell are they teaching us in schools?
Yeah. I mean, I got this book online. I think I found it through, is it Peter Cook? Like some Tartarian guy, like that does Tartarian videos on YouTube, and he linked it in one of his videos, and I went to it, and it's like from, I think it's early 20th century, possibly late 19th century, but it's like this just do-it-yourself freaking book about, it's some magician's handbook or something, so it's got all stuff about like doing magic tricks, but it's also got this huge section on electricity and how to mess around with it yourself and how to make toys and like sideshow sort of stuff, like like they had basically like like physical video games back in the day.
Whoa.
Yeah, like the things you zap on balls hanging off a pole, and you use electricity to like make them move and stuff. Like, I don't just they were really like exploring the potential of it, how to make homemade batteries and all sorts of stuff. Store energy in a jar and shit like that. Like, this is way back,
Yeah, I got to think magicians were scientists in a way, were engineers. They're creating technology that they kept hidden in order for the tricks to work by fooling people. Like, I bet when you watch David Copperfield do stuff on TV, I mean, this is like going back to the 90s, right? There's a lot of tech behind the scenes, magnets and circuits and all kinds of God knows what, timers, and they have to do their best to integrate that in with the scene and make it look as if nothing is going on except for the magician himself, who's waving his hands in the air. So you need to spend a lot of your time and resources as a magician in researching technology. You might become like an electrical engineer by proxy. All the magician tricks, like if you go in a magic store, some of the things that you can buy to help you get set up is all gadgets and gizmos that you conceal.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yep. Yeah, even a little bit of knowledge of carpentry and geometry, and that has a section on geometry. This book, just to say, how to make secret compartments in boxes and things like that, that seem they're concealed, and just all sorts of shit.
You might have to invent technology, and you'll never be able to file a patent.
Not without revealing your secrets, right? Yeah.
Yep. Do you remember that Canadian guy, Troy Hertubice? He built the bear suit and would go out into the Canadian woods and pick fights with grizzly bears and videotape it.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, Troy Hertubice. Hertubice. Hurtibise.
Did the suit kind of protect him in a way, or?
Yeah, he built a protective suit called the bear suit, and he wanted to sell it to the government to say, look, I can build this out of homemade parts like MacGyver. It's cheap, and you can pick fights with grizzly bears and survive. Watch this. He invented some other crazy stuff, and one of them was some thermal paste that he made out of like canned beans and toothpaste and spackle or something. And you could smear the stuff. You could smear the stuff on anything, and he would take blowtorches and hold blowtorches up to it for like minutes, and nothing would happen to it. It was like, it wasn't even ablative. Like, it wasn't like layers were peeling off or anything like that. It was just resisting the intense heat of this Bunsen burner. And he's like, yeah, I made this. Like, this cost me $5. Went to the hardware store, picked up some paint thinner. He's like, this is better than any like fire protective coating that's ever been produced by any of these major research companies. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman have nothing on this stuff. We can put this on airplanes and it's super light and cheap. Put this on the space shuttle. I mean, he's got all these other inventions. He built a flashlight that he claimed could see through walls by just shining it on a wall. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. But he claimed, he called it the angel light. And he's just some dude who was like a tinkerer in his basement. Let me go find a link. He's dead now, unfortunately.
Imagine living next to that guy. I wanted writing that you would point that stuff at my house.
Yeah, what you working on now, Troy? I'll show you when it's done. It's a flashlight that shines through walls. there's a
Kind
link
of
to
sounds
the
like
guy.
what King of Random was doing before he passed, and then
It
his
sounds like
brother-in-law who.
Perfect Dark, the video game, is what it sounds like. That's a Nintendo 64 classic for the young people.
There's his bear suit. Oh yeah, he started adding like tech to his bear suit. Places to clip on firearms and LED lights and all kind. He basically tried to build a RoboCop Iron Man suit.
Wow.
The first version though is something else here.
You know what I think a superior model to all the jetpack pathways we've gone down would be? It'd be building like a Bumblebee hovercraft. I don't know if we can even build like a tiny Bumblebee drone. It's so strange, the mechanism that they use to fly. It's not lift. It's actually Vortex.
There's a DVD or something you could buy back when like DVDs were new of Troy going into the woods and fighting bears.
Didn't NASA procure some stuff from him at some point? Or maybe it was DARPA. But I'm pretty sure he derived a unique spider silk based polymer. That was the main force resisting component of his suit.
All right, heading into the office. It's an office day. I should be semi-retired, and that's not happening. That's what happens. I'll be listening.
I never really consider retiring, finishing, because when I look at all the greats of knowledge, even my namesake, they're usually depicted when they're really, really old. And that's when most of their main achievements came in. And like building all of that takes a lifetime. Nikola Tesla was somebody who excelled in his youth. And I mean, most of his main depictions are when he was young. And then he ended up living a really long time, but there's no real documentation of his later life because once he was defunded, he was just gone feeding pigeons. So you think about what Tesla would have been capable of if he was even given like the amount of agency that Da Vinci had, who was probably in his late age when he was like finished with his works.
Hey, what's up, Doves?
Hey, dude, I'm good. Just chilling.
What's
How
up,
are you, man?
All good, all good. Trying to do as little work as possible. Are you at work?
Always hard at work. Just deriving new scientific principia as we speak.
Oh, really? That sounds fascinating. What are you working on?
Well, if you'd like to solve my riddle without scrolling up to find the answer in the chat, and tell me how the pendulum reaches and taps on the glass. (11:06) I shared a GIF that shows you the quickest way.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. What's this? Is this a variation of a Foucault pendulum or what? This isn't
Well,
a precession, is it?
It's a gyro that I set up between two different rare earth magnets, and it will periodically tap the glass in a sequence. But by what mechanism would you say it gains the energy to reach the glass to begin with when it only taps very intermittently? And there's an interesting sequence that I'm trying to pattern into the mechanic that's causing it to happen, but that's the riddle. See, because as it swings forward, the main axle swings backward. So how does it reach the glass? I can show you it reaching the glass if you want proof.
Nah, this is not my area, not my subject. I wouldn't be able to contribute anything meaningful to that.
That's fair. I like how I can stump people.
So what's your claim then? Put it in context for me.
Okay, so the inner ring on the gyro is in a flux field between the two magnets. So it somewhat randomizes its motion, which intermittently adds impetus to the pendulum swing, which is different to the way that all other pendulums that I'm aware of work. The main type of pendulum adds impetus at the very bottom point of the swing, and most mechanically assisted pendulums, which you could say mine is a version of, adds impetus at the main arc swing points. But mine limits itself by tapping on the glass and adds momentum perpetually without ever following the law of conservation or loss of energy through the magnetic flux. Really pretty cool, I think.
Okay, fair enough. What do you think about the shape of the floor? Or the surface of the Earth?
Well, we were looking loosely at a connection between the model that they use with Mercury's kind of a ghost phenomena kind of nature, and I was comparing it to gyros and how gyros were discovered around the same time they started fleshing out the model. And I think the gyro was just what they were using to picture the way that creation must work, that everything is followed from these assumptions. Pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah, but I asked about the surface of the ground, not theories on bodies in the sky. What do you think about the geometry of the Earth? Do you think it's
Definitely a flat Earth.
okay? And why definitely?
Because of the laws of geometry, as you just said. Lines don't curve and the horizons align.
Very true. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, the second part of it's a little bit more interesting because it asserts that when you pop a balloon, the balloon's still inside of a larger balloon called 14 psi. So that's another little riddle I created called how do you pop a balloon inside of another balloon without popping the larger balloon? But the answer to the riddle could be answered a number of ways, but the funniest way is just to say, well, every time you pop a balloon, right? And then it becomes a flat Earth argument. So it seems like I'm not doing flat Earth shit when I'm posing like physics riddles, but that's what I think physics is for us to back up the observations.
Yeah, 100%. You're asking different questions, which is interesting. Not really sure exactly what you were getting at with the gyroscope, though. Where's your sort of where's this leading to? I know you explained it a little bit, but what do you think that proves?
Well, if they wanted to account for an inner orbital path of Mercury, right? It's the sun being the largest body is the same on a gyroscope, and it's at the same position. And the addition of energy, which extends the pendulum function, comes from the inner ring's motion. So I think they just mapped that out into the cosmos, which is a fallacious base to reason from. But there you go. The observations of the motion in the sky. They are doing something that's similar to trackable motion, but it's not gyro function. So I think that's where the model began.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you now. I'm with you. Interesting theory. Is anybody else in the main, in media, social media, or any experts that you can point towards who share your belief or theory?
No, I just derived that tonight because I bought this pendulum at a secondhand store today
And I literally stumbled across this metronome function with 2 magnets, so just working with it.
Interesting. Well, it's good to see you doing things and testing things. I guess you're going to keep us updated, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, my assertion is that metronome won't ever slow below a certain rate, so I'm just going to do periodic videos until people who might want a better proof come here and set up a 24-hour live stream, and like it could be put in a museum and just never ever stop. It might outlast the human race. I don't know, but it's not losing energy. It's been running for over 12 hours now.
Yeah, but isn't that fully understood through momentum? I mean, we've got those experiments with
I think it might be. I think it might be. I just didn't know it was that easy to create. So I'm pretty fascinated by such occurrences.
Yeah, it just reminds me of the sort of force balance argument when you put energy into one side of I've forgotten what they're called, but the with the steel balls that you can put on your desk as like a relaxation gimmick or tool or whatever. But those
Oh yeah. No, I've got a Newton's cradle, but its strings are all busted because they're notorious. Like, wires are better than strings. The strings are notorious for getting tangled if you have to move it somewhere. They're fine if they never move.
right, yeah. But I mean, you put energy in, and then because of the force balance, it'll just equal out on the other side, and it'll come back, hit it, equal out, and there's no loss of energy.
Yeah, but they only run for about 3 minutes at most. I've never got mine to run longer than that. So my pendulum's not losing energy. It's going around conservation of momentum by using perpetual motion with the inner ring. And it's because I think of the moving axle that the main ring is on compared to the fixed axle point of the inner free rotation ring.
Yeah, but isn't that just because a gyro tries to hold its rigidity in space, though it's trying to equal out, and it's almost giving more momentum back to the swing, right? Because it's trying to balance.
Well, yeah, in a general gyro setup, but that's because it's like a grandfather clock where the grandfather clock mechanism is again on the inner ring, but it still loses energy unless you've added something, which in my situation is a magnet, 2 magnets. So it's really basic. It's there's no moving parts, but it's still never going to stop running. I mean, the moving parts are gyro, obviously, but the mechanism that makes it run is not even powered. It's just a natural state. So I only dropped it from about between 80 and 90 degrees, like 12 hours ago. I only touched it one time.
Interesting. How much did that gyro cost you?
The second-hand Glober basement bargain bin, $5, I think.
Oh wow, good find.
Well, I live in a mining community that's way out in the middle of nowhere, so the amount of stuff I get really cheap is just unbelievable because there's a lot of rich people that just move away quickly and leave all their stuff behind, and it ends up at a second-hand store or something. Or just on the street, honestly.
Welcome back, Alex. Oh, he left.
It's not a
Do
scientific
you not base
question.
your reasons and tactics on science?
Stop.
What do you base it on?
I'm just telling you it's not a scientific question.
It
Talk about
is.
the
Inherently,
unknown.
it is.
Philosophical.
Bro,
you gotta pump the brakes.
Talking about the unknown. Talking
I'm
about the
literally
unknown is
asking
philosophy.
the unknown of what? Hold on. Clarify, please clarify. Please
Because
clarify.
if I tell you I don't know what's beyond the Earth because I can't get there.
Oh, we do.
No, we don't.
What is? Hold
Yes,
on,
we
y'all.
do.
What is? What is?
The moon. The moon is beyond the Earth. Yes.
Beyond the Earth?
It is. It is in a state in which it is not on the same plane of existence that we are in terms of X, Y, and Z. It is not.
Do you have proof of that?
Can you wait? Are you saying that you can disprove it?
Mainstream science
No, I don't have to disprove something to ask you to prove it.
See, this is the logic. This is the fallacy.
You made a claim. You made a claim.
I'm making a claim that you cannot provide evidence that. Okay, do you have a claim that disprove? Do you have a theory? I'm sorry. Do you have a theory? Wait. Hold on. One at a time.
And mainstream.
One at a time. One at a time, please. One at a time. One at a time. I'll fucking debunk everything. Just give me a chance. One at a time.
Wrong.
I promise.
Mainstream says that the moon is within the atmosphere, so you're already wrong there. So
Just
debunk
one
that.
at a time. One at a
that's
time.
just one person. That's me. So
one at a time.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's me.
but I have everybody else to still talk. Okay.
Hey,
okay.
one at a
What was your
time.
question?
One at a time.
What was your question?
Wait, one at a time.
Intricacies, honestly, dude, you sound like 4 people at the same time. So just relax. It's 24/7.
Yes, because I have 4 people talking to me.
24/7.
Relax. Different things up.
Just English. We're not speaking 4 different languages.
No, but I have 4 different people that agree that the Earth is somewhat not round or flat in nature.
No, not the way you say.
Anybody else jumping in?
Okay, but again, can we bring it back to like actual? Oh, sorry, someone.
Yes,
Yeah,
check.
just links in the chat that said you're wrong.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Hi, ladies' night. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Sorry, my voice is shot, but I know I sound like a dude right now. But I'll let Mimas take this for a second, and then we can take over.
Thank you. Okay, so exactly what are you asking for?
Me?
Yes.
I'm not asking for anything. All I heard.
Don't get mad.
I would like to bring it back to what I originally brought up.
Yeah.
The entire discussion was about fallacies, and there was no discussion about the science of the Earth being flat. There is no model that any of you discussed in the 20 minutes that I listened.
Models aren't
any of you.
science. Models aren't science.
Okay. So okay.
We're not here for models.
Literally, this is if you want to argue semantics.
There's 2 problems with models. One, they're reification fallacies.
No, that is not the no. It's not. That is inherently that is objectively wrong. That is objectively
wrong. Are you just going to interrupt me? What are you scared of? Why are you interrupting me?
So I just get muted every time that I have a disc.
You haven't been muted. I've heard everything you said.
I literally was just muted. Look at my name in the chat. I've been muted a few times.
How are you talking? Oh, you were muted for what? Like what? 1.1 seconds?
Yes, while you were still talking. So that
relax.
You can
relax.
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
Can we talk about actual science, or do we all have a different definition of science?
We can talk about actual
do we
science.
all have a? Can I ask your definition of science?
Let's define science.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. The study of the physical and natural world.
Sure. The understanding of how nature works around us, and the way that we intake knowledge and we understand things. Sure.
Technology? No.
Okay.
Study
Technology
of the
can
natural
also
world and establishing cause and effect relationships through experimentation.
I would say that doesn't necessarily. What?
There's no experiment. It's not science.
If there's no experiment, there's not science.
If there's no experiment, there is no science.
So a monkey that is not doing an experiment, that puts his hand into a fire and then realizes, holy shit, that's hot. I'm never going to do that again.
That's not an experiment.
That's not science?
That's not an experiment.
So you're saying that's not science? That monkey did not learn. Would you say that's knowledge? Would you say that's not? Hold on, I'm using the same logic against you. Would you say that that monkey? Would that monkey? Can you please let me finish? Can you please let me finish? I'm not. I'm not. I'm trying to play devil's advocate. Jesus Christ, dude. Let me fucking talk.
I don't do devil's advocate in here.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just don't like different prepositions here. You just like have your own
So, like, I just want to know what science.
Tell me what an experiment is. What are the components of an experiment? What are the components of an experiment?
No, I just wanted to give you an example of something, but you
experiment.
No. You're railroading right now. You're not letting me ask you questions.
Are not experiments.
I hope everybody else in the chat fucking hears.
Phenomena are not experiments.
We got the answer.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Everyone in here knows how to establish cause and effect relationships.
Cause and effect is not science. That is not the definition of science.
The only way to operate an experiment is to create an independent variable.
Okay, so explain quantum fucking physics then. Go ahead. Quantum physics.
So are we talking about philosophy now?
No. We're talking about.
That's
not science.
Okay. All right. Listen. Okay. All right. Well, it's been fun, gentlemen, and all pronouns of all types. It's been very fun.
You're not going to be able to show me a quantum filament. Show me a quantum filament. Go ahead. Show it to me.
I'm sorry, I was muted again. But no, this.
Show me a quantum filament.
All right. I just keep.
Your pseudo-intellectualism is noted in critiques. Thank you.
Let's not mute him or talk like that.
He just wants to make a fancy exit. If you're going to leave, just leave, bro. But if you want to have a conversation, you're welcome to speak here. You came in spazzing with 15 topics. Pick one and settle down.
Yeah, you pick one thing and we'll talk about it. But we're not going to let you run around the clock.
And we were just shooting the breeze about logical fallacies. You're trying to get ramped up. Like, okay, what do you actually want to talk about?
And you guys were only talking about fallacies. Well, you missed the rest of the day.
Unmuted for at least fucking 15 seconds?
Yeah, when you get the microphone
15 seconds.
That's your
15 seconds. Yeah, the last time that happened, you can keep counting down the clock right now. I've been muted fucking every single time. You say that I've been able to do this freely this whole time. You guys are fucking retarded. I hope you have a good life.
Retarded. Fantastic. Okay. Congratulations.
Bye.
Fuck was that?
He started breathing too hard.
Wow. He spiraled out hard.
I mean, that's 15 topics in the span of 30 seconds, folks.
Yeah, talk about jumping around. All right, the ladies can have the night. We'll shut up.
Sorry.
Thank you. Well, it looks like you guys had all the fun, so okay.
Don't worry, they're coming in.
The guy spiraled out too quick. I wanted to jump in, but he was just spiraling too hard.
Yeah, we'll see if he comes back.
Somebody ban him?
He had to run and he had to go find his globe and hug it. Hold on to his globe. That's what happened.
Well, let's make sure he wasn't banned, so he'll come back so he can argue with the girls.
No, I think he just left on his own.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see.
They've been very upset about something, didn't they?
What'd you say, Jedi? I didn't hear you.
He came in very upset about something.
He was upset that we were not talking about science. We were talking about philosophy.
Upset because you were kind of talking about, I don't know, how they don't prove the Earth to be a ball.
Right.
Normal type of conversation that we have in this server.
You know, the nature of proof, the burden of proof, because those aren't related to discussing things like proof.
I mean, he came in and said, how is any of this related to the flat Earth when we were talking about, globe earthers not giving us proof of shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I just wanted to make sure that I heard everything, what everybody else heard.
Yeah.
And he said, he pointed to the sky straight away, went past the moon and knew what that was. Started asking for models and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell? But the only reason I wanted to jump in, you guys, we respect you and I know that you have this, but his misunderstanding about science, finding the shape of an object isn't a question for science, right?
Right. It's geometry.
Yeah. So I don't know whether the guys listen on YouTube, but there's definitely a few things you might need to calm down about. Come back in and ask the questions to the ladies, maybe.
Yeah. Well, he was jumping around like a flea on a hot griddle, so.
Yeah, definitely. But that's all I wanted to say, guys. That was it. Sorry, guys.
Hey, Jedi, don't join the bad mic gang. I can barely hear you. There's something.
All right. Yeah, no worries. I'll sort it.
Oh, And one of the ladies just tell us like why the Globers think science is just some overarching, vague, and nebulous term, such as, oh, just knowledge. If you know things, that's science. Why is that?
I did like his example of the monkey with the fire. That was great.
Yeah, I typed it in the chat. So funny.
Wait a minute, what did I miss? That's not. I heard the last little bit of that guy. That apparently,
Sonny, if you stick your hand in fire, that's science.
Yeah, let the ladies see you. It's their night.
Can that be a sound bite?
Yeah, Stevie, I'm sure he's got it all down already. But yeah, I mean, it is interesting. I feel like he's from Jump Pandas or something. Maybe I feel like I've seen his name somewhere before, but I could be wrong. Oh, Dr. Y, are you able to talk? Oh, hold on, you're already unmuted. Dr. Y, hello. What chat is he in? Lobby? Let's see.
Dr. Y is here, and is that what you asked?
How about Dr. Y, instead of sharing a video, you could just talk to us and you can provide your evidence. We'll listen. This is your chance. You can unmute anytime. No?
Sounds like a great tune. Science is a monkey with a hand in the fire.
Okay. You're not in a good place to talk aloud. All right. Well, when you are, let us know and we can unmute you, okay? They always got something to say in the chat, but when given the opportunity, crickets. All right, who else is here? I don't see anybody else with a VC or no VC. All right, so Jenna, what's up? How are you? How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing good. Been listening in. It's been pretty intense today. We've had some good ones today.
Yeah, I hope he comes back or somebody else with actual proof of the globe. That would be great.
I'd like to talk to him because it seems like Dr. Y has a lot of stuff about Flat Earth has been debunked. And I find that interesting because a lot of these Flat Earth debunks are then debunked by Flat Earthers pretty fluidly. So it's what happens when the Flat Earth debunks have been debunked by the Flat Earthers?
Oh no, but they don't count that though. You know, that's not.
It doesn't count.
Yeah.
my feelings. It doesn't count. My religion. It's on fire.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So they only look at one-sided evidence and that's pretty much it. Unfortunately.
It says water debunks people. It really does. I love to bring up water, how like the physics of water says that it's going to take the shape of the container that it's in and it will be level on its surface. I've never seen those really pretty reflections of natural scenery on water, and it's just perfectly symmetrical. There's no convexity in the reflection. I absolutely love bringing that up, and globe earthers will agree that the reflections in water are perfectly symmetrical. I'm like, well, how does that happen if there's curved water? So, yeah, Sasha had a good point.
Yeah, but the gravity.
But gravity. And then when you ask them, well, what is gravity? I get a lot of people that rage quit on me. I'm like, oh, come back. Where'd you go? But I like to ask them, whose gravity do you pick, Newton's or Einstein's? And then I ask them why, or whichever one they picked. And then, they really can't, they don't hold up so well to that kind of questioning.
Nope.
And I have to explain to them that it's things like density, buoyancy.
Mm-hmm.
It has to do a lot with weight, and it has to do a lot also with the different mediums, all the way down to water. I thought it was kind of silly. I was watching something about how the pressure in water increases in the depths, and people are like, well, that's gravity. And I saw a video where someone was explaining it as Newton's. I was like, okay, but like any submarine reads it as PSI. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Then I got to hear something about a Navy sonar technician who was like, yeah, and sonar wouldn't really work so well on a curving Earth.
Yeah, a lot
I bet the military knows.
Work.
I said, but I bet the military definitely knows. Like, something's up.
Yeah, of course. At least the higher ups know.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the people that use the equipment don't really think about it, because they've already assumed everything is accounted for due to the the little intricacies of the machine, whatever. So they just think, as they're shooting missiles without accounting for the curve, like hundreds of miles away, it's being accounted for somehow. So they don't really think about it until they come across this subject. Then they're like, yeah, wait a minute, this wouldn't really work.
Yeah. Yeah, and all of the documents that I've been able to find and dig up, all of those documents, I mean, they state a flat, non-rotating Earth. I mean, consistently, document through document through document through document. And I've got the NASA PDF. It's like over 120 pages or something like that, where it even has the definitions for all of the trigonometry and calculations for flight derivation for a linear, stationary, non-rotating Earth. And and people still want to argue, well, that's been faked. Yeah, somebody could have faked that. Okay, yeah, someone's really going to go through that much trouble to fake everything down to even the calculations in this. Like, what the hell? Like, don't get me wrong, people say numbers don't lie. Well, I mean, that's true for the most part, but people lie about numbers. So it's pretty incredible stuff. That was another dawning moment in my awakening, was getting a hold of that PDF file and reading through it. Just, my mind was absolutely blown. I think Glovers, honestly, no offense, they're lazy. They don't put in that kind of work to read things, this short attention span.
Well, yeah, for the most part, the average Glover, they don't want to put in the work, but you have the zealous that actually go through all the documents, and
that are found on Earth. They're found in space.
No, they're not found in space. Everything we find is found on Earth.
Yeah, you have to prove those elements are on the sun. How would you know if you've never had a sample of the sun? I don't understand how that's difficult for you to grasp.
If you find something, where you found it is likely the best starting hypothesis of its origin.
What do you mean?
I mean, unless you're dealing with pseudoscience.
What do you mean?
Which astronomy is and astrophysics is.
If I'm in a swamp and I find frogs in the swamp, why would I assume that they're from Alpha Centauri?
Well, here's the thing. We know that these things aren't from Alpha Centauri because they have evolved on Earth.
How? How do you know that?
Evolution.
Have you been to
so you not know they're not aliens from Alpha Centauri?
I'm just going to keep talking.
Well, we know that they're probably
started first. I started first. How do you know? Have you been to Alpha Centauri?
No.
Okay. That's it.
Well, just because I'm not there doesn't mean.
If you find elements here on Earth, if you find elements here on Earth, why would you assume they came from anywhere but Earth?
Clearly retarded.
Because that's how the universe formed. The universe, the universe happened in a big bang, and then it made tons of heat, created tons of energy, created tons of gases, and these gases are helium, oxygen, etc. to make the sun.
You can Gish Gallop all you want, but do you have proof of a Big Bang?
Yes, we do.
Who's we?
Science itself.
You identify as a furry or something? Is there more than one of you? I'm asking you, not we.
Yeah. Is he science? Your science?
I have proof of the Big Bang.
Where's your proof of the Big Bang?
Okay, one of them, you can even look how galaxies are.
Hold on. Before you say anything, no explanations are allowed, no stories are allowed, no theory, no hypothesis are allowed. I am talking about a material, real, concrete proof.
Which you can do by explanations and observations.
You can't.
Yes, you can.
You can talk about philosophical things with explanations, but not scientific things. I don't want an explanation. I want a proof. I want a piece of truth is what I want. Now, if you can't give me a proof, a piece of truth, then you got nothing to say.
You do know that a scientific observation is also noticing how leaves changing go like fucking. How do I explain this? Like leaves changing in the fall. That is a scientific observation.
That might as well means that the whole Pepe Sylvia meme is true. That Charlie wasn't crazy. That Pepe Sylvia really was down there, and he had all the lines drawn because he saw a pattern.
No.
Oh, there's a pattern. It must exist. Oh. Every conspiracy every wacko David Icke conspiracy theorist is now validated because all you need is a pattern. Right?
What you stated is just an observation, a leaf changing color. That's all it is.
Leaf change color. Therefore, in the beginning, big boom boom.
No.
Science isn't and you're saying you can't use observations in science when leaves changing is in of itself a scientific observation.
There's no such thing as a scientific observation.
No, it's not, because you're just using science like a little Boy Scout badge you just slap on your chest. That's not what.
Yeah. Look it up. You can look it up right now.
Yeah, we know. I don't need to look it up because we know what it is. So we're correcting your dumbass right now.
Then look it up and correct it because I just did.
Hold on a second. We understand. Hold on. We understand that in the postmodern age they've redefined a whole bunch of things and they slapped science onto everything to validate it. It's not.
No.
Real science, like Popper and Bacon and all those guys in the past that created it, that's real science. You're observing something in nature to find cause and effect relationships. That's science. Everything else, almost everything else that they call science is philosophy. Now, I'm not a postmodern man, and I don't accept your postmodern definition of what science is. Science is not looking at stuff. It's not seeing patterns. That's just called looking.
Okay, the definition of science.
I wasn't looking at you. Okay. I was looking at the pattern of your ass and tits and comparing them to the ass and tits on every other woman and coming up with a 1 to 10 scale. Is that science now?
Well, no, because that's not of a matter. It's not important.
Context.
Wait. You're saying it doesn't matter? It has to matter to be science?
Yes.
Well, what if I said that didn't matter because it's part? What if I said it did matter because that's part of the genetic process of mate selection? Now,
you want to know the definition of science, word for word?
Well, we don't need the definition because we know what it is. That's what we're telling.
Okay, what is it? Define science.
Science is the study of the physical and natural world and the establishing of cause and effect relationships through observed natural phenomena.
To observe.
Through observed.
Now, the definition of science by Oxford Dictionary is the scientific study of structure and behavior of physical and natural world through observation and experiment, and testing theories against the evidence of.
Shut up. Stop reading it word for word. If you don't have it in your head, you didn't know it. Stop it.
Are you reading it? It sounds like you're reading it.
Yeah, you're reading it out something, which meant 10 seconds ago you were ignorant.
I can tell when somebody's reading it off of something. Are you reading it off of something?
Yeah, he is. He's actually reading the first
I want him to answer. I want him to answer.
Well, I've looked it up.
Did you mute him?
I didn't mute him.
You also misheard what we said. It wasn't to observe. It's through observation. That's what it starts.
First step of the scientific method. The first step of the scientific method is observing a natural phenomena.
Yes.
Yeah.
Observing.
Does it end there?
No, because you have to test things and you have to go things through with experimentation by
experiment. So, if there's no experiment, it's not science.
And there has been experiments.
Really? What's the independent variable?
Oh.
What do you mean?
And look at stars. What's the independent variable? What's the phenomena?
What? What do you want about?
You're talking about observation.
Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yes, you observe something, make a hypothesis, and then make a theory out of the observation
something.
And hypothesis.
No. You don't observe something.
Test against
you don't, hold on a second. You don't observe something. You observe a natural phenomena. We already know the cause of everything that's unnatural.
What is a natural phenomena? Something?
No, it's not something. It's a natural phenomena. Something can include unnatural phenomena, can it? Because it's too vague, and we're not going to be vague in here.
Well,
you observe a natural
phenomena, and is not, like science doesn't recognize unnatural phenomenon because it's unnatural.
What? That's what I was saying.
What? Phenomenon.
Yes.
That's what I was saying. That's why I was not content with you saying something, because something just includes anything. So we're going to be...
Well, obviously in this context, you should know what I mean.
Jesus Christ, I was talking. Step 1, observe a natural phenomena. That is your effect. What is the cause of that effect? What is the... when you're looking in astronomy, what's the phenomena, the observed natural phenomena? What's happening?
Are you asking a question, or
I'm asking you? I'm asking you.
Could you say it again?
What is the observed natural phenomena in astronomy?
It's space and stars.
That's a phenomena?
What?
Yep.
That's a phenomena. A phenomena is something that happens.
Those are part of your claims. You're talking about observing your claims. We're talking about what you observe. What is the naturally observed phenomenon? What we all see.
Space.
No, that's your claim.
Hey, what about the space?
If you look up with a telescope, you can see space. You can even go by a telescope.
You're not getting it.
Wait.
Light, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's go with it. So let's say lights in the sky are your observed natural phenomena. What's the cause?
What do you mean?
What's your hypothesis for the cause of lights in the sky?
Gases making a glowing white ball.
No, those are the things. You're saying, hold on. Where did you get that from? By looking at lights in the sky, phenomena. Where are you getting this other thing from? How have you logically derived that from the observed phenomena?
Well, just let me think for a second. So how we would do that? Hold on. How we would do
use
that?
Google to think for you?
Could you not interrupt me?
Hold on.
How we would do that is we get some gases and we just try. Or wait, actually, it doesn't even have to be gas. We just get anything and everything we can to try and somehow replicate the sun, and we try and do everything we can on Earth so we can try and understand how it works, because we can't go there, right? We can't test it because we can't go there. So we have to make do with everything we have on Earth to try and copy the sun while on Earth. So we can so if we can study that, and it's exactly a complete replica of the sun while on Earth, then we can study that to study the sun, because it's the exact same object, just in a different location.
What's sad is I don't even think you're trolling. I think you genuinely believe what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because I do.
Yeah. Dude, listen to me. Your observed natural phenomena was lights in the sky, and your cause is let's put stuff together on Earth? That's a cause?
That's completely possible.
How is that the cause of the lights in the sky? We're asking how those lights got there, not what they are.
Yeah, and we're doing this to try and figure out how that happened, because we're trying to figure out, because in order to figure out how it got there, why it's there, we need to know what it's made of and why it does all these things.
Bro, you are so far down looking through the wrong end of the telescope. It's amazing.
No.
Yes. Yes, you are. I really feel sorry for you. I really feel sorry for you, because I genuinely believe that you do not understand that you cannot derive that from the phenomena. The phenomena that you're talking about is lights in the sky. What are the cause of lights in the sky?
But
what is the thing you manipulate?
That's exactly what we're trying to figure out.
But your way of figuring it out is to do what? Not go to them, not take a sample of them, not find out what they are. Hold on. You don't know what they are. Everything you're talking about is replicating what they look like here on Earth.
And they want to probe Uranus.
And that is on its face invalid.
You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they're trying to make replicas, not because of what they look like necessarily.
Yes, but because of what they look like. Hold on.
No, because of their function.
Somebody take a sample of Polaris.
They're looking at the function of the star, and they're trying to make stuff on Earth to replicate the same exact function.
How do they know what the function of the star is? Okay, what is it?
By observing it.
By observing it, not testing it, just observing it.
By observing it and then testing it here on Earth with other elements, and doing whatever we can to try and replicate the exact same thing.
How are they testing Polaris here on Earth? You'd have to go to
testing
Polaris.
The sun.
You'd have to go to the sun.
No, not necessarily, because if you can replicate the exact same function of what that star is doing,
I got to do an acid test. I got to do an acid test here. I got to do a litmus test here with this. Do you believe that everything is knowable?
To an extent, yes.
Okay, then there's no hope for you then.
Damn.
No, you can figure out how everything works, why it works.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. If God exists, we've eaten from the fruit of knowledge. We can figure out anything and everything.
Explain minds.
What do you mean, explain minds?
Explain the mind.
The mind of human being.
Can I just impart a piece of wisdom?
I just mean minds. Explain them.
What do you mean?
What is a mind? What is a mind?
You can explain everything, bro.
The brain?
You think the mind is the brain?
Yes, the mind is the brain.
Wow. So your mind arises from biochemical reactions in a physical form?
Yes.
Where does the mind exist?
In the brain.
Really?
Because it's in your head. My bad.
Where in the brain? Because one of my hobbies is reading neurology reports, neuroscience reports, which are actual science. And they like to use words like spooky, weird, and my favorite, metaphysical. They use a lot of weird terminology because they do not assert that the mind is wholly part of the brain. So why don't you tell me what a mind is? The thing that experiences, hold on, the mind experiences everything in your life, but everything in your life does not actually affect the mind itself. It's called ego. And there are lots of studies, lots of actual science.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay. Well, the mind is a metaphorical thing that is caused by the brain to allow you to be conscious and aware of your surroundings and have
any
feelings
proof
and
of that?
emotions.
Do you have any proof of that? Prove that other minds exist.
Prove that other minds exist.
Proof that other minds even exist. Go ahead. And not your own.
You have a mind. I have a mind.
Guys, let me.
He said the brain created the mind, so he needs to prove that. Prove how the brain created the mind.
You need to prove that we're not just phantoms in your mind speaking to you.
How did the brain create the mind? Tell us.
Hold on.
Yeah, you better hold on. Yeah, you better hold on. Because Kansas is going bye-bye.
Well,
if you explain mind, I'm going to ask you to explain dreams and deja vu because you can explain everything, right?
Correct. Here's my assertion. This guy has a serious problem with something called the theory of mind. Go look it up and look at what group has the most problems with the theory of mind. And then you'll understand the monotone, rapid speaking and stuff.
Look in live stream voice text real quick. Oh, wow, I got a cool little fun roll as well.
Technology review, didn't even read it.
Very respectful. Oh wow, you did a TLDR. That's very
TLDR, yeah.
And mature.
What I want is you to explain it as you understand it.
And I just posted what I understood.
I want you to explain the existence of other minds beside your own without reading anything. You explain it.
So you're going to do a TLDR?
I am doing a TLDR. If you can explain it, I'll read it.
So you're just being a baby?
No, you're being a baby because instead of answering, you're telling me to read an article, and I'm not going to do that.
Well, because it explains the exact same thing that I'm saying. You're being a child by doing a TLDR.
You are going to have to explain the existence of other minds beside your own without help. Go for it.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
hold on. You actually can't comprehend other minds, can you?
No, I can. Minds are just conscious things that the brain has made.
Where's a thought? Where is a thought? And not the Instagram thoughts. THOUGH.
What do you mean, where's a thought? Like how does a thought happen?
No, not how does a thought happen. Where is it?
It occurs in the brain.
It occurs in the brain. Where?
In your head.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the brain is being done. Where in the brain?
Where at in the brain?
I forgot the specific part of where it is.
Can I ask you something? What is outside? What is outside reality?
Outside reality is something that is outside the physical realm that does not exist because it is outside reality. And reality is, well, the only thing that exists.
And where did reality come from?
The Big Bang.
So there was non-reality. There was non-reality, lack of all existence, and then existence.
Yes, because things can actually be created from nothing. Scientists have done it.
You just said created. Okay, that's not... Jesus Christ, if scientists have created from nothing, they haven't created from nothing, you dingbat.
Yes.
You absolute troll mongoloid. If they exist, and they exist in the physical universe, they didn't have access to non-reality.
Well, something that's created from nothing.
How have you not accidentally killed yourself trying to walk?
How have
Something
you not
was
ended
made
your own
from
life on
nothing.
accident brushing your teeth?
You do know that things can be made from nothing, right? It has been done.
Where?
You just know the crap that you're saying.
We're in a science
You
lab.
should be able to present this stuff. On
What science lab? I want you to present the science lab where they took non-reality and created some reality. Please.
I am looking it up right now for you.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to look it up for a very long time.
No. All right, I have the source here. Hold on, let me go to the text chat. Also, don't do a TLDR, please. Have a mature debate.
Bro, you should be able to present your case.
Yes, and I'm presenting it right
Let's
now.
look at this.
Know
Let's
what
look
it
at
is
this.
before you have to go.
Yeah. Don't, please do not do a TLDR.
We have probably all heard saying you can't make something out of nothing, though apparently that is untrue. Our universe's physics is more complex. Recently, scientists demonstrated the validity of a quantum theory that was first put forth 70 years ago. Hold on, decades trying to make matter from nothing, blah, 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 blah. Theories on creating matter out of nothing, blah, blah, blah. Creating particle-antiparticle pairs from nothing. Use these fields. Nevertheless, accomplishing any of these tasks is even achievable. However, it is not to stop research from trying. The work appears to have paid off. According to Big Think, in early 2022, a team of researchers developed powerful enough electric fields in their lab to level the unique. They created electric fields in their lab to level the unique properties of graphene. Where's the nothing?
There.
It's not.
Yes.
Yes? His answer is yes. No, this has to be a troll, guys.
Oh, no, you're taking it out of context now.
What?
The Big Bang create reality.
Yeah.
He's trolling, guys.
No, it's perfectly explainable.
Oh, no, wait. The research
explain it.
Create particle-antiparticle pairs from nothing, except it's not from nothing. It's from graphene.
No, it's not from.
It's from graphene. It's in the article.
No.
Yes.
No, you're taking it out of context.
I'm not taking it out of context. They used a team of researchers developed powerful enough electric fields in their lab to level the unique properties of graphene. They didn't start with nothing, did they?
You are taking it way.
How did they get a sample of nothing to create something? They had to use something to get nothing, huh? So they didn't do what they said. As usual, the moment you read it, it falls apart.
Well, because here's the thing: there's way more than what is there, and you're also
There's not. I read the whole article in like a minute and a half. I read the whole article.
Of graphene.
I read the whole article.
Nothing.
I read the whole article. They used graphene.
Okay. What else did it say?
It doesn't matter because they used material. They used material.
No. They created a property of graphene.
The fact that they even exist proves that you have to have a mind in control of the situation to cause it.
Here's the thing. There were no electric fields to begin.
In their experiment, hold on, in their little test, in their little electric test, what was the cause of everything? What was the cause?
What do you mean?
What was the cause of their experiment? Who caused it?
The scientists who did it.
Correct. So where did the universe come from?
The Big Bang.
Where did the Big Bang come from?
It just happened. The particle was created.
To me, like your experiment requires a mind to have done it.
That's what my little nieces and nephews say.
Because the experiment literally fucking shows that you have to have intelligence to create something.
It doesn't show that
the independent variable in this article is the actual scientists themselves, not the graphene and not the actual electricity. It's the scientist, the mind.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
No, I never said they created a property from
you believe
graphene.
That nothing?
I said they
Hold on. Describe. Hold on. I want you to describe the lack of reality. Describe it.
No reality.
No. Really.
That's a label.
Really describe it. Imagine it. I want you to close your eyes. I want you to imagine it and describe it to me.
Nothing.
Is it like death? Is it like death? What is it?
It's like just a bunch of nothing.
Well, you can't have a bunch of nothing. There is either
it's a metaphor. I'm just saying in a comedic way that there is nothing. Because the absence of
listen
reality,
to me. The human mind cannot comprehend non-existence. It cannot comprehend non-reality because we have no frame of reference for that. So it doesn't matter what they pretend that non-reality would have been. It doesn't matter if they pretend that. They have no frame of reference to test it.
What do you mean?
How do they know what non-reality is in order to create it?
Well, here's the thing: they don't have to necessarily.
Yes, they do.
Yes, and not.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
You haven't even.
Yes, they do. If you're going to tell me, something is wrong, hold on. If you're going to tell me something's wrong, you have to. You have to be able to tell me what it is when it's right. If you're going to say something's wrong, you got to be able to say what it is when it's right. So don't tell me they don't need to know what non-reality is. They need to know exactly what non-reality is. They need to have a sample of non-reality stored in a jar, on a bench, next to a Bunsen burner, in a laboratory. And if they don't have that, it's all just make-believe and fairy tales.
Well, no, they don't need that because they were able to create. They were able to create something from
you're a materialist.
Literally nothing.
Hold on. You think you're a skeptic and you think you're a materialist, but you haven't met one yet. If you don't provide me actual, real, material proof, absolute materialistic evidence, I will remain a skeptic.
You mean from graphene?
Yes, graphene. Graphene. You understand?
They demonstrated that you were able to create something from nothing.
What is the nothing? What is the nothing made out of? What is the nothing made out of? In their experiment, it says the nothing was made out of what? Graphene. So it's not nothing.
No. It says that they made a part of graphene from nothing.
From graphene.
No. They started with graphene, buddy. Read it.
No, it never said that.
Yeah.
Wait, could they do it without the graphene? Wait, why don't they just take the graphene out and do it again? What did they even need the graphene for?
You want me to restate it for you?
No, you don't need to do that.
They did not make graphene out of nothing. The graphene already existed.
No.
Yes.
They made a part of graphene from.
Yeah, they took graphene, they leveled it out, and made graphene out of the graphene that they destroyed. Yes. Yes, that is brilliant.
No, they didn't.
That is fucking brilliant.
No, they made a piece of graphene from literally nothing.
That is not what they did, and that is not what the article says they did.
Yes, that's exactly what the article says.
It says,
yes, it does.
A team of researchers developed powerful enough electric fields in their lab to level the unique properties of graphene.
Yep.
So they just poofed the graphene from nowhere.
Yes, that is proof that the graphene has been made from nothing. All right, so funny,
dude. Okay, I'm gonna be. I got a serious question. Are you on the spectrum?
What do you mean? What spectrum?
Are you on the autistic spectrum?
No, are you?
No, I'm not. At all. Not even one.
You have ADHD?
Probably. But what we're asking here is you, because you don't understand the theory of mind and you take everything literally and literally true. Like you can't differentiate.
Well, no, the mind
only apparent. And that's only apparent, and that's only apparent in high functioning autism. Apparent in high functioning. Yes.
And flat Earth is also described as autism. And flat Earth.
Now, it can be described as autism all they want. I don't give a shit.
That's a good question.
Okay, and you can describe me as having autism all you want.
I think you need to go see somebody. Because the fact that you can't grasp the minds, that your view of the mind is materialistic is bonkers.
Can I have a go?
Could you rephrase? Because somebody was interrupting.
Sorry, my friend, when you said that the flat earth is autism, do you understand that the flat earth is a direct measurement and usage of the surface of the earth, right?
I know, he was just making it ad hominem, so I was also making it ad hominem to counter his ad hominem.
Yeah, they don't care about that. I just want you to care about what I said. You understand that the flat earth isn't autism, it's a direct measurement.
Hurry, I have a funny...
Yes, I do know.
Awesome.
I just did a joke because he asked if I was autistic, legitimately. So I made an ad hominem to counter his ad hominem as a joke. Yeah. I do not think flat earthers are autistic in any way, shape, or form. They do have some form of reasoning to their claims.
Okay, and one of those forms of reasoning, well, actually two of them, as I pointed out, was a direct measurement and usage of the Earth's surface. Have you got a contention?
Well, the Black Swan argument is a fair argument. It's just they are taking things out of context. Like that. Like I can see why people would not believe that because people don't understand how heat waves work in the summer above 30 Celsius. And like I can understand how people would believe that, but it's not what's true.
What do you mean it's not true? I mean, it's an observation of something that's actually happening, right? Or do you disagree?
Ooh, it's complex because how the Black Swan works is it observes a boat or something just over the horizon, and then it zooms in. Yes, it does, and then it shows the thing over the horizon.
My friend, you don't understand what the Black Swan argument's about. We're actually talking about the horizon placement with regards to the objects. Not the objects, we're talking about the horizon, aren't we?
Well, not exactly, because also it takes into account
it's our argument, Dream. It's our argument. That is what we are saying is the horizon. Do not take our argument and change it.
And you just said zoom in over the horizon. Do you even listen to yourself?
Sorry, guys.
You can zoom in over the horizon.
No.
Anyway, I'm able to talk to Chris because Chris seems to be the only one that's saying things.
Right, okay, but it's just your misunderstanding about the Black Swan argument in its entirety. You started saying things that weren't part of our argument, so maybe you don't understand it.
Okay, so what is the Black Swan?
Right, the Black Swan. Well, do you understand what the Black Swan in its theoretical ideology is anyway? Don't you? If all swans are white, I only need one image of a black swan to prove my first premise of all swans being white incorrect. Yes. Yes.
Sorry, could you say again? It was lagging.
Yeah, sure, no problem. If I say all swans are white, then it would just take an observation of a black swan to prove my premise incorrect in the first instance, right?
If you said that all swans are white, yes.
Yeah, cool. So, with regards to the Black Swan argument, we are told that things disappear over the curvature of the Earth. The physical obstruction, the curve of the Earth, is in a way. If that was true, then every horizon distance would be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If the Earth was a ball, it would display the aspects of a ball, correct?
You're lagging so much. How good's your Wi-Fi?
Oh, no, everybody heard him fine. You heard him too. Come on.
Then I guess my Wi-Fi dog shit.
You heard him.
I'll tell you what, it's not a problem. If my Wi-Fi is dodgy, then somebody else can take this. It's not a problem. It's
if everyone's hearing him just fine, then it is my Wi-Fi, and I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you understand the Black Swan? Is he gone? Is he here? Is he gone? What?
No, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So, have you seen the Black Swan image with the two oil rigs?
Yes, I've also seen one with a container ship.
That's awesome. But just this one, you understand where the horizon is in relation to the two oil rigs, distance markers, don't you?
Like how far away the oil rigs are compared to the horizon?
how far the horizon is compared to the oil rigs. Remember the arguments about the horizon? The oil rigs are just there for distance markers, right?
Why would you just use it as distance markers?
Sorry, say that again.
Well, why would it just use it as distance markers?
Because we want to be able to make a measurement. So the observation is taken from the shore, and these two oil rigs are a known distance away. That way we can measure where the horizon appears to be in relation to the two distance markers, right?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Now, if we were on a ball, for example, at a 1 foot observation, the horizon geometric curve should be no more than 1.225 miles away. But where's the horizon in the Black Swan image? Is it before, between, or after the oil rigs?
It is like the oil rigs are above the horizon.
They're above the horizon. So, as we can clearly see, the horizon is most definitely beyond the two oil rigs. Is that in contention for you?
Okay, so I think I understand that now. But I mean, I can still kind of say the same argument because
we need an answer here. 23 minutes past the hour. You've got multiple choice. So can we get a concise answer for where you see the horizon?
What do you mean? Like
so 23 minutes past the hour. In the chat, if you can see the chat, Levelist posted a multiple choice question. Where is the horizon? A, B, or C? Can we get an answer?
It is the apparent horizon.
Of course, it's apparent.
Not.
Yes, it is because the definition of the horizon.
It's. Hold on. Let me just repost it so you can make sure you're seeing the right thing. Levelist posted it again. Blue image. All right, Cuttanese posted it again. You got A, B, or C.
It's B.
B.
Yeah, the definition of a horizon is where the sky and the earth appear to meet.
Okay, so what's going on at A?
Hold on, let me go back and look at it. What's going on with A? Oh, I didn't see more water there. Oh, okay. All right, so it's... hold on.
So final answer D?
Further. No, hold on. Let me look at this more. From 6 miles, 9 miles. Okay,
yeah,
so...
Where's the horizon, mate? Is it before the oil rigs or after the oil rigs?
It's A, and my conclusion is that the oil rigs are not behind the horizon because the horizon is farther.
Awesome. So the horizon is beyond the two oil rigs, yeah?
Yes, it is beyond the two oil rigs because I'm also taking it from personal experience. Since I live in Hamilton, Ontario, I can go look at Toronto, which is a rough 21 miles away, if you're just looking straight at it, and Toronto is below the horizon, and that is 6 miles away, which 21 miles is
right.
more than
miles. Here, come on.
So without all of the preamble, mate, I just want to get to the concessions. I mean, you can have a conversation about what we're actually seeing. So you see the horizon beyond the two oil rigs, yeah?
Yes.
Awesome. Could we safely estimate that the horizon appears to be about 10 miles away? Could be further, but it's about 10 miles away.
I would say roughly 16.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Not a problem. You understand that the geometric mathematics of the ball would dictate that the physical curve of the Earth would be no more than 1.2 miles away, right?
What do you mean?
Well, if we used a calculation based on the Earth's radius, diameter, and circumference, right, just a little bit of mathematics, we can figure out for an observer standing on that curved surface where the obstruction would begin. Now, this observation is taken from 1 foot above the surface of the water. The calculation is 1.2 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. So the square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.225 is what?
Sorry, could you say it again? You were speaking too fast.
That's okay. If we were to use the mathematics of a ball, because we know the radius of it, It's just a mathematical calculation to figure out for an observer standing on that curved surface where the obstruction would begin. That calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So to make it simple for you, the observer's at 1 foot, that means the physical sphere-edge horizon should be at 1.2 miles away, right?
If you're looking at it from 1 foot, yes. But if you want to see a clear horizon, you're going to have to go further up.
Okay, so if we were at fucking 6 foot, it'd be 3. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we can do this mathematical function, can't we? At altitude, the horizon should be here if it was the curve of the Earth, right?
Here, hold on, because I was just looking at the image, so, did you send something in live stream voice text?
No, I haven't sent anything. I'm talking. Just look at the images. The horizon is beyond the mathematic limitation that the ball Earth would give us, right?
Well, yes, because the atmosphere is not a physical thing, but a metaphorical thing of where the sky and the Earth appear to meet.
Okay, so it's not the physical sphere-edge horizon that makes boats and buildings disappear beyond it then, right?
Well, because it's weird. It's just basically a line where we can detect curvature, because how it works is if something goes over the horizon, it means that something is going over the curve. I don't know. I guess I'd have to send an image. Can I send you something in DM so I can better?
If you could, but if we were going to see the curvature of the Earth in this image from this altitude, it should be at 1.2 miles away. All we're doing is demonstrating there is no physical curvature of the Earth. And the horizon is indeed, as you said, optical, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the optics or technology used. The horizon will move around, won't it?
Depending on your height, yes.
Hold on. Let's keep the height the same. So let's not change our altitude. Yeah. Depending on the atmospheric conditions and the technology used, the horizon will appear in different places, won't it?
If you're at 1 foot, the horizon would be fixated.
Oh, well, that would be a problem because it should be at 1.25 miles away then from 1 foot. But we're at 1 foot and the horizon's, as you said, 16 miles away.
Because we're at 1 foot. If you went up to go see the horizon better, you would see it at 16 miles away, roughly.
Okay, so even though you said that this observation is from 1 foot and you declared that it's 16 miles away, I said 10 miles. You say that if we go higher, then we will see the physical curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
How high have you got to be to see the actual physical curvature of the Earth?
You could see it from, I'll just use my own person. I'm 6'7", so if you were 6'7", you could see the curvature of the Earth. Or if you go up to an airplane or a high tower, you could also see it.
So if this gentleman was to stand up and he was 6 foot tall, then the horizon would be just under 3 miles away. Do you think that the horizon's going to jump back 10 miles to 3 miles away just because you stood up?
Well, no. Everything completely disappears at 16 miles away, not 3 miles away if you're like 6 foot or on a high tower.
Yeah. See, the thing is, what we're doing is demonstrating the horizon is optical and not physical. And just because you stand up, you're not going to make it physical.
I think I know what you're talking. You're trying to say that like things start disappearing at 3 miles away, right?
No, I'm not trying to say anything. All I'm saying, well, actually, let me say it correctly. If we were to live on a ball, the curved surface of the Earth would begin to get in the way from this 1 foot observer at 1.2 miles away. If you were to stand up and you were 6 foot, 3 miles away. But we can clearly see the horizon plus 10 miles away in this observation, right?
Sorry, I'm not following correctly. My bad.
Okay, I don't know how much time I can spend doing this, to be honest with you, mate.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Someone's spamming me. I'm trying to tell them to shut up.
Okay, let me try it this way. Have you ever heard the argument ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
Awesome. if they were to disappear over the curvature of the Earth, we wouldn't be able to see these objects because the horizon should be, if it was physical, 1.2 miles away.
If it was physical.
Yeah, if it was physical, but it's not physical, it's optical, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. So no boats disappeared only over physical curve of the Earth then?
Well, because the horizon is a metaphorical thing to describe the curvature. Now, how the horizon could possibly work on a flat Earth is because the definition of horizon is
don't worry about that. It just work exactly the way it does on the Earth. So don't worry about your ideas. You're supposed to be telling us why it's a curved Earth, not why it's not.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
You've literally just agreed to the argument that ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth, but we don't see the curvature of the Earth, do we?
We do.
Where is it?
If you go onto a plane, you'll be able to see it. But
okay, so hold on. So if I go into a plane, the boat will disappear over the curve of the Earth. I don't think the Greeks had aeroplanes, mate. I think they were standing on the shore, observing boats.
If you're on the shore, yes, you'll see a boat disappearing, but you can see physical curvature itself if you're on a plane.
Where? Okay, so the Greeks were wrong. No boats disappeared over any physical curvature of the Earth. Because you've got to get into a plane.
Over a physical part of the Earth.
Okay, so if that was true, then we shouldn't be able to see the Oryx because the physical curve of the Earth would be in the way at 1.2 miles away.
Well, no, because here's the thing. The horizon is much further than that because those boats do not reach the limit of the horizon.
The limit of the horizon is what? An optical phenomena or the curve of the Earth?
It's a optical phenomena and a curve of the Earth at the exact same time. It's a weird...
So let me get this right. Refraction's projected the horizon backwards beyond the oil rigs to 16 miles.
What do you mean?
We're not seeing the physical curvature of the Earth because it's complicated. What refraction pushed the horizon back over 10 miles.
We're going to give 2 more minutes before we move on to Danny 57.
It doesn't perfectly do that. How the horizon works, it's how would I word this? It's where the sky and the Earth appear to meet, right? And the horizon is a metaphorical term we use to describe this phenomena of the Earth curvature. It's just something we like, just a fun little saying we use to say, hey. This is when boats start disappearing because of the Earth's curvature. That's all the horizon is. It's just a physical term we made up. It's not completely real.
Okay.
That is the most bullshit thing I've ever heard.
Do you see the boat between the 2 oil rigs?
What do you mean? Do you see the boat between the 2 oil rigs?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Do you see the boat between the oil rigs? It's kind of self-explanatory, mate. Do you see the boat between the 2 oil rigs?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm blind.
Yeah, not a problem. But you said boats disappeared over the curvature of the Earth. But if it was the curvature of the Earth will be at 1.2 miles. There's the boat. I can still see it. Nothing's getting in the way of it.
Because it didn't reach the horizon yet.
But the horizon, the limitation of your view, depending on the atmospheric conditions and the optics used.
And the curvature of the Earth.
Where's the curvature of the Earth? How is that directly measured?
The horizon.
Because at the moment, we're not seeing it. So it must have been directly measured in the first instance, correct? Because we're not seeing it here. We're not seeing it here, are we? So for you to imply that there's curvature of the Earth, how was that directly measured, mate?
Because, how would I explain this? Here's the thing. The boat isn't going to the horizon yet, because the horizon is much further away than the boat.
Right. You do understand that this image is a still shot taken from a video. You understand that, right?
Yes, because they're humans.
That's awesome. So you understand, if you've watched the video, in the first instance, we can't even see the oil rigs or the boat. We just see a horizon. Then the camera zooms in, the oil rigs and boats come into view, and the horizon is past the oil rigs and the boat. I wonder what would happen if I had a better camera. Would the horizon end up being further away?
I didn't see the horizon being over the oil rigs in the video. I have seen it basically just like this, kind of.
Okay. Maybe you haven't watched the video then. Meme, that's 2 minutes, mate. If you want to move on, I don't care anymore.
Yeah. Dream Space, thanks for talking with us. We're going to move on to Danny 57.
All right, thank you.
So you can stay listening, mute yourself, or you can do whatever you want.
God, that was fucking painful.
All right, Danny, floor is yours.
The image that people call the Black Swan photo comes from a video, I think, done in 2016 by a flat earther. And I've done a screenshot from the same video. And I'm trying to post it.
Sure, we can give him back his image posting perms. The only reason we took it from you is because everyone was spamming in there. We were trying to get some discipline in there.
I understand. I didn't understand a moment ago. Thanks for explaining it to me.
No problem.
Are you putting it back up for me?
No, I'm going to get... can someone give him his perms back and he can repost it? And can you...
it's already on.
Can you provide the timestamp from the video that this was in?
That one I can't. I'd have to go back and look at the video, but the video is only a few minutes long, and this occurs, I think, in the first 2 minutes of the video.
Okay, I'll go find you.
And so that's what it looks like. As you can see, the oil platform on the left bottom is completely obscured, and the one on the right is partially obscured, pretty much as you would expect on a globe that's 25,000 miles in circumference. And
is that the curve of the Earth then that we're seeing now?
I believe it is. However,
right. So in this instance, that's the curvature of the Earth. But when we give you any other observation, as in the one that we were talking about earlier, that's not the curvature of the Earth, because it doesn't fit your model.
Let me finish. I do have another screenshot from that video that comes from, and this gives you the timestamp at just 22 seconds into that video. It says, most days normal visibility of platforms and boats will appear they are behind the horizon curvature of the Earth. Now, it's kind of odd the way it's written, but it's pretty clear that the person who made that video, who indeed again was a flat earther, said that admitted that in most days, most of the time, he sees evidence of a globe Earth. And I'll share one other image here.
From the 1 foot observation, sorry, my friend, just to clarify, from the 1 foot observation, where should the physical Earth curve be in distance, please?
I will get back to that in just a moment here.
1.225 miles.
But the third screenshot that I want to show you is just in reference to the image that people keep posting.
What is he posting to? Because I'm not seeing anything from you, David.
Well, I can't seem to post the final screenshot, the final image that I want to post. I can see it on my screen there in the voice text. And it's not coming up.
I don't think you're in the live stream voice text.
Are you sure you're posting it to the right place?
I'm sorry. My screen, I don't know what's going on. I've tried posting it several times. What are you seeing from me? I do have I'm looking at a photograph.
Nothing. You haven't posted anything in the live stream voice text.
There it is. Maybe I ought to redo this. I'm sorry. I messed up. Let me step back a second.
How far away is that horizon, mate? in your image that you posted, how far away is the horizon?
Well, it's obviously in front of the two oil platforms.
I get it.
Because you're providing blockage. Again, the point is when this thing was put up on this video 7 years ago now, almost 7 years ago, the person admitted in the video that he showed an image there, and he admitted that was the most common one, where you see blockage by the physical horizon in front of both oil platforms. The more distant one blocked more than the other one. Again, this is what you would expect to see on a globe Earth.
So the horizon is physical.
And the one where people, flat earthers, like to talk about, he admitted that is a relatively rare occurrence. It's
You're just kind of proving our point a little bit more, mate. Got to be honest with you, because all we're going to... Well, yes, if you'd let me finish, all you're going to do is demonstrate that the horizon moves around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, right?
Indeed it does.
Awesome stuff. But are you going to declare that this image that you've posted is the actual physical sphere-edge horizon that should be at 1.2 miles away?
Probably. You're talking about the geometric horizon. The problem is atmospheric refraction.
So it's not.
That geometric horizon around a bit.
So it's not the physical curve of the Earth, then. Just said by you.
It is.
Past tense. So it is, but you just said refraction, so it isn't. I'm kind of finding it hard to follow you now, because in one instance you're saying it is, and in the next instance you're saying that it isn't. I'm asking you: is that the physical geometric curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes, and you're missing the point here. The point is that most of the time, the geometric horizon, it does indeed block the bottoms of distant objects. On relatively rare occasions, you do have terrestrial refraction, which changes that a bit. It's noticeably changed, but that's the relatively rare occurrence. I've done this sort of experiment myself several times.
Not an experiment.
I have never gotten the results that flat earthers claim to get. I get the results that one would expect on a globe Earth. You like to tell people, test things for yourself. I've tested for myself, and I'm sorry, but I've found evidence that the Earth is a globe and not flat.
Danny, can I see the original picture that you posted with the big wave in front of them?
The big wave?
How come I don't see curvature?
I want to point something out. See, here's the thing.
Flat Earth Boda posted both of the pictures at 8:44.
Okay, so let's zoom in on this. How come I see details of waves at the top of the horizon in front of these things?
Because there are waves out in the water.
Yeah. So, like, when I was, taking my courses in, painting and stuff, because I'm an artist, that's a wave, and the resolution of it, that's a wave. That's a wave that's above the angle that's above the lens of the camera. That's not the horizon.
Above the length of the camera? What do you mean by that?
Look. If you have a camera that's a foot high and there's a wave, or the center of the lens is a foot high, and the wave is, 12 inches high, what's going to happen?
Well, are you saying the camera was mounted a foot above the water?
Well, how high was it? 1.6 feet?
No, I think it was higher than that. I think he was trying to...
What was the camera height?
6 feet in the original video.
Can someone remind me of the camera height?
I'll find it. It's on the... which one was that called?
Observer. In the original Black Swan, it's 1 foot.
The original
it's 1 foot height.
But
that's not what that still is from, though. That's from magnification. I'm pretty sure it's from the magnification. I'm looking for it right now.
Yeah, so, for one, we're looking at a wave. Like, I think anyone with any sense is looking at that going, oh, it's a wave. Because, you can see the ripples of the water on the top of it, and you see the deep sloping down.
Why isn't there a timestamp in that still? Why is there no timestamp?
Well, this is just so obviously a wave. We can all agree that that's a wave.
Yeah,
anyone.
You're missing my point.
No. My point is what you presented is a picture that has a wave in it that's obscuring one of the platforms, and saying that wave is the curve of the Earth. It's a wave, Danny.
You're dismissing 99% of the data and harping on the 1%
There's the problem.
of the
Yes,
data.
see, that 1% is actually what a black swan is. It doesn't matter about your 99% of data if you have one black swan.
And so the black swan argument only works one way. It can be used to disprove the Earth is a globe, but it can't be used to disprove that the Earth is flat. I see what you're, the way you approach this thing.
In this context, the black swan can only work one way because the original claim is that there's only one thing, and it just takes one of those to say that that's not the case.
And once you've established that the Earth is flat, then it only takes one example, counterexample, to disprove the contention that the Earth is flat. It has to work both ways, or it doesn't work at all.
No, because the other way, you don't have any solid data because it keeps changing. It's always changing the other way.
I just want to put this to bed, Danny. If that's your curvature from the surface of the Earth, I would see plenty from the plane before I jump out of it.
Look, guys, it's irrelevant. Okay, this isn't inference at best. It's irrelevant.
But it's not. His curvature makes it.
Have a good evening, folks.
400 miles around.
Yeah, my goodness, dude.
That was it, huh? That was his presentation?
No. That was bait.
I'm not trying to Danny, but it's a wave.
Okay, listen, friends. If I'm not mistaken, this is a still taken that was also presented by Dr. Bob to Ranty back in the day, when Ranty allowed him to come on his show and do a presentation about the Titanic and how refraction caused the Titanic to crash. They then went on to this when they were talking about the Black Swan. And from the day of the observation, Ranty went up and looked up the tidal charts and all of that, and he found out that there was a 4-foot tidal bore that day. So that means that the water shelf is increased by 4 feet during the duration of which they were filming before it crashes onto the shore. So that means that at any given time, your ambient tidal mean would be increased by 4 feet. So waves that were normally 1 foot would now be 4.5 feet. So this idea that just because you can't see the bottom of something necessarily means Earth curvature is ridiculous on its face. This is basically the logic. I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the Earth must be a globe. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's non sequitur. The conclusions don't necessarily follow from that premise. Okay, in order for the Earth was a globe, therefore you wouldn't see the bottom of something. I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the Earth is a globe. It's an affirming the consequent fallacy. The premise, the Earth is a globe, is an if statement. It's conditional. It must be proved in the first instance. You can't just look at something that you don't see and say this is proof of something. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is sophomoric at best. Also, clearly, no offense, but it seems like somebody here doesn't know how the Black Swan works. The whole problem of the Black Swan is that it only takes one counterexample of a proposition proper, right, to disprove the proposition. If the proposition is that all examples are thus, you just have to present one counterexample to disprove that proposition. Okay, and it's specific to the proposition. So, for example, the original analogy was all swans are white, right? All swans are white. That's an affirmative statement that universally every single swan must be white. So it only takes one presentation of a single black swan to disprove that proposition. So to do it in the opposite direction, what would you then do? Show more white swans? How would that change anything? The assumption is I can't see the bottom of something. If I do some globe math, it kind of works out that that much should be missing. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Right? But the black swan is that not only is it the case that we clearly see things that we shouldn't see all the frickin' time, this idea 99% of the time, yeah, 99% of the time we see things too far that we shouldn't see if the Earth was a globe, 99% of the time. Right? But the claim is that the horizon is the geometric edge of Earth curve, the leading edge of a sphere, right? The off angle, the sagitta, the interruption, the obstruction, the physical hill of Earth water in between point A and point B. If that's the case, then in the Black Swan example, the horizon actually appears greater than 10 times where it should be, proving that it's not geometric. The whole point of the Black Swan is definitive proof that the horizon is not a geometric leading edge of a sphere. It isn't. It's categorically not. It cannot be otherwise. Otherwise, you have to give up the phenomenon altogether. Coming in here and saying, I can't see the bottom of something sometimes, therefore the Earth is a globe, therefore this is evidence of a globe. Sure, it's congruent that if there was an obstruction in the way, that you wouldn't see the bottom of something. But to claim that the horizon is the leading edge of Earth curvature, when it's clearly demonstrated in the Black Swan photo that it's greater than 10 times of where it should be, what do you have? Inflatable Earth? Subjective Earth? When I believe it's bigger, it's bigger. When I believe it's smaller. Okay? This is a plausible inference at best. There's nothing necessary concluded from any of it, except what the Black Swan proves, that the horizon can't possibly be a geometric location. It's an optical phenomenon, period. And with that, I yield the floor.
Did you understand what AI just said, Danny?
He already threw in the towel.
Be interesting if he had a response, though, wouldn't it?
What possible response could there be?
Shit, you're right. I welcome myself to Flat Earth.
That would take intellectual honesty.
Okay, I don't appreciate the pedantic, derisive tone and connotation and the inflection in someone's voice where they try to mock flat earthers like the flat earthers don't understand the Black Swan analogy when they demonstrate themselves that they don't understand how it works live on air. It's painful.
Pride before a crash.
Yeah, so with that, let's move on to somebody who has something of value to talk about.
Well, if I had known Danny was going to give us such a short conversation, I wouldn't have moved on from Dream Space, because that was happening.
I know, you might as well just put it in the text. Can't see the bottom of the boat. Can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore Earth globe. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep piling it on. So, can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore Earth globe. Okay. Can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore Earth curve. Okay. So when I go to my small lake in my hometown, and I have a target observation, which just so happens to be coincidentally 333 meters away. It's actually not quite that, but I rounded up. Right. It's within 1 meter. The pier across the way. And they always tie a yellow floaty boat to it. Okay, floaty boat's about 1.5 feet, right? When I go to that lake, some days, in fact, most days, it disappears when I lower myself to the water line. Some days it disappears from the bottom up. Some days it disappears from the top down. Some days it disappears from both into the center point. Now, when it's disappearing from the bottom up, does that mean it's Earth curvature? I challenge anyone to do the Earth curve mass on a lake of 333 meters width and tell me how the boat isn't being instructed in its entirety based on the alleged curvature of the alleged globe Earth. The answer is no, it can't be done. The only category what I'm seeing can fit into is optical phenomena, which is what it is. It's the same thing that the Black Swan proves about the horizon, which I mean is only obvious, the horizon being an optical phenomenon, when that's literally the definition of a horizon. The apparent visual location in your field of view, where the color field of the ground or the water line meets the color field of the sky. That's all it is. It's all it ever can be. That's all it ever will be. It's never going to be a geometric location. It's never going to be an intersection of a tangent. It's never going to be any of those things. It cannot be in principle. Okay, the only place that this intersection exists is on a piece of paper with a ruler and a circle and a model. So to transpose that into reality is like a trinity of fallacies simultaneously, which I believe is a ludic fallacy, a reification fallacy, and a category error. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny, guys, how all of these proofs are actually formal fallacies, most of them, presuppositional and inferential at best.
Yes.
On the high side. But the majority of them, 99% of the arguments presented for the globe are necessarily fallacious. The premise being proved in the first instance is assumed an input. And then the conclusion, which carries from the assumption that the premise has already been proved.
Yeah.
It's very interesting how that works.
Also, it's unfalsifiable, the way they present it.
Of course.
Yeah. It's like, it's not just a fallacy, it's all of the fallacies, all at once.
Yes. Exactly. Well, I would give them a graciousness that there's like a sliding rule. You know, like these sliding rules where you have one rule at the top and one rule on the bottom, and you just slide them left and right, and like the different brackets meet up with the other brackets. So when they slide the rule, there's a few fallacies that they miss for each argument, but it's usually like all of them.
Yeah. I think inherent to every single fallacy they make, the ludic fallacy is in there. In every single one, without exception. I think that's the most common one they do. Like, well, the model says this, so that's what we would expect to see. Well, why don't we see that?
What do you call that fallacy? Diluted fallacy?
Well, that would apply as well, but
yeah, the ludic fallacy. So imagine I flipped a coin 99 times and it came up heads every time. What will it come up on the next flip?
Could be heads or tails.
No, it'll be heads, because any fool knows that's a loaded coin. It's got to be a loaded coin.
Like okay.
Yeah, what he's saying is, yeah, go ahead. My bad.
The professor says, well, there's a 50% chance it could be heads or tails, so the next flip could be heads or tails. And then Tony from down the street says, no, you got a loaded coin. Because the professor, stuck on his statistical model, doesn't account for the unknown variables. He doesn't account for what he doesn't even know that he doesn't know. And he can't account for it. He just thinks that reality obeys the statistical model that he's created.
I think in this analogy, the Globers are the ones that are like, oh, no, don't check the coin. It's got tails on the other side. Don't bother checking the coin. No, we don't need to do that.
Well, they're refusing to consider that their model is wrong. Like not that there is no globe, but just considering that their model is wrong is impossible for them. It's dogma at this point.
Well, let me use the coin. Let me keep going on the coin analogy in regards to the horizon. So there's an assumption that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere, right? Obviously, that is retarded. But every so often, it just so happens that the math works out, right? Quote unquote, exactly to where somebody could say, oh, that's exactly how much of that thing in the distance should be missing. If the Earth was a curve and that water line that I see is actually the leading edge of a sphere with a tangent line shooting out of my eyeball, right? Irrelevant to the point. Let's keep going. So how would you know that? Well, you'd put what you're observing into some type of mathematical matrix and draw out a model, or use something that someone's already created for you called a Earth curve calculator, right? Now the problem is that if you go to a geometric Earth curve calculator, every so often your observation might line up. But many times, in fact, many, many, many times, it will not line up. You will see something that you should not be able to see because there should be an Earth curve water in between point A and B blocking the light. Now, ipso facto, if you already assume that the Earth is a globe necessarily, and it must be so, then the only conclusion you could draw is that light must be curving or shooting straight through the water. So lo and behold, these Earth curve calculators, they have a mulligan built in called terrestrial refraction, 7/6R, right? They inflate the radius of the Earth. Now, you might say, oh, no, they don't. They just apply, a curved path to light. No. Go to the Earth curve calculator, fiddle with an observation, put in the distances, put in the observer height, put in all of that, put in something that's more than you can see, and guess what will happen? You'll see it for yourself. Me and my friend Kiwi did this once when I was teaching him how. That'll come in handy later when I explain to you what we both noticed. But anyway, what you'll generally notice is that when you do this, the graphic that you're looking at, like the side view of the Earth circle, the Sagittah, the chord line between point A and point B, you will notice that the Sagittah height changes. Wait a minute, you'll say. Wait, how could the Earth change its size? Why inflate the radius? What sense does that make? Well, the explanation is, as you inflate the radius, right, the Sagittah lowers. Because according to the circle segment formula, when you increase the chord line, the Sagittah, which is the midpoint between the chord line, and the chord line is just a line straight through the circle between point A and point B, the target point and the observation point, right? You draw the Sagittah in the middle, directly out at 90 degrees from the chord line, and then it intersects the apex arc, right, of the circle. That point is the Sagittah point, right? But that whole line is called the Sagittah, but that changes size. So what they're doing is they're lowering the obstruction downwards to match what you see. Now, anybody worth their salt will say, well, that's ridiculous. That's disingenuous. That's dishonest. Now, here's the problem. When you have an observation that doesn't fit, you have a refraction slider, which they tell you is the curving path of light, but what it's actually doing to the math is lowering the Sagittah. So the math is actually changing the physical dimensions of the Earth circle. Okay, it's not about the path of light whatsoever. You could see it for yourself. Now they'll claim, oh, it's based and reverse engineered on what it would be if the path of light, blah, blah, blah. No, dude. The circle of the Earth that you're looking at is literally changing to accommodate these observations. You're lowering the hump in between point A and point B to make the straight line shot between the observer and the target. That's what you're doing. That's what's honestly happening. Now, lo and behold, they have a refraction slider that you can slide until you get a favorable result. So if you ever have a disfavorable result that doesn't match globe geometry, you just slide the refraction slider until you get a result that fits, and then you say, ta-da! Now, doesn't that sound like you could never disprove it? It's retarded. But guess how high the refraction slider goes? Just guess. And what I mean by that is how much radius of the Earth can you get on the refraction slider?
As much as you need. Millions of miles, maybe billions.
It's like 30 million miles or something last time I checked.
No. We thought it was 60. It ended at 60, and we thought it was 60 million. But right. then we increased. Yes, but then we decreased. You know how in a web browser you can. It usually isn't at 100%. It's usually like at 130.
I thought it was unlimited. Yeah, go ahead.
So we rescaled our web browser, and we saw that there were still more digits. This refraction slider, right, goes up to 60 billion mile radius.
Great.
So that means that you could see your own ass.
Oh my gosh.
With a telescope, if you believe hard enough.
So, dude, this is just laughable. It's like, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore Earth globe. Oh, well, what about this whole tower that I can see that I shouldn't see? Oh, let me adjust my refraction slider real quick. Okay, so far we've been presented with an unfalsifiable matrix of explanation, right? Which is based on a presupposition, which is based on an inference. So where's the conclusive proof in any of this that what we're seeing necessitates the Earth being a globe? Pray tell. Yeah, I'll wait. Good grief.
Well, you can see forever, therefore it must be a globe. Where you can only see a limited distance. Yeah, it must be that.
Yeah. This is only second to my favorite, which is this. As you raise an elevation, the dip angle to the horizon gets lower, therefore Earth globe. Right? So let me put that into actual terms. The ground is below you. You have to look down at it. Therefore the Earth is a globe. Oh my goodness, the ground below you is below you, therefore the Earth's a globe. Holy crap.
Indio, check your DM.
This is the level, okay, of intellectual accolades that we're dealing with here. The ground below you is below you, therefore the Earth's a globe. I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the Earth's a globe.
It's also so absurd when you think about it, because whenever they see something that's beyond where it would be on a globe, that's like, it's refraction.
You can't look down at an apparent position. So if you're standing on a shore of the ocean, you're not going to be able to look down at it.
I'm going to finish my point though, but problem is,
oh my goodness.
The problem is, if the Earth would be flat and you take their assumptions on all the light bending down, that would also cause a bottom-up disappearance. They just don't. They say, "Oh, it's refraction," but then there's no refraction when they look at it when they're trying to debunk their straw man models.
Yeah, but Drace, isn't it more of a convergence of light than?
Yeah, but we don't need confusion now. But the reason why you don't have to apparently look down while you're standing on the ground to see the horizon is because the angle of propagation is so near to the angle of reception that the difference is negligible. However, when you raise an altitude, the difference becomes non-negligible, right? So you have to do an apparent look down, which I believe is 3 degrees at 100,000 feet. But the point remains is that you're claiming that as you raise above something, the angle to it, right, becomes greater. It's like, no frickin' duh, dude. That's the law of triangles.
Sure, but what are you looking at? If you're looking at a ship on the sea, if you're standing on the sea, on the shore of a beach, and you can see the boat, and then it disappears. Then you rise in elevation, then you can see the boat again after it disappears.
Oh yeah, well yeah, the same applies. The law of triangles. You now have different angles of propagation compared to the angle of reception.
Okay,
I mean that's obvious.
But sort of like the claim is that the only reason that could happen is if it's sailing over a globe, and that's the most ridiculous thing that anybody could ever say.
Now it would be congruent, right? But it's not necessarily exclusive. That's their problem. They should be saying it could be a globe, not it is necessarily a globe.
In their mind, it isn't. That's the only reason it could ever happen is because you're living on a globe.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
They're taking what requires a presupposition and an inference and saying that it carries a necessary conclusion. Rather than being gracious and saying, this piece of evidence means it could be, not it is. If they would just change their language to it could be, then they would at least be in the realm of truth.
Well, even with some illusions, that you can have, or diffraction or whatever. You know, it's the like what are the different shit? Now I can't even think of the word. Where it appears where like the ship is like looming. Oh, it's looming. Yes, it's like you could be looking across the ocean and you can see a ship, and it looks like it's above the horizon, and there's a mirror reflection under the ship, and that's what causes the illusion. So you could be standing on the shore of an ocean, and you can see a ship, you know, that's dozens of miles away, and it looks like it's not even touching the water. There you go. It's called looming. So it's not... but you know that ship's not actually in the air, right?
Oh, of course not. Yeah, I mean, look, we all know that things we see are not necessarily correlated or necessarily caused or necessarily represent spatial locations of physical objects. We all know this. It's obvious.
Apparently, a lot of us don't. You know, it's like, well,
no,
physical horizon when we look around.
It's not that people don't know that, because they do know that what I just said is true in their common experience. Sure. They know that. They just don't put the two parts together.
So that would be, I guess that would be a cognitive dissonance, right? I mean, because they can't put it together just because they know the Earth is a globe already. And so there must be some other explanation, because I know
that's
the
the
Earth
problem,
is a globe.
dude. That's the problem, is all these things are logic strings that require the preposition or the premise to be proved in the first instance, right? So you can't borrow a conclusion of a different logic string, right, that's fallacious, right, and then input it into another one.
Oftentimes, I mean, I think every single day people say, well, since you think the Earth is flat, go ahead and prove the Earth is flat. It's like, well, I'm seeing the same Earth that you see, so it looks flat to me. And they're like, well, that's not enough. It's like, well, why isn't it? I mean, where's this globe that you're talking about? You know, because everyone experiences the Earth as a level stationary plane. Where's this globe you keep talking about?
Yeah, so let's pause that right there and go back to the logic, which is, where is it, is the question. You can't offer an answer to that question being an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. You can't offer that as a proof of where the globe is. You need the if statement to be proved in itself in the first instance. So where is that proof? First instance, first order proof that the Earth is a globe. Not these inference logic trains, not these fallacious reasonings, not these presuppositional frameworks. Where's the proof in the first instance? Anybody got any of that sweet first instance proof? Let's go.
I think it came from snipers. They realized the ground was rotating underneath them. Yeah.
Yeah, but irrelevant, because an object of any permutation of shape can rotate.
Oh, of course I'm kidding. But I just think it's really funny when they go to something like that instead of the first order instance. Like, why wouldn't they just go to the first order instance if somebody already figured this out, so that snipers knew that there was something there to account for?
I think it's also worth pointing out that, you know, being here in most of us, half of the people in this Discord channel are Americans in the United States, and America is the second most technological country on the flat Earth, with Japan only being, you know, the one above us. And you know, with all the budget and everything, I'm just saying, like you're asking for a first instance. Well, what about a modern instance? Like, that would be so easy for us to achieve if the Earth were a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, to directly measure and detect curvature. Like, that would be so easy.
Well, I mean, our technology hasn't hit sticks and shadows level yet.
Yeah, but see, the first instance isn't about chronology. It's about hierarchy. So to have derivatives, right, In order for the derivatives to be true, the first instance that they're derived from must be true. You know, like this if statement. If the Earth was a globe, then all of these things. Okay, cool. Where's the if being proved? That's what I mean by the first instance or the first order. Now, we all almost heard some tonight. I mean, we thought, to be fair, that Danny was going to bring some. I mean, he's had like a year to work on it. And all he brought was can't see the bottom of the boat. I mean, come on now. We've been hearing can't see the bottom of the boat since day one, have we not? Yawn fest. But speaking of that, let's do some housekeeping. There have been so many sausages rolling around here that I thought ladies' night was over. So am I mistaken?
No, ladies' night is over, I believe, my friend.
Yeah, I think Karma called it back like 20.
Oh, let me end the event then. It's false advertising to advertise ladies' night, and then when you arrive, there's nothing but dudes at the bar.
Wait a minute, isn't that how it always is?
Oh, bazinga.
So we're reflecting reality. You get to the bar, and it's nothing but a bunch of swinging sausages everywhere.
Well, you know, a lot of places, they recently have not allowed women to be given a discount on ladies' night. For equality. Of course, it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this, but, you know, for obvious reasons, that the whole purpose of ladies' night is to get men to spend money.
On ladies, yeah.
On
Not
ladies.
but at the bar.
Yeah, exactly. So the ladies, the ladies getting in for free or getting reduced rates is to bring them, and bringing them is to bring the men who spend all the money and actually make the profit for the bar. Because it isn't the women that are getting in for free making the profit.
Just double charge all the men. They'll still come.
Exactly.
Because that's where you find quality relationships, is at a bar.
Yes. All right, ladies' night is officially closed.
Indio, are you there? Or are you on the mic? Or do you exist? Are you beyond the horizon?
Dude, he's trying to find out the juicy content in the Danny 57's presentation.
Ah.
And it's almost causing a singularity event. It's like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I got to go into smaller fractions of time to find it. Kaboom! The universe explodes. Let's be clear, friends. We just had a PhD astronomer come in here and tell us the Earth's a globe because can't see the bottom of the boat.
I thought the horizon wasn't physical.
It's only physical when you can't see the bottom of the boat.
Then it becomes physical, but every other time. But when you can see too far, it's not physical.
Mm.
But what happens when you can see too far and the bottom of the boat disappears?
Dun, dun,
oh my
dun.
goodness.
Physical
Bumpy
or
Earth.
non-physical?
Bumpy Earth, dude.
Yeah,
you know that meme?
Go ahead, AI.
Go ahead. I was going to say, you know that meme where they say the cats would knock everything off if the Earth was flat?
Yes.
So I got another meme, which is the Earth is so bumpy it's a dog's chew toy.
Hilarious. Yes, Helioskeptic is right. Danny is a respectful dude. So I always want everyone to treat people who are respectful, no matter how much they disagree with us. If they're respectful, be nice to them. So that includes Zany, that's Matthew, all the guys like that.
Yeah, I find there is a cadre of people in different arenas that don't like certain Globers.
Yeah, Matthew and Danny, they're respectful guys. They're curious about whatever you think about them. They've always been around. It's just like Danny's been to a couple of the Flat Earth conferences. He spent his own money to go travel to the Flat Earth conference. And so he's
their curiosity is about us. Not the topic, really. It's about us trying to figure out how we think.
And like I was saying about Danny, I mean, he is one of the curators of that big ass museum in Kentucky, man, the Creation Museum by AIG. He works for AIG. I mean, he's a doctor in astrophysics and whatever. But anyway, so.
Isn't it so funny that so many Glowers would come in here and say, "Oh, I just want to see how you think," but they didn't ever stop to ask themselves, "Do they know how to think?"
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, just like oftentimes, nobody here's trying to change anyone's mind. We're just promulgating information, right? So we're just moving forward. It's just like if this isn't a freaking church of Flat Earth or anything. We're here trying to share ideas. Go ahead.
I just love that when the Globers come in here and tell us like boats go over the horizon, we show them not, and they're like, okay, but I believe my expert has the evidence, and then the expert comes in here and he's like, boats go over the horizon.
No, I get that, and that was, dude, I love that. Were you talking to Danny or everybody talking about the horizon? I love that. I mean, Danny's prepared for that because he knows what we do all the time. He listens to us all the time, so don't worry about any of that. It's just don't disrespect him. He knows what we're about.
What?
Yeah, fair enough. But he definitely didn't seem prepared.
Yeah, because he does that on purpose. But anyway, I've known this dude for a couple of years. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he thinks.
Here's my question. They know what a ball looks like. They know what curvature on a ball looks like. They understand the idea of boats going over the horizon. And then when you show them the black swan, they're like, what do you mean?
Cool, maybe he didn't. I mean, he's so caught up in whatever his job is, and so maybe he didn't pay much attention. But whatever.
I'm not saying Danny. I'm just saying that the typical Glober that comes in here, and it's their first time in here, and they've never argued for the globe ever against logic. They're just like, what do you mean? I don't understand.
Well. Yeah, logic. If you're gonna sit here and argue back and forth logic, that's kind of a different argument, because if you're talking to someone that's ignorant of logic, then you're just.
You're talking to people, though, for whom like the globe is a foregone conclusion, right? So the subject here isn't really about the Earth; it's about us, this strange group of people who don't know it's a globe.
Right.
No, it's a
part of the cult.
There you go.
Oh, that's what it is.
That was funny. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's a good point.
I think this is worth pointing out. That the most effective, from what I understand from my own experience, the most effective kind of cult that would exist is a kind of cult that effectively functions as a cult, but leaves most of its cult members in the state of mind that they are not part of a cult. That's the most effective kind of cult that I've ever observed. Whether we're talking about the globe cult or other cults, climate change cult, there's religious cults, there's political cults. There's cults that will just peddle all sorts of misinformation, disinformation, of all sorts. Not even just.
Sure, I mean, ultimately, cults. depending on your upbringing, I mean, you can create a cult very easily. It just depends on what you've been exposed to, intellectually, dynamically, through politics or religion and I don't even. People are so easily influenced sometimes, but also, yeah. Go ahead.
Like when someone would say to me, I'm not trying to be political here, but when someone would say to me, Trump is a bully, and then I ask that individual, what did he do that made him a bully? And they say, he just is a bully. He just is. Like that's cult. That's a cult.
I mean, yeah, the Trump phenomenon just cracks me up. Everybody gets so pissed off. It's just like, he's just a character to me. I don't even really.
I know.
What I like about Trump is that he pisses everybody off. That's what I like.
Yeah, keep in mind, I was inviting that person, that individual, to explain to me any criticisms they had of him. I was definitely open ears to any of that, but they had none.
Hey, Orion, your mic is shitting out, man. Can you get closer to it or something?
Oh, I was just saying, like, I asked them.
No. What I'm saying is we can barely hear what you're saying. Can you get closer to your microphone?
I don't know what's wrong.
Or maybe jump out and jump back in.
Oh, that just went completely silent. Did they get him? Did the Langoliers eat him?
The Langoliers.
He was too far back in time. They got him.
A really good point, but then they just got him.
Well, I was just trying to say that the example I was saying, that individual.
Way better now. Go ahead.
Yeah. I asked that individual, like I invited that individual to articulate to me, a specific criticism of Trump. Like, by all means, if there's something bad he did that you know about, by all means, tell me. Like I said that to this individual, and their response was, "Oh, he's just a bully, just cause he's just a bully because he's just a bully." Like, that's cult behavior.
Well, that's it's the cult of anti-Trump, and that's basically their answer.
Yeah,
I don't like him.
Yeah, I mean, is it really so different from the climate change cult? I mean,
I guess it could be. Yeah, sure.
I mean, they're not. It's just, I don't know. It's just they'll. There's so many different cults.
It's like, who's your favorite politician? Can anybody name one?
I can name one, although he's not a member of Congress anymore, I think. Ron Paul.
All right, Ron Paul. Yeah. I liked Ron Paul, but I don't totally trust him. But yeah, he would probably be like number one favorite politician, and Rand as well. That'd be number two. Ron and Rand. But I can't think of another politician that I'm a fan of.
Why don't you just ask me what my favorite cancer is?
Yeah, what's your favorite cancer?
Hey, who's that? Senator Kennedy?
Which senator? Kennedy? Ted? Are you talking about Ted? Well,
Ted, the guy with the funny euphemisms?
No, the one that. Well, anyway.
The guy with the voice impediment?
Yeah.
What?
He kind of has
the Chappaquiddick All-Stars?
He's from Louisiana.
Yeah, was he one of the ones that was?
Dude, we need to do that one day. Just like, who's your favorite politician? That'd be friggin'
Caligula.
Diggity.
Caligula.
Julius Caesar. He's my favorite politician.
Winston Churchill was. He sold out the UK. He sold out England. Totally. He was bought off by Zionists. This is not conspiracy theory. David Irving had the documentation. And you think it's different in America? No, it isn't.
Can't say David ever been like anywhere.
All right, before we get too political, I want to.
Yeah. I know. It's like, anybody... don't drag us. It's my fault.
We get too political.
My fault.
It's fine, but before we get too political, I just want to go back to something Danny said, because he said this before, and I double-checked, and he misquoted. But he was saying that the author of the video, The Black Swan, said that the majority of the times what he goes out and sees is evidence for the globe. And I don't think that's what he said. I think he might have said many times you see something that might be congruent with a globe or something like that, but not evidence for a globe.
Yeah, he always...
Does anybody remember?
No, I don't know. Dude, Danny's not going to see it, Dan.
What he said was more along the lines of some days when the conditions are just right, you'll see the horizon look really far like this.
I would think that Danny votes Republican, like, solid all the way down.
Yeah, but I wanna go back and look at that video, because I know the previous time.
If I'm wrong, Danny, I apologize.
So I want to go back and look at that video and find out, because the last time Danny mentioned something about it, I double-checked, and he was wrong. He had misquoted what the guy said. He was attempting to make it like the guy was saying something he wasn't. Or maybe he heard that because he has, globe-colored earmuffs.
That'd be kind of...
But Danny's been sticking around a long time, so he has thick skin, so we know that we can give him shits.
That's quite an extraordinary thing. Basically, by him saying that, he's saying that another guy, a flat earther, says that the average is, the majority of the time when you go out and look at these oil rigs, it looks like it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It only takes one black swan to show that all swans are not white, so it doesn't even make any difference. But
I think
it's quite. I don't think that's true, like that.
Right? Yeah, but I think what he meant was that the majority of times he'll go out there, he'll see what appears to be a horizon before the objects that are quote unquote obstructed. Right? That might be it, but I just can't remember. And right now none of us remember, so I guess I'll have to go back and look at it.
I'll tell you what. I've actually talked to Danny, and he's like, I don't want to talk to you flat earthers, too much. It's just like he can't help himself, just like tonight. Now, and then you saw what happened tonight, and it's
well, I heard something that happened.
No, you didn't listen while he was in here. That's okay. He joins every once in a while. He's just like, I really want to talk to you. He shows up at Flat Earth conferences, and he just tries to be, like the guy.
This isn't so much about Danny himself, though. It's more just about the Black Swan.
Well, just like he's really curious about that. It's just like, dude, he's a huge fan of Flat Earth.
Gilio, I forgot. How long has this stream been running? This one particular one.
This one?
Yeah.
Well, I started it about 4 hours ago.
Okay. Somewhere in the past of this stream, then, somebody posted a bunch of gay porno?
No, that was the other one. That was the other one. I got a message. Yeah. I got rid of that. And, yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, I got messages, and it said, "Hey, man, there's some,
I've been on the internet since '94, and I didn't even flinch. I was like, whatever.
Well, it was somebody told me it was animated porno, which I don't think YouTube would actually have it.
Yes, there was a giver and a taker, and someone was helicoptering. So
anyway, and that video I said is private. So anyway, I restarted the streams, and this is our new stream now.
So check it out, bro. Check it out. You ready? Me and Mimas know for a fact that there's algorithms that scan for flesh tone permutations.
Yes,
various shapes.
Dude, I got a strike because somebody.
Hold on.
Somebody's
hold on.
Man's back. Go ahead.
because we tried to share art that we have created with each other, like sculptures, and it was blocking us from sharing sculptures because they were too graphic.
By the way, they were
hilarious.
Yeah, I had a video struck down because it showed some man's back.
Oh, was that
too much flesh? Yeah, exactly what you're saying. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Was that a statue of David that you were trying to send to each other? A picture of a statue of David?
No, you're not, dude. I don't even know if you're old enough to even know what the statue is about.
I had the opposite effect happen to me, Drace, the other night. I was cuddling up with my cat, and he farted, and I ran his ass out of the room because his fart smelled so bad. I was like, "You motherfucker, get the fuck out of here!"
The statue of David is kind of technical art, like imagery, accuracy, right, and technicality. That type of art.
The test of precision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The type of art that I make is like
it was him.
It's like quintuple entendric, right? In the kind of layers of political and social commentary.
Yeah, and I just real bad. It was really bad, man.
I just make weird hype stuff.
So I'll tell you one piece of art that I made. Okay, if I could, and you might be able to hear it from start to finish. So one piece of art that I made was a wind turbine, like for making electricity, right? About 7 feet tall, with about 2.5 foot blades or so. And at the bottom of it was a plug that you could plug something in. And so the blades of the wind turbine, I bought birds, like little doll birds, with feathers and everything on them. And I cut them in half and attached them to the blade and then put a bunch of blood. Right? And then, so it was like the wind turbine chopping birds in half, basically. And then at the bottom where the electrical plug was, it was going over here, and then there was a mosquito. Like 1.5 foot tall mosquito made out of different parts, and then on his body, his abdomen was like a bottle, a squirt bottle, and his mouth had like this long hose type thing, and the squirt bottle had on it that represented his abdomen. It said malaria on it, and then his little sucker thing that comes out his mouth was attached to a little baby doll, right? And he was sucking the baby doll, and there was blood everywhere. Now, let's go into what this is about. So,
They're saying they made space agencies to cover it up. Well, the space agencies, like, what are they even doing these days, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
What's the Russian space? Like, the head of the Russian space agency said that NASA faked the moon landings.
Of course, they're going to say that. Wait, the Russians? I don't even think that's true.
Yeah, you in on it? Look it up right now.
There's Americans that say NASA faked the moon landing. It's not just a Russian thing.
Yeah. But the head, he was also the vice president.
You're arguing that's more about winning the space race, not the Earth being flat.
Not really, because they're friends when it comes to space, right? You've even got they say the Russian astronauts are going to save the stranded American astronauts on the ISS and things like that. So when it comes to space, they seem to be buddies.
Yeah, exactly.
But look, at the end of the day, we can't validate exactly who's lying, right? You would have to prove someone's lying, but that doesn't really matter, because if you have evidence that's not everybody, like the math professors, scientists, they're not lying, dude. They're
what about pilots? Airline pilots?
No. Airline pilots, right? There's heaps of flat earthers, right, by the way, that are airline pilots. But I actually know an aerospace engineer who works for the government. He's a globe earther, but he told me that all of the calculations that they do when they're designing aircraft are done assuming a flat stationary Earth, right? As even in the manuals, right? If you look up the FAA Flight Dynamics manual, it basically says exactly word for word they assume a flat plane, right? And even in the training manuals for the pilots, they also are trained to assume a flat non-rotating Earth.
What's their reasoning behind that? What's their official reasoning behind that?
Here, we'll find out. Here, let's look that up. Actually, let's look up this claim.
Yeah, I think they say it's for simplification.
Okay.
What are you claiming they do? They build planes based on a flat Earth? Or they do what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I can.
Yeah.
Like, say,
Have you ever noticed the word airplane?
Plane, perhaps. But yeah, I'll drop a link in the side chat. Right, this is from the aircraft dynamics model, the FAA.gov manual. And yeah, it backs up what my friend told me, who's an aerospace engineer for the government. So just a moment. But yeah, there's actually a lot of videos, right? I can link a bunch of videos where they're interviewing like jet pilots from the military, ALM airline pilot giving a presentation about flat Earth. Lots of pilots. Even people asking pilots, like when they go on flights, they'll go talk to the pilot after the flight and ask them about it, and they say, yep, it's flat. Not all of them, obviously, but yeah, many of them. And some of them say that a lot of them do know, and they talk about it in the locker room, but they can't go out and talk about it publicly because you could get in trouble for that. Yeah, so there's the citation from the manual in the side chat there. So the aircraft equations of...
Go ahead, sorry.
No, you're right, man. I didn't want to read it out anyway.
Okay, no, I was just going to say, like, so what do you conclude, like, what do you believe the reasoning for the great lie of this round Earth is behind these nefarious players? Like, what's your reasoning?
Yeah, I don't think most people are lying, to be honest. It's hard to even work out exactly like who could be lying, and I'm not sure. But I think if like
everybody who's ever launched to be full of shit.
It's not necessary that they're lying about the shape of the Earth either, is it?
Yeah, I don't know if Amish is able to talk at the moment, but he gives a great talk about that. But it doesn't. It would not work in the government's favor, right? If they came out, people already don't trust the government at all, right? Imagine if they came out and said they've been lying about the shape of the Earth and space and everything. Yeah, no, they'd have to rewrite all the textbooks. Yeah, so just for preservation purposes alone.
But I mean, at one point, there was a big motive.
What about the Mark Rober? Do you know who Mark Rober is?
Why would they necessarily have to be lying about the shape of the Earth?
Oh yeah, you go.
Why would they necessarily have to be lying about the shape of the Earth?
Who you asking, bro?
Nice guy, he's talking to you.
Oh, what did he say? I thought you were talking to somebody else.
Why would they necessarily have to be lying about the shape of the Earth?
Because we have pictures of space. Well,
Right.
NASA would absolutely have to be
That
lying.
does not mean they're trying to hide the shape of the Earth.
Then what are they
They're
doing?
lying about it. Lying about going to space. Lying about being able to gain that vantage point.
And taking pictures of around Earth.
Yeah. What are they going to show you? A flat one, or a triangle one?
Well, not for you, no.
Yeah, but you could agree they could generate fake pictures based on this high technology they have, right?
They could just simply be showing you.
Yeah, sure, they could.
And they themselves would expect to see if they could have that vantage point. Just because they're showing you around Earth.
So those people right there generating those images are full of shit, are they not?
Right, but that doesn't mean the motivation is to make you think the Earth is round when they know it's not. They themselves could still think that it is round.
Oh, but they just haven't been to space, then they don't know for sure.
Right.
Yeah, we can't prove anyone's been to
It's ridiculous.
That's the problem, brother.
Let me just explain quickly how they make those images, right? So NASA only claims to have one actual photograph of the Earth from space, and that's from over 50 years ago, right? All of those images, the blue marble images that they give us of the Earth from space, right? NASA tells us exactly how they make them. Most people don't know how
I can
it's
give you
done,
a live satellite though of Earth right now. You can look at it.
Really? What is that?
Go on YouTube, type live satellite of Earth.
Yeah, can you really track that feed, the origins of the feed, bro?
Yeah, what satellite are you talking about? ISS? Are you talking about
sure
the
there's
ISS?
several of them. Oh.
No, bro.
You heard of Mark Rober? You know, this brings me back to that. You know who Mark Rober is? You ever heard of the app satellite that takes a picture of you when it goes over you?
Oh, I've heard the name. Mark Rober, yeah. I think I know
Yeah, but you haven't heard of
the.
the. Okay, so this app, he built a satellite that goes into space, right? And it orbits the whole Earth. And you can go on an app on your phone, and as you can like schedule a time or whatever the fuck, I don't know exactly how it works. You take a picture, you schedule a time with the satellite wherever going above you. You can see the satellite above you, and it will take a picture of you, of the Earth.
No, that thing you're talking about is in the vacuum of space.
Because you can see it.
You can see it in the vacuum of space.
You can see it above you.
Okay.
So you're saying it's not in space? What is it orbiting?
No, I'm just saying. Okay.
How is it staying up there?
This
Right,
is
so what you say is
actual flat Earth conversation. Oh boy.
Okay, so can you just shut up while I answer
This is
this question?
wild.
All right. So, how do you know that what you're talking about is in the vacuum of space?
All right, so let's say it's not in the vacuum of space. Let me
I
help.
just asked you a question.
I'm all right. How do I know it's in the vacuum of space? Because it's going around the Earth without any fuel to hold it up.
How do you know that?
No fuel.
Can I just
I
ask?
know there's no fuel.
Is this actually transmitted? Is this actually being transmitted on YouTube Live?
Not sure.
Yes, dude.
Okay, can you answer the?
I'm out.
Can you answer the question?
Also,
How do you
explain
know?
why the Hubble telescope can take pictures of entirely round spheres as planets, dude. Like if.
Oh my god, it's the same stupid shit.
You fall back to the same stupid shit, though. You fall back to how do I know?
So I'll explain why.
How do I know?
What
How do
he
I know
just-
this? How do I know that?
Okay, so but
Because
that's the whole
science has
point.
proved it.
Okay, how? Go ahead. How's it proved it?
The burden isn't on me; it's on you. Because I mean, I could
who's
quote
taking-
all of
okay.
science. I could quote
Okay, let's go
biology,
back
I could
to
quote
this. All right,
astronomy, I could quote.
You observe the Earth to be flat surface.
It depends where the fuck I'm at.
If you're at the ocean.
Did you say biology? Sorry.
Yeah, how would biology work on a flat Earth? I'm being
He's got
like, how
all
would
the
that work?
science. Look at that. He's got all the science perfect to the last detail, and then shifts the burden of proof. It says I don't got nothing at all.
Well, tell me how biology would work on a flat Earth. Then.
No. Go. I want to know.
What do you mean?
So
No.
you
I'm
observe-
asking you. You just tried to say what I was saying was stupid, and I asked you to evaluate. You want fucking
Yes, because you've reversed the burden of proof. So I want to show you why you're wrong. All right. So
I want you to tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay. So do you observe the Earth to be a flat surface?
Depends where you are.
At the ocean.
Sure.
Okay. So you observe it to be that way. All right. Do we practically use the Earth as a flat surface?
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess so.
So there's two, right? So even just with those two, so what in that is telling you that it's a ball? That's why you observing that the surface is flat and us using the surface as flat tells you it's a ball, but the burden of proof is on me to explain to you why you observe it to be flat and why we use it as flat, but it's actually a sphere. That's why the burden of proof is on you.
So because you see flatness around you,
then it must be a
you
ball.
see it.
Yeah?
It is.
Because it's flat. Because you observe it to be flat, it must be a ball. That's what you're saying.
No, you're saying because you observe it to be flat, it must be flat. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying
that's not what I'm saying
the
at
burden of
all.
proof is on you to tell me why I see it as flat, but it must be a ball.
So let me get this straight. One guy sees it as flat, so he assumes it's flat. The other guy sees it's flat, and he assumes it's a ball. Nice guy.
Yeah, weird.
That's weird, man.
If you can't understand that, then I can't.
I want you to say it back to yourself.
If you're both
say it back to yourself. I see
if you
flat,
can't understand how big the Earth is, and that you wouldn't see a curvature.
Oh, so it's
you
so
would
biggie it's flat.
You would perceive it to be flat too, even if it was round.
Oh, so it's
even
so biggie
if
it's
it was
flat.
round in your view, because you don't believe it's round.
So you're still observing it as flat. So now you need to prove that it's not flat.
I don't need to prove shit.
Okay, good. So where are we at?
I want you to prove to me
we're
that
at
it's flat.
You admitted that you
Because
experienced
everybody else would disagree with you. The vast majority of the world would disagree with you.
Yeah, so that's it.
I'm not saying the majority is always right, but I mean, when you got like 90% of the world, bro.
No, nice guy.
Okay, hold on.
Look in the side shot.
Out of that majority of people,
there's burden of proof.
Out of that majority of people, most people don't even know the basic metrics of the globe Earth. They don't know the absolute basics of the globe that they believe in, right? They were just taught it since they were children.
Has anyone else got any flat Earth proof?
I just destroyed your whole fucking reality with two dots.
I have a pretty simple argument, right? If gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. Gravity exists, therefore the flat Earth is impossible. Seems like a simple argument.
True.
Define it and then give me the experiment that proves it.
I can do
Can you guys don't fall for the bait? Remember, we're interested in the phenomena of gravity.
Are you gonna let me do it, or are you gonna keep?
Can you
asking
guys
me to do
actually?
it?
Can you guys actually prove gravity in a bucket in a lab?
Gentlemen,
gravity
would you kindly allow Jedi to lead?
You all spoke for each other.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say, Jedi. Would you?
Or shall I just fucking mute everyone?
Well, I was halfway there, Jedi. I was halfway there.
Just fuck off, the lot of you. Fuck me. Bunch of fucking children, half of you. And most of you don't know what you're talking about.
That's what I call running interference protocol.
That was affirming the consequence thing. So, hey, come on, man.
Get him, then. Get him. I can't be bothered. 5 people are fucking talking through me, so you do it.
Well, I was doing the same thing as you were saying it. I was just muting him. I couldn't take it.
How do you feel being on the same side as Demok in the argument?
Oh, he's right. I mean,
I'm asking you, how do you feel?
it's pretty simple stuff. You can't have rate of change of slope of 0.
You are mumbling today.
Yeah, so did you hear what I said?
There's just no brevity behind any of these arguments.
Did you hear what I said, though?
Have brevity.
Yes,
you know what brevity is?
1 second. There it is. That's what brevity is.
I wasn't trying to talk over anybody. If I did, sorry. So many question proofs, right, Callie? Hey, do you like golden retrievers? We must be on a globe.
So is this what you guys do all day? You just you mute people when they try to explain physics to you?
You explain globe physics? Sorry, go ahead.
Define gravity. Provide me with the hypothesis and the experimental test that has confirmed the hypothesis, please.
All right, without interruption. Can I talk without being interrupted? Okay. Yeah, gravity is the observed attraction between two massive bodies. I make a hypothesis. If I alter the mass this much, then there will be an observed attraction, right? I alter the mass, and I observe an attraction. So that's basic science for you.
What's mass? What's mass?
I'm answering the question. Classically, mass is the amount of substance in an object. Quantum mechanics, I think, defines it differently.
So what is it then?
Yeah, you could just think of it as the resistance to change.
So not any of the two things you said earlier. It's now something else.
No, they all correspond to each other, but in this case,
does mass resist gravitational acceleration?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
So, I mean, are you gonna look at the experiment? I mean, I've demonstrated it. Do you believe in gravity now?
No, because they also say mass creates gravitational acceleration.
Okay. What's your point?
Well, you have a contradiction, sir.
Where is it? Where's the contradiction?
Mass simultaneously causes objects to accelerate, while objects have mass and resist acceleration. Go figure.
How's that a contradiction?
I'm going to let that dangle out there in the air for you to figure out.
Okay, so you can't explain it. Got it. Any other attempts?
I just did explain it. I just did. That's the funny part. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, you can leave it there, and modern physics will carry on. Any other thoughts or objections to the experiment I've just presented?
You haven't provided the Cavendish, not an experiment, dude. Come on.
I did. I linked it in the side chat. It was the Cavendish experiment.
I know you linked it in the side chat, but you must understand, please, for the love of God, that this was superseded in 1915. It's not a force. It isn't the amount of substance in a space that has resistance to acceleration attracting the amount of substance in a space that's resistance to acceleration. That's why I posted the citation I did earlier. Because Newtonian physics is instantaneous action at a distance. You'll notice that there's a time in Einstein's, completely ruling that they're not exactly the same fucking thing at all. So one supersedes the other.
This is mistaken. They still predict the same things at lower energy levels. I've already said this.
Yeah, I know what you've said, but you're not addressing that one has got instantaneous action and at a distance, which is completely disregarding Einstein, which has got time in it.
Well, it's not disregarding Einstein. It came before Einstein. Einstein superseded it, but they still predict. Yep. But they still predict the same things at lower energy levels. You keep missing this.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, all of physics is phenomenal. So that's just a truism.
Okay, so which one is it? Is it mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time? Pick your poison. Let's go.
Again, when space-time warps, mass attracts mass. So it's still mass attracts mass.
No.
Not attraction then.
It's
Mass what do you think an attraction is?
Shut up. Mass does not attract mass, instantaneous action at a distance, because it offers no mechanism. Because I can just ask you, how? How does mass attract mass?
Yeah, Einstein provided the mechanism. It's through the curvature of space-time.
With time in it. Completely superseding the idea of mass attracting mass that Newton didn't want to be ascribed to. So not that then. We can throw Cavendish in the fucking bin. Thanks.
Again, they still predict the same things at lower energy levels, so you're still wrong.
Lovely. But you don't have an experiment for anything.
Yeah, no, I have Cavendish. If you want to ignore it, that's your prerogative.
That's not Einstein.
No, I don't ignore it.
It doesn't have to be Einstein. They predict the same things at lower energy levels. I've said this like 3 times.
What's the cause?
Cavendish didn't even go.
Cause.
What's the cause?
Science just looks at things in terms of variables. I don't know what a cause is.
Variable. One would be an independent variable. That would be your presumed cause that you gave us in the hypothesis that I'm still waiting for.
Wait. Why do you believe that?
You said it was mass.
Right, yeah. That's the independent variable.
Yeah. So mass is the cause, right?
No, not the cause. I don't know what that word means. It's the independent variable.
The independent variable will be the prediction of what caused the happening to happen.
No, that
He's
means
right.
just
That's
like your
presumed
personal
cause.
belief.
That's an IV, dude. You don't even know what
philosophy.
science is.
No, science doesn't look at things in terms of causes, just variables.
Yeah, they do. Natural science is all about cause and effect determination. That's the whole freaking point.
Can you find me a paper that like establishes this? Yes. It's like your opinion.
Yes, no, I will. I'm going to find you several. Give me a moment.
Okay, that's what I thought.
What? That you're going to have to wait a couple of minutes while I provide you with 5 citations? Yeah.
I'm going to wait, and you're going to provide something that's not going to be a citation, but go ahead.
Way to poison the well, dickhead.
You guys do this all the time.
No, you're doing this to yourself and to our audience right now. Like, you're not worth entertaining. Doesn't know what mass is, doesn't know what gravity is, doesn't know what a hypothesis is, doesn't know what variables fucking are, to even know what an independent variable is. Thinks an independent variable does not have to be a cause. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, an independent variable is just the one that's changed, right? Which is the mass. That's the thing that we're...
Causes.
The presumed cause, dipshit.
So you can see the citation that I posted in the side chat. You can read it as I read it to you. Causes are called independent variables. Shall I continue reading, or are you just going to read it for yourself? I'm sure you can read, can't you?
I'm going to read it for myself.
Good. You go read it for yourself then. You'll notice where it's highlighted and, in bold at the top, where cause, that's the independent variable. When you make a hypothesis, you're going to predict what causes the phenomena to happen. The phenomena will be the dependent variable. The presumed cause will be the independent variable. And when you do the experiment, you'll vary and manipulate the independent variables while keeping everything else the same to see if there's a change in the dependent variable. Are we clear now?
Oh, this seems like a semantical thing. If you want to call it a cause,
No, it's not. It's a logical thing, not a semantical thing. You're setting up a logical syllogism by deduction using a hypothesis. If P, then Q. If IV, therefore DV.
I see. So if by cause you just mean independent variable, that's fine. But it seems like you have some other notion of cause.
What? Some other notion of cause?
Yeah. So like in philosophy, right? A cause could be, X precedes Y, and X depends on Y. Therefore, X causes Y. That's one definition of a cause. But if you're just using cause to mean independent variable, then I have no issue.
An independent variable isn't cause. It's your P. It's your IV.
I thought we were doing science here. I thought that was established right from the beginning. Yeah, we're doing science.
Yeah, that's why I'm talking about things in terms of variables rather than these philosophical notions. But again, if you just mean cause to mean IV, then that's fine.
That's exactly what.
How does it feel to get schooled by flat earthers on science? Isn't this great?
So again, now that we've established that, what's the problem with Cavendish?
Superseded.
What's the cause? Wait.
There's no hypothesis proposed, and he didn't measure G.
Oh, please.
Here's the hypothesis. If I alter the mass,
see what I'm saying? You see how retards know how to keep going when someone's saying, hold on, pause there, and you guys try to squeeze whatever you want to say. We started this conversation with, there's no cause, right? When Jedi asked him, what's the cause? When it came to Cavendish. Yeah, y'all forgot that?
Yeah. If by cause he means IV, then it's just the mass. But again, it seems like he has some other notion of cause that he's appealing to here.
He also posted in the chat that mass in physics has no definition.
That's not true.
I mean, are you going to deal with what he posted, or are you just going to say that? I'm sorry. Are you just going to say that that's not true and not deal with what he posted?
Okay. No, I can post it.
Not post it. Deal with what he said as a rebuttal. Like, why are we going in circles? You're supposed to be dealing with what people are saying in the conversation.
Right, which is why I'm still asking, like, what is your problem with the mass being the independent variable when that's the thing that we're manipulating?
You didn't hear what I said? Or what?
No, I did. I responded to what you said just now.
He didn't hear what I said, Jedi, did he? It's like in the movie White Men Jump. You can hear it, but you can't feel it. You're not listening.
Black, bro. Crazy. Call me white. That's insane. But yeah. What is your response to that?
He can't even hear what I just said. It's crazy.
No. I heard what you just said. What is your response? Because I responded.
But you don't understand the White Men Can't Jump movie reference. You think that it had something to do with your... I mean, I could have said that to any... I could have said that to anyone. The whole point is you're not listening. Okay, that's good. But you don't know how to listen. So deal with what Jedi said.
Okay.
If you think that mass is an independent variable, go to what Jedi posted as it pertains to mass, and deal with that.
Mass is undefined in physics, not gravity, is it? Okay. You want me to... that's what Viking said, but I mean, I can still respond to that. You just want a definition of mass? Again, classically, we can just define it as the resistance to acceleration. Like, that's sufficient in this context. And when we redefine it for like a cosmological or quantum context, it still maintains the same definition. So, what is the response here? Nothing? Have I convinced you that gravity? Or well, what's going on? There we go.
What does gravity do? What does gravity do to the surface of the Earth?
Wait, before I answer that, do you acknowledge that Cavendish is valid or no?
No. Been trying to tell you
Why
that
not?
for the last 10 minutes, but you just keep going, nah, not addressing anything that I said.
I didn't say nah, Jedi.
Did you talking through me? Just fucking intolerable little cunt. Just can't be bothered.
You can't be bothered to respond to the argument, which is that the IV is mass, and that's okay because that's the thing we're manipulating. What's the nah here?
I told you several times you haven't read any of the citations. I don't understand what the point of talking to you is. Been through this. You haven't acknowledged anything that I've said.
No, I did, and then I responded to it. Because you're saying that cause, it can't be mass because mass can't cause anything, right? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, sorry. Newtonian physics, is that instantaneous action at a distance?
Think so.
Good. Thank you for clearing that up. So why the fuck did you give me the mechanism that Einstein says that it's the bending and warpature of a space-time reified fabric due to the displacement of mass that takes time to happen? It's like
because
I told
it travels
you
at this
10 minutes ago and you didn't fucking address it. Fucking idiot.
I did.
You
I
didn't.
did. My response... Yeah, you just ignored it then.
Was Cavendish mass attracting mass. Completely disregarding everything that I said for the last 10 minutes. And talking.
I think you're getting mad because you know that you're wrong, but they predict the same things at low energy levels. That's what I said.
Phenomenal. We're past that.
And I said, what did I say in response? All of physics is phenomenal, so that's a truism. And you didn't have a response to that.
Okay. So we're past the low energy levels. I asked you for the mechanism of mass attracting mass. You gave me Einstein, which will supersede Newtonian physics because Newtonian physics is action instantaneous action at a distance. Einstein takes time. Do you not get this yet?
I'm going to say it one more time.
I can't be fucking bothered.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, I can't be bothered either. I've already said this. Yes, that is true. But they predict the same things at lower energy levels. All of physics is phenomenological. This is known by all physicists.
So
Einstein is wrong. Newton is wrong. All models are wrong, but some are useful. Have you ever heard that?
Okay, awesome stuff. So I don't need to ask you to prove or to pick your poison. As in, which one is it? Is it mass attracting mass or is it Einstein? You're just going to turn around to me and
it's
go,
neither. I mean, in reality, it's neither. They're both just models. So what's your point?
Thank you very much. You've got no scientific experiment to prove anything then.
No, I have Cavendish. I don't think you know how science works.
Going round in circles.
I don't know how you think science works, but science is based on models. And you make predictions within those models, which are tested and verified.
Dickhead. Science, natural science, is based on the observation of a natural phenomena, your hypothesis, which is the prediction of what causes the phenomena, then the experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena or not. Notice I didn't say the word model.
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't have to say it. It's what you're describing is a model. This is why I say, you guys just aren't very familiar on the science.
It's not a model, data.
No, when you make a hypothesis and you test it, you are working within a model. You can't avoid it. This is necessary.
Just give me the citation for that. I'll tell you what. Give me the citation for what you just said.
I don't have to. Anytime you could, we can even.
No, you do. I think at this point, since all of your condescension and tactics are not going to get
a citation. If you really want a citation, I'll give you one. Fine.
No, excuse me, friend. You're going to get a citation right now, and then I'll take you off of mute because otherwise, it's a waste of time.
Because if you really want to test a natural phenomenon, you're not going to test your model of the natural phenomenon to prove it. Come on. You use nature as your benchmark, as your true reference. Nature is it, not a model. You're backwards.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, from what the guy just said, basically everything anyone ever does in their life is a model.
Yeah, these guys come in, they're like, where's your model? It's like, no, where's your reality?
But the way he said it, like he said something about like, oh well, like any experiment you do, I don't know. I put this thing on the table, and I do this other thing with it, and then I measure it. Fuck, that's like I'm cooking, I'm baking bread or whatever. I'm putting something on the table, put some in. I'm modeling bread, guys. Like, come on, man. What a fucking imbecile. Models are abstract.
Problem is, Google will tell you that what he's saying is correct, but because he has no discernment skills, he can't understand how Google would be wrong. Like right here, it says, in a simple pendulum experiment, the length of the pendulum is the independent variable, and the period is the dependent variable. That doesn't make any sense in a cause and effect relationship. But it also says the mass of the pendulum bob is a control variable, not directly dependent on the length or period. So there's also that. And then it says, in an experiment measuring the force of gravity, the mass of the objects involved is an independent variable, and the force of gravity is the dependent variable. But mass itself isn't even defined in physics. So it's like all of this is retarded. But because it says it here, I mean, it's just, I feel so bad for society, I feel so bad for the condition of humans. How do you fix that?
I don't know, man.
I know it's a bit of a long pause, but to answer Eli's question, because I feel bad for humanity as well, is you kind of just have to pick your battles and knock out these numpties one at a time. In fact, I just had a student in my class start to argue that mathematics is science, right? So, so I had to pull up, of course, my QE document, right, and basically just tore him a new one in front of the whole class. But then later on, explained to him, I'm really glad you spoke up, because it was a big learning moment for the whole class. I saw everybody's eyes light up, like, oh, he's talking against the professor, right? But I don't know. You solve it by just letting them know every single time. You show them the water, and they never drink it. But I don't know. Sometimes it's like, as long as one person drinks the water, it's like, hot dog. All right, something's getting through. But what do they call it? A retention rate in the university. How much information was retained? But I wouldn't feel so bad. I think the retention rate actually is a lot higher in flat Earth than it seems to be. And I think, like, for instance, the anti-flat earthers, they know it's flat actually now too, but they're just really butthurt about being either late to the party or maybe just not really comprehending just how simple it really is. But yeah, doing God's work, man. So hang in there.
Terry Tricks, did you have a question, or you just hot micing? Okay.
How much buggy wash?
That's right. Free buggy wash. Bring your coupon. Opening day. Come bring your buggies. Get them all washed. Get that horse crap washed off your buggy.
Hell yeah.
Can I bring my moon buggy?
Well, yes, we do moon buggies too.
Moon buggies. That moon dust is really difficult.
It's like moon Oriole dust.
Can you imagine moon dust that turns to mud?
To oil.
With no water. I'm only kidding.
Oil's so fine it sticks to your face, and it won't. It's like super glue oil. It sticks to everything, and it's like sharp as glass or diamonds. It's like the coolest sandpaper ever. Imagine what you could sandblast with moon dust. Holy crap, I found a good use for the useless moon dust.
Exactly.
Sandblast.
Beats crushed up walnuts.
Yeah.
Stuff's expensive. Get moon dust from your own backyard.
Yeah. Moon dust.
Maybe that's what the Globers are snorting lately. I don't know.
They might be snorting Oramus.
Sure seems that way today.
That white foam that comes up in your backyard.
I saw a bunch of bands, a couple of bands there. That must have been interesting.
Oh, no, unfortunately, they weren't that interesting.
Okay. Well,
it was the usual shit. Guys wasting time. Chat skanking, not getting to VC, melting down, just causing chaos everywhere. Same people. Like, these aren't new people either. These are people with a rap sheet.
Yeah, like Mez yesterday, right?
I threw him a freaking bone and he threw it back at me. I'm like, all right, fuck you. I mean, this is kind of the state of affairs, at least on Discord, right? I mean, we are stuck talking to the same people over and over again. The only people who come in anymore tend to be the same stalkers.
Stalkers, that's hilarious.
Stalkers, dude, they want our fucking autographs. And we're not giving them out.
Mine's going to cost them, that's all I'm saying.
Flat Earth stalkers, man. That's what these guys are.
If you want DeMock's autograph, it's going to cost you. If you want Amish's autograph, it's going to cost you.
That's right. It's not cheap.
Yes, Demok. That's what I wanted to hear. If somebody wants your autograph, then they must pay you.
Uh-oh, I got a fan. Yes.
That's my boy T, bro.
Hey, Demok, you got many fans. What are you talking about?
You know, it's interesting, guys. The final experiment. Final experiment lifted the veil on a lot of flat earthers on our side. who were secretly feasting at the Feast of Nonsense the whole while.
100%. It showed their true colors.
Yeah, that was the most unexpected thing that I took out of the final experiment was the reaction from the certain people on the FE side.
Yeah. Yet people that I thought were much more capable of reason, critical thinking, and evaluation were freaking out.
And making outrageous claims, right? With no evidence. Just crazy shit. I was like, what the fuck?
That's why I don't even man.
Good riddance, but at the same time, I'm like, holy shit, man, there are less people here amongst us than I thought there were now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the tide went out and everybody's bathing suits are off.
Well, they found a way to jump out of something that they weren't really in. They weren't really 100% anyway. They just found the free way to jump the fuck out.
You're right about that, Demok. Absolutely right.
Well, this topic, it attracts a lot of people in the conspiracy theory, genre, right? So we get these hardcore conspiracy theorists that think everything is fake.
Like some people who came into this from the conspiracy angle and never left the conspiracy corner, remained within it the whole time, they're the ones that ended up reacting this way and even fleeing. The Feast of Nonsense, right? That is the Feast of Nonsense, is conspiracy theory stuff.
Yep. It goes all the way up to, moderator level as well. You get mods and stuff, I mean...
Oh, yeah, green and gold people, yep.
Yeah, man.
Call them out. Call them out. Name names.
Yeah, I'll do that behind closed doors, not here.
I'm just trolling. I'm just joking, bro.
This is one of
you're
the
right, though.
you're right.
Yeah. Aethergus, go ahead. Aethergus, try to get it.
One of the reasons why I love it when people make claims about Aether and then I chime in and say, define Aether. And they have to define Aether to a man named Aethergus.
Tell you a question I've gotten a lot of mileage out of. Any verifiable evidence that the sun... hold on.
Yeah, while he's doing his thing, yeah, I agree though. This was a good way to expose people on both sides. You'll get a certain weirdo, and you're like, dude, we don't want you over here. Stay over there.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, yep.
So, any verifiable evidence that the sun encircles Polaris at the equator?
Damn.
Any verifiable evidence that the stars encircle Polaris south of the equator or at the equator? Same with the sun, same with the moon. You ask that question of people on our side and you begin to expose all the David Weissers and pizza earthers.
That's crazy. That's crazy. David Weissers. Is he even still around? Like, is he doing his thing still, or did he bounce?
Yeah, he's still doing his thing. I don't watch it, but yeah, I keep seeing like new interviews popping up in my YouTube feed.
I have his app, and I can clearly confirm that he's doing videos in his different channels every time, not just in one. Interviews. No, he's not doing debates anymore, but interviews with some just discussion with people who are just open to listen. not to argue.
Yeah. I mean, he makes like he does a great job. He's very good socially. He does a great job with half his talking points. He has great demonstrations. The way he lays it out with his green screen and everything, it's awesome. He just needs to drop the shit. He just needs to refine it so he's not treating speculations as facts constantly and pushing and that freaking app with the AE map. But I like the way he relates with people, and he's good at getting through to people. He's very good socially. He just needs to drop the bullshit arguments or the bullshit talking points.
You had me dying when you said green screen. I totally forgot he uses the green screen.
Yeah, man. He made it like a video where he has like this setup on like he rolls it out of his closet. He's got like this green screen he pulls down. But yeah, I mean, he wakes up more people to flat Earth than what we do as a whole, right? Just because of how many views he's getting, and because he's not on Discord, right? Right, he's on YouTube where he's going on these shows. They all have viewers, and everyone knows who David Weiss is, right? Who the fuck is, nobody knows who we are. Right, we're on this little like platform filled with trolls and like egomaniac college kids. Right, where if we have 50 people in our chat, we're like freaking out. We're like, whoa, it's so busy in here. Where it's like 48 flat earthers and 2 trolls. We're like, wow, chat's lit. Chat's lit, guys.
It's kind of like being at a McDonald's and there's 50 customers and we're like, oh man, it's so busy today, but you're still in a McDonald's. I agree that there are bigger platforms to dish it out.
Yeah, but all the what I would consider the most knowledgeable flat earthers are in this shitty platform that's filled with trolls and morons and egomaniacs. Whereas the other flat earthers, right, the ones that have like this, I forget his name, man. He's called like the fittest flat earther. Someone, Tyler something or other. He's got like freaking 700,000 followers on TikTok, and he makes retarded flat earth arguments, right? He's making videos like about like the ice wall and blah blah blah, and freaking every Hollywood celebrity is a dude, right? Just retarded, like
everybody's a clone, man.
Yeah, everyone's a clone, and right, he's got like all these followers.
Well, dude, Kirby's Dream Land is fun, I guess.
Yeah, but the sad thing is the quote-unquote masses seeing Flat Earth presented by these TikTokers and these David Weisses, and not us.
It sounds like a personnel problem. Got to get out there and put boots to the ground on other platforms and make a presence.
Yeah.
You see, actually, like, I think it was maybe a couple months ago. I think his name is Justin We Are Change, and he presented basically to the Florida City Council that NASA was being fraudulent with the Challenger.
Oh yeah, that guy's. I like that guy. Yeah,
that guy's amazing. Pretty good friend actually on Instagram. Just always kind of checking up on each other.
That guy's great.
But yeah, I mean, talk about boots to the ground, dude. I mean, that guy's been killing it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I even had students like, "Hey, did you see that guy?" And because a lot of people do talk about politics and things at university. At least, thankfully, more than sports, even though it's a top second. But it's funny that it is starting to reach, I think, a lot of people But yeah, it does seem like sometimes not the real arguments, as like Witsit would say. Oh yeah, I'm going to give the real flat Earth argument. That one has me kind of sour, but he kind of already soured for me when he was, kind of doubling down so many times about like ether and really just kind of the whole QE thing too. But I don't know, man. Like, yeah, TFE has definitely revealed quite a bit. And it's funny how much we didn't even budge, like even really bat an eye. And some have just like completely, abandoned ship. Maybe like Dimok was saying, like, yeah, maybe that was the easy exit for sure. But yeah,
looking for a way out.
Yeah.
Why would
we never really even spoke about it. I mean, it's not like we were bringing it up. Occasionally someone would come in here and ask about it or something like that, and we'd shut it down real quickly and then start presenting black swans and things like that. But I mean, yeah, 24/7 never really gave a shit. Didn't change anything. We just got some more traffic.
Well, back in the day, we try to do a whole bunch of crazy shit with the sun. There was different people, different places around wherever in the world, whatever. Different cities, different states. Everybody looking at the sun, saying, "Where's it at for you? Where's it at for me? Where's it at for you?" But nobody knows where anybody's standing and actually orientated out their damn window or in their yard compared to anybody else. So yeah, you can describe what you're seeing. From another person's point of view, it means diddly squat without them being right next to you, especially if you're in a different place. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's a little harder to figure out than that just by saying, okay, well, I see it, you see it. We had to literally make like a dot-to-dot pattern of humans so far from each other that we couldn't like mistake anything that it's doing from each other's point of view. Yeah.
Yeah, man, the sky is so unknown. We have no idea. I think everyone, right, including the Globus, they have no idea what's going on up there. I think it's probably something that's well beyond our current comprehension, and we can't explain it. But you're right. Yeah, everyone sees the same shit in the sky, but completely differently depending on where you are.
Right, the orientation, the word orientation, or like it's a motherfucker.
That's what I like so much about, I think it was India who said it first, but Sonny uses it sometimes too. Like, imagine you're in a really big Walmart and you're expecting to see the lights on the other side of the Walmart, dude. Like, get out of here.
Well, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? I mean, I'm sitting here in Poland, and while they were seeing like this 24-hour sun circling around them in Antarctica, I still have the sun here in Poland every single fucking day. It's like,
yeah,
what the hell is going on up there? How's that work?
Wait, you're in Poland? Poland?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I live in Poland.
You heard that song by Lil Yachty called Poland or something? I'm gonna send it to you.
No,
I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, awesome.
Poland. And you see the sun, you still see it the whole time that they're supposed to be seeing it for their 24-hour portion.
Well, yeah, during the day. I mean, yeah.
And I think we all and I think we all do for our portion or whatever it be there for our time, for for our day. I think we see our sun. So like, what? Why take a map and say this is our map?
Why are you trying to use the sky to explain the ground? It's just never going to work out, you know.
Well, that also, why take a map and say that's your map if you haven't actually explored the fucking region of this map yourself to say, okay, checks out for me. Like, I can understand saying, okay, this area around our block or this area that's close to us, we have it mapped out. We got treasure map. It's got all the places. It's got the key, the legend, the distances are on there, and everything works out. But beyond exactly what that is, you have no damn clue. beyond the exact portion of the treasure map that you made, that you saw, that you drew out, that you produced, and you know every attribute of, beyond that, you're still lost. So why pick a map and say, okay, all this checks out for flight, all this checks out for these land masses and these coordinates and stuff. But then what's beyond that? What's it orientated in? What's around it? What's in the front? What's in the back? What's below? What's on the side? I mean, you know.
And with magnetic declination, like, what's really going on? You know what I mean? Like having to make the corrections for both kind of a strange direction, or even trying to make that map in general, right? I mean, we have the magnetic declination map, but it's just wild to me that, you know, they reaffirm the sky every single time about the ground. And I know why, because that's the way they teach the globe, you know, but.
Yeah, what if you were to say, I don't know, like stand on the ground somewhere, like to make some kind of, doesn't have to be a map, but you just stood on the ground, me and you, and we stood 5 feet apart from each other, and we walked in a straight line somehow. Would we ever get further apart from each other?
That I know of.
Not that I know of either. Yeah. So now they have these longitude lines that they say diverge and then converge. Is that the surface of the ground, or is that the position of the sun in the sky?
That's the position of the sun in the sky, or at least the apparent one. Yeah.
The apparent position of the stars line up.
So now if we're standing on the ground and we're pointing to, like, I don't know, south. We're pointing south in the sky or on the ground, right? So so if I followed a straight line walking south, well, if that's just a straight line, or is that converging and diverging? And now the sun is
no way. Yeah, you're like following the sky, or at least in this case, like a magnetic field.
Yep. Yeah.
Because somebody was trying to explain, well, the magnetic field is the Earth, and I go, well, not really. There's no lines on the Earth that are like, oh, here's south, here's north. There you go, guys. I mean, you can look at kind of a tree, and you can see where moss grows on the north side of it. But I mean, it's still, that's really just the amount of light that's hitting the tree over the year. You know?
Yeah. So now they don't. You know, the globe guys, they got to have, you know, 2 train tracks that are laying on the ground, dropping over distance, as well as diverging over distance and converging back together over distance.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It's a little bit much. Yes, I don't know when they say, listen, I pointed south and I saw the sun over in the south. I mean, is that the same line on the ground or not?
Right.
Yeah, I don't see how it could be.
What?
Unless like you said about the magnetic field and the sun being the same thing. Sorry,
you know how they claim in the globe model, right? Or in the globe narrative, not a model. The sun and the moon appear the same size in the sky. But if you look at the moon or the sun through a solar filter, they don't seem to be the same size, right? The sun seems much smaller than the moon. And I know the solar filter is blocking out a lot of what's there, right? But you don't see the same thing when you look at the moon through one, right? It doesn't go into like a tiny little dot.
Right.
It's kind of strange.
Well,
if you looked at reflections with I was going to say, have you looked at reflections in the mirror with the solar filter of the moon and of the sun? Wonder what that would look like.
Yeah, man, that's interesting.
Or in water. Yeah, just different. Yeah.
I mean, I know they say it's tidally locked, right, with the moon or whatever. But like, I mean, that's even something I've observed over time, is seeing like a general kind of spin, right, to the moon over the year, and it's just weird. It is a really strange phenomena in the sky, and you can't help but just kind of like actually just be humbled by it. Like, wow, I'm in this place. Pretty cool. But that's why it cracks me up every time they come in here. Like, you don't see a circle? It's like, yeah, I see the same thing as you. What tells you it's a sphere? And they don't even have the gall to be honest about just going, yeah, that's what my teacher told me. I've never really thought about what I'm actually looking at. I've only just imagined immediately a picture because of the paradigm that I was given. I mean, I guess that can be hard to admit to some, but yeah, I think we're just dealing with varying levels of that sometimes. I don't know. I kind of chimed in too because you guys were like, man, Discord, whack, right? These trolls. But I will say it is kind of, at least from what I noticed, some of the best, right? Where you can have some of the most intimate concentrations on this kind of knowledge, demonstrations, citations, things that actually can even hold you accountable, like with the live streams and stuff like that. For me, it is kind of for the sophisticated ones, even if the trolls do think they're sophisticated. They are actually in their lies, but that's not really anything to be proud of. I don't know. You guys are awesome. And a wealth of knowledge.
Right back at you, Chris.
Even Charlie.
I mean, these Glober gods are smart too. They just use the poisoning, like Charlie, for example. Like they use the poison stuff that can't be like proven. It can just be inferenced through other like pre-assumptions and law and things that they'll call, or a theory or a law, to back up another theory or law. But it's moving further and further away from like the true state of affairs, and it's a shame because it's like they get the smart ones like Charlie, and then they mess them all up. They get them all messed up. And all the things that Charlie will, quote unquote, prove, it won't better anything or anybody, it'll just be, Mars is super far. We'll go there. The next planet is super far. We'll never get there. And it's just not good. It's not practical.
Hey, No Tanks, are you familiar with what I do as a job?
No, what?
I'm an engineer.
No, I don't remember.
I'm an engineer for a satellites communications company.
Well, where's the curve at?
So like knowledge of celestial, well, not necessarily celestial bodies, but satellites.
Where are they dropping past coming up at? Just show us where your satellite's coming up from. The point is zero.
You basically just tippy tappy on your computer. Let's not be doing the work.
Yeah.
No,
the shame of it is, Charlie, is what I'm saying is if let's say like whoever you work for, if they got into like the true of what is space, length, width, height, what must exist there prior to the material world taking it up, the things that you're claiming you're putting into that space to actually get the the mechanisms, that would be useful, right? Because whatever's happening here is happening there and there and there, right? It would be the same laws, universal laws of physics, but instead you just got math and numbers that are just getting you further away from like the physical, actual part of reality.
I've actually worked with physical. I have personally.
Where are you putting them at? What are the readings for space vacuum? How come you can't mimic it and don't know what space vacuum dragon magical space vacuum is? But you're saying I put stuff up there. So when you put stuff up there, Charlie, do you put them up there? And what reading is space? What is that? What's that stuff? Space? What is that? What are you putting them in, Charlie?
So I have personally written and calibrated an algorithm that trilaterates the position of 2 geosynchronous satellites at 35,000 kilometers up. Whether you think that's space or not, that's a separate discussion, right? But I can tell you with certainty that there
It doesn't
is
matter what
a
we think. You
satellite
should have your satellite should give information of what space is or what is the point of them. What are they doing up there?
That's not the point of the satellite.
So a satellite's never been used to find out what space is.
That's not what I said at all.
So what would be the point of them if you can't figure out what you're putting them in? How do you know where you're putting them in, Charlie? Can you answer this question?
The point of putting the satellites up is to provide internet connectivity, right?
Up where?
Up 35,000 kilometers in the air.
What's that? What's that medium like?
What do you mean the medium? I don't know what you mean by medium.
So it's just air?
I don't know what it is. I know there's something up there 35,000
kilometers. You don't know where you're putting satellites. You don't know the stuff you're putting them in?
Oh, no, I know where exactly they are, right? I told you I wrote an algorithm that trilaterates it.
How do you get a satellite to a medium you don't know how to transverse it?
I wasn't around when the payload was launched. I wasn't on the rocket.
With the balloon?
No, with a Falcon Heavy rocket.
Okay, can you point out where we can see where your satellite comes up around the curve? We want to be the first people to spot it coming up below the curve to the curve below.
Why would it come around the curve?
Is it going down under Earth?
It's geosynchronous.
So it's not going below Earth.
I don't know what you mean below Earth. Do you mean behind the horizon?
Going below your feet?
No, it's geosynchronous. Do you know what geosynchronous means?
Flat Earth, like a hot air balloon.
It means it rotates with the rotation of the Earth, right?
No, it rotates like a Led Zeppelin or like a Hindenburg or a hot air balloon.
I don't know what you mean by that.
A hot air balloon flies around the ground above me that way.
I don't know how hot air balloons rotate.
I can't see the hot air balloon anymore, and it goes that way, and then it continues to different countries farther than I can see in a big circle, and I'm going to call that geosynchronous orbit because that hot air balloon's going in a big fucking circle from Russia to America to Canada to USA to China to Africa. It's making a big circle, flat one.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, you lost me about 2 words in.
Where was the drop at? Where was the drop in your geosynchronous orbit?
I don't know what you mean.
How much drop do you have? Is it a horizontal presentation orientation of reference that you're flying along, or do you have drop?
I don't understand the question.
Holy shit. Charlie is broke.
Yeah, I thought
you're breaking up, dude.
Like you were like, well, I thought you were going to say, do you know? Shit.
Charlie, try it now. I was going to say Charlie's a flat Earth engineer and he doesn't even know it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of mistook what I was like useful in regards to like the practicality of communication technology. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people attribute like satellites as some sort of main like source, but I would maybe it's the future, but it's definitely not the current main source. Right? But what I was saying was like thinking outside the box that you're given. Thinking outside the box that you're given, and trying to find out the actual nature of space. Like I thought you were going to say you actually touched space, but
no. The thing that I was trying to convey is that I know for a fact there is something that's beaming back signals at 35